Chapter 4004. The battleship army of more than 50 million soldiers was divided into two camps and assembled near the two wormholes at the edge of the Demon Star area. After 3 whole days they were finally fully assembled. Then, with an order from the commanders, the two terrifying armies of more than 20 million soldiers set off almost at the same time, approaching the Demon Emperor 3 stars from the left and right of the Demon Domain from the same direction. Soon they entered the Demon Star area. Such a terrifying army couldn't advance too fast. In fact, they didn't need to advance too fast. If they walked slowly, it would create an invisible pressure on the demon race. After all, such a terrifying army was basically enough to sweep across a universe. They couldn't resist the demon race at all. They were almost doomed to be exterminated. The pressure of facing extermination would become more and more intense as time went by and the terrifying army approached. 2 days. According to the estimation of the commanders of the two camps, the two armies would approach the 3 stars Demon Star area in 2 days in such a state of slow advance. The scouts of the demon race stationed at the edge of the star area had been informed of all this. They immediately reported all the information to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. While the terrifying armies of the two camps were still assembling their forces, the 3 stars Demon Emperor was ready to fight. The total force of the demon race was about 20 million battleships. Previously, Grandpa Imo had led 10 million battleships to form an allied force of 4 clans with the Hell Ant clan, the Space Mouse clan and the Giant Ferocious clan. At this moment they were in the depths of the first universe. Therefore there were only about 15 million battleships left in the 3 stars Demon Emperor. In these 3 days, the two camps from the second universe and the third universe were assembling their forces, and so were the demon race. Each of the 8 foreign tribes of the Demon Dweller race had 10 Demon Dweller stars. Because there were still some clansmen in these Demon Dweller stars, each Demon Dweller star had some battleships guarding it. But in these 3 days, the battleships stationed on the Demon Stars of the 8 tribes had all shrunk to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. However, there were only about 4 million battleships. Including this part, the total number of warships stationed in the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor was less than 20 million. These 20 million battleships were now lined up in a straight line in the void of the universe outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The left and right sides of the battleships stretched for tens of millions of miles. Unfortunately, compared to the forces of the 2 external factions that were slowly approaching the 3-star Demonic Emperors, they were still inferior in comparison. They didn't even have half of the enemy's forces. However, aside from this army of close to 20 million battleships, there were also close to 6 million native ferocious beasts gathered in the Demon Emperor's 3 stars defensive perimeter. Originally, the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil galaxy were numerous, but during the first calamity, most of them failed to escape and were buried in the netherworld cauldron under the wrath of the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Eye. However, although the native ferocious beasts that had escaped with the help of Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron were not many in number, only around 5 million to 6 million, but almost all of them were elites. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts had all revealed their bloodline true forms. Each of them was huge in size, comparable to a battleship or a fortress of various sizes. Some of the more powerful existences even had bodies of tens of thousands of feet, comparable to a fortress of various sizes. As for battle prowess, a native ferocious beast, after revealing its bloodline true form, was basically on par with a Starry Sky battleship. After all, although the Starry Sky battleships had starship cannons, the native ferocious beasts also had innate abilities and were more agile. In a battle of attrition, it was really difficult to say who would emerge victorious. In other words, the 6 million native ferocious beasts could basically be regarded as 6 million battleships of various types. Including them, the total number of the demonic race's forces barely reached 25 million. Compared to the total number of forces of the 2 external factions that were approaching, they had reached half of the enemy's forces. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts occupied a large corner of the demonic race's defensive perimeter. All of them revealed their bloodline true forms and bared their fangs and brandished their claws in excitement. For the demonic race, the upcoming battle was a battle for the survival of their race. For the nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, the purpose of this battle was only to obtain food and store it. After the battle, they would slowly enjoy it when they returned to the farmer god cauldron. As for the survival of the demonic race, they did not care at all. These native ferocious beasts acknowledged Yi Xian, but it did not mean that they would love him for his sake. It was the same for the demonic race. All the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil star field had some desolate era bloodline in them. They had their own pride, and it was already good enough that they acknowledged Yi Xian and sincerely followed him. Yi Xian did not intend to force them to do the same for the demonic race. In fact, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, the devil cultivator was only a relatively close ally. In this battle, many of the demonic race would die, and so would the native ferocious beasts. When Yi Xian took them out of the farmer god cauldron, he had already specifically reminded them of this point. However, when these foodies heard that they were going to hunt soon, and it was going to be a large-scale hunt at that, and that they might not be able to finish the food they had accumulated in a year after the battle, they immediately felt as if they had just been injected with chicken blood, and started to shout excitedly. As for the so-called death, these native ferocious beasts obviously did not care at all. In the environment of the starry sky, if they wanted to survive, they had to take all kinds of risks. If they did not even dare to take the risk of dying in a battle, they would not be able to go far at all. In short, whether it was the demonic race or the nearly 6 million powerful native ferocious beasts, they were all ready for a fierce battle. After this battle, they would either soar into the sky and eat to their heart's content, or die without regrets. A day passed quickly. From the left and right corners of the void, the two large camps were slowly approaching. They were already close to the central domain of the demonic race. They were not far from the Demon Emperor domain. Chapter 4005. The 11 immortals this time all came in person. But at this moment, all of them had perfectly concealed their figures outside of the void and were lying dormant in different parallel planes. If they hadn't kept a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the situation here at all times, they probably wouldn't even have been able to capture this obscure aura. In fact, even if the 11 immortal old monsters were paying attention to the situation in this plane at all times, the starry sky experts below the immortal realm still couldn't capture their aura. In the void ahead, the two armies were slowly advancing towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars. No one sensed that there were 11 immortal old monsters following closely behind them tens of millions of miles away. Even the commanders of the major clans, although they knew that the immortal old monsters behind the clans had already moved out and must be paying attention here, they didn't know where they were. However, the 11 immortal old monsters all knew of each other's existence. At the same time, they also knew that the ancestor of the demon cultivator race must have already captured their auras and knew that there were 11 immortal old monsters of the same level approaching. It was very difficult for an immortal old monster to fall, unless the disparity in battle strength between them was too great, or if one side had some kind of extremely powerful killing treasure, such as the Rai-Di seal in the hands of Yi Xian, the Shenong cauldron, and the like. It was just a fight between two immortal old monsters of the same level. At most, there would be a situation of some serious injuries. Even if the weaker side was no match for the enemy, at least they could escape, at most paying a certain price. But this time was different. The 11 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. The demon man ancestor was almost doomed. In the opinion of the 11 immortal old monsters who were about to approach the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the other party either didn't appear and watched the demon man race be destroyed, the demon man star area and even the entire vast first universe plane would be divided by the powerful allied forces from the other two planes. Or once he appeared, he would definitely die. 11 immortal realm old monsters at the same level as him were enough to seal the entire star area the moment he appeared. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't tear open the void and leave. They could only grit their teeth and stay behind to be killed. This was definitely a wonderful feeling. For these 11 immortal old monsters, being able to annihilate a powerful clan and kill an immortal old monster at the same level was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These 11 immortal old monsters didn't intend to act rashly. In their opinion, this was just a group of demons within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't even resist the 50 million soldiers in front of them. Their target this time was the Foundation ancestor of the Demon Kin race, as well as the ant-like junior who had the ability and means to kill an undying being, the younger brother of the Demon Kin, Mo Jinfeng. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the Demon Kin race, was confirmed to be within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. However, even though he had the means to kill an undying being, he was still just a Star Lord. Even if the 4 great evildoers were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the world, no matter how monstrous they were, they still hadn't grown up. Therefore, although the 11 immortal old monsters listed him as a target to be killed or captured, they didn't really regard him as an important target. The only one they were really interested in was the Foundation ancestor of the Demon Kin race. Until the Foundation ancestor of the Demon Kin showed up, the 11 immortal old monsters from the other 2 planes wouldn't take action, nor would they interfere with the battle at the front line. What they needed to do was to follow the army of the two camps into the Demon Emperor Star area and pay close attention to the slightest movement. Once the Foundation ancestor of the Demonkin race showed up, they would immediately seal off the entire star area and attack the immortal old monster of the enemy camp. They would start to suppress and kill. As long as they could do this and deal with the ancestor of the demon race, it would be equivalent to solving all the worries in the future. They wouldn't even need to stay in the first universe for a long time. The subsequent matters of dividing up the benefits and seizing the territory would be managed by the clan below. The upper echelons would be in charge. The 11 immortal old monsters were tens of millions of kilometers away from the terrifying fleet of the two camps in front of them. They didn't enter the Demon Emperor Star area at first. But now, as the huge fleet of the two camps advanced forward for a day, they had already entered the central region of the demon domain. Although the 11 immortal old monsters behind them were still dormant in the parallel space, the wisps of immortal divine sense they had extended had finally officially entered. They entered the Demon Emperor Star area. It was also at this moment that the 11 immortal old monsters sensed something at the same time. The strands of immortal divine sense that they had extended all shook slightly. After a short period of dead silence, they began to secretly communicate with each other with surprise and suspicion. This is the aura of an immortal old monster? That's right. It's definitely the resentment left behind by an immortal old monster when he died. Although there's no specific consciousness, it's extremely clear. It hasn't been more than 5 days. It seems to be more than one, at least two. What happened? Within 5 days, 2 immortals have been killed in this Demon Emperor Star area? Who did it? The Foundation ancestor of the Demon Emperor Star area? This is definitely intentional. It's meant to warn us. Otherwise, why would an immortal old monster leave behind such a clear resentment after killing the immortal old monster? The other party's intention is obvious. It's to let us know that in the past 5 days, he has killed 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor Star area. He has killed at least 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor Star area. You want to scare us with just this? 2 immortals and 11 immortals are 2 completely different concepts. What's more, the 2 immortals who were unfortunately killed were most likely tricked by him and killed separately. I don't believe that this Demon Emperor Star area ancestor has the ability to fight 1 against 2 and kill 2 immortals of the same level. He has the strength of an immortal old monster. That's too childish. His mind has clearly been thrown into chaos, and he's even using such a low-level and laughable trick. If he really had the strength to kill 2 undyings of the same level at the same time, why would he intentionally reveal it? When the time comes to suddenly explode in the middle of the battle, the killing power is even stronger. Damn, he's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Chapter 4006. Several Immortal Realm old monsters secretly gave orders. The fleets of the 2 camps, which had been slowly advancing, immediately sped up. In just half a day they had entered the Demon Emperor Star area and stopped in the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor Star area. In an instant, the atmosphere in the vast Demon Emperor Star area was extremely oppressive and tense. More than 70 million battleships were divided into 3 camps, each occupying a void and facing each other. Outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor Star were nearly 20 million battleships of the demon race and more than 5 million ferocious native beasts that had shown their bloodline true bodies. In the opposite void 20 million miles away, there were 2 camps of troops, one on the left and one on the right, each with more than 25 million troops. On the left was the allied army of the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. On the right was the allied army of the various races in the 2nd universe. Today, the various races of the 2nd universe had already withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation. Therefore, these 2 camps did not communicate with each other. Although their purpose was the same, they were extremely cold. It was obvious that there was no possibility of cooperation. Even if the war started later, these 2 attacking camps would fight for themselves. After arriving at the battlefield, the battleship armies of the 2 camps immediately began to arrange their troops. This was necessary. After all, each camp had more than 25 million battleships. With such a large number of battleships, if they did not arrange their troops properly, it would be difficult to command them when the battle started. Reasonable. The arrangement of 20 million troops could not be completed in a short time. It would take at least half a day. During this time, the commanders of the 2 camps, in an aloof and arrogant manner, began to shout to the demon camp in the void 20 million miles ahead. Demon race, Mo Yefeng has disturbed the 3 dimensions and committed many evil deeds. Immediately hand him over and withdraw your troops for investigation. Otherwise today's war is inevitable. The calamity of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star is coming, and the survival of the entire demon race is on the line. The first to speak was the Wan Luo Federation. The commander-in-chief of the Senlan fleet, Sal, said in a tough tone and went straight to the point. He demanded the demon race to hand over his brother Mo Yefeng, or he would launch a crusade by force. Gong Shouxin, the vice palace master of Tiangongju, who was the commander-in-chief of the 10 million battleships of the human clan, also snorted coldly. His words were clearly even more impolite. What 4 great evildoers in one body? They are clearly evil worshippers who bring calamity to the world. Whether it is young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the immemorial little devil ape, they have all brought calamity to a region. This time, my Tenju celestial palace has come to suppress them, and we must exterminate them. As soon as he finished his words, Long Xixia, an elder of the immortal dynasty from the human race's science and technology camp, also voiced his support. Demons, don't make a mistake. Today little Mo must be beheaded. Whether you and your race turn back from the wrong path or go down the wrong path and be buried with him depends on a single thought. In the blink of an eye, the 3 half-step immortal realm experts had made their stance clear. It was as if they had already sentenced Mo Jufeng to death, and that he was destined to die today. The atmosphere in the corner of the void where the 3 sides were facing each other became even more tense. The other factions in the second universe didn't want to be outdone either. Without waiting for the demon to respond, the 9 half-step immortal realm masters who were commanding the meeting started to speak. They weren't condemning anymore, they were cursing and scolding. What's with all this nonsense? You humans are all hypocrites. Are you really going to retreat immediately after they hand over that Linghu brat? Humph, don't even think about it. That little Linghu has done a lot of harm to the races in the second universe. Today we must settle this matter with the demons. That's right. A little demon junior dares to blackmail the races in the second universe. And again and again. This is intolerable. First he used the identity of Linghu brat to wreak havoc. Then he used the identity of Netherworld brat to stir up trouble in the second universe. In the end, he turned into that damned little demon ape brat and entered the source of all evil, ruining the plans of the allied forces of all races. All of these are blood feuds. Hey, today everything will come to an end. A mere demon junior can't do such a thing. We have every reason to suspect that little Mo is being plotted by the entire upper echelon of the demon race. Today, even if we hand over little Mo, the demon race must be punished. Little Linghu must die today. As for the entire demon race, either all of them withdraw from the battleship and accept the investigation, or the entire race will be wiped out. Screech. Speaking of the past, the 9 half-step immortals from the various races of the second universe gradually became agitated. Their words became sharper and sharper, scolding the entire demon race in Yixuan until they were completely useless. They were simply supreme evils that brought disaster to the human world. Facing all of this, in a command cabin on the top floor of a starry sky fortress 20 million miles away, a group of upper echelons led by the demon emperor Mo Zuentian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They sighed speechlessly. Although the other party's words were extremely unpleasant and even infuriating from a certain point of view, it was no wonder these old guys were so agitated. Plus, what they said was basically the truth. Whether it was little Linghu, little Master Yuming, or little immemorial demon ape, they had indeed caused quite a lot of trouble to the various races and top forces in the 3 dimensions. In particular, the races of the second universe had suffered even more. In the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape had tormented the races of the second universe until they were on the brink of death. They had almost lost their temper. Now that they knew that these 3 identities were actually all Mo Jinfeng, the imperial younger brother of the demon race, these old fellows recalled the past. When they thought about how the existence that made them gnash their teeth was right in front of them, how could they not feel hatred? Thinking of this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the demon race became more and more worried. The current demon emperor Mo Wentian even turned to look at Mo Zuentian after pondering for a moment. He asked anxiously, "Old ancestor, look at how those old guys hate little friend Linghu to the bone. They look like they want to eat him alive. If we agree with little friend and allow him to enter the enemy camp alone, I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate, right? After all, there are still some immortal-level old monsters lurking in the dark. It's not just 1 or 2 but at least 10 of them. If we allow little friend to enter the enemy camp like this, and if an accident happens, I'm afraid even the old ancestor will be afraid to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If that's the case, we will be in a completely passive situation. Chapter 4007. The demons didn't respond to the scolding and condemnation of the two camps. It was as if they couldn't be bothered. The long camp line was silent, as if they didn't hear anything at all. This was very infuriating. Sal of the myriad Luo Federation Senate and Gong Wuxin and Long Xixia, the commander-in-chief of the human race's fleets, were still fine. They restrained themselves for the time being and didn't act up. However, the upper echelons of the 9 great races of the second universe were all hot-tempered, especially the 9 half-step undyings who formed the huge camp commanding council. They couldn't stand such disrespect and were furious. Demons, are you looking for death? You actually ignored our warning and didn't respond. This is blatant disregard. We must punish them. Take action immediately. This is infuriating. They are already at death's door, yet they are still so arrogant. The demons are too stubborn. We need to wake them up with a bang. No need to wait. Send out an elite army and teach them a heavy lesson. Rumble. As the 9 half-step undyings roared, an army of 1,000,000 battleships sailed out from the second universe's camp on the right. They were all fortresses and strongholds, heading straight for the central region 20 million miles away. Just these 1,000,000 battleships were naturally no match for the entire demon army, which had more than 25 million battleships and ferocious beasts. However, the 9 half-step undyings didn't think the demons would dare to fight back. The difference in strength was too obvious. The demons were at an absolute disadvantage. To put it simply, these 9 half-step immortal realm experts felt they had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, the 1,000,000 elite battleships were moving forward and were about to attack. It was like a confrontation between 2 strong warriors. The stronger side would step forward and slap the other side in the face. The weaker side, no matter how angry they were, could only endure. Once they fought back, they would be completely suppressed. As the 1,000,000 battleships sailed out, they gradually approached the central region that was 20 million kilometers in size. On the left, within the huge camp from the third universe, Sa-Er, Gong Shou-Xan and Long Xixia, the 3 half-step undying commanders all snorted coldly, "Humph! Those 9 old fogies are just taking the opportunity to show off their strength and build momentum in advance for the division of benefits after the destruction of the demonkin race." Unfortunately, this time, the armies of the 2 great dimensions are gathering at the same time to suppress the demonkin. The allied forces of the various races of the second universe are not the main force. Isn't it just a slap in the face to create momentum? We know how to do it too. Gentlemen, let's each send out an army and gather 1,000,000 battleships. We can't let the races of the second universe monopolize this. Seconded. The 3 grand commanders had already given their orders, and the fleet below quickly departed. The immortal army of the human race's technology faction and the 10 ultimate celestial palace of the cultivation faction each dispatched 500,000 battleships and battleships. The Myriad Net Federation's Sunlon fleet also dispatched 500,000 battleships. The 3 forces gathered a total of 1,500,000 battleships and battleships, which was even larger than the 1,000,000 battleships sent out by the second universe. With great momentum, they drove at full speed toward the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. This was clearly the 2 great subjugation camps taking action at the same time. They were going to teach the arrogant demonkin race a lesson before the official battle began. The army of 2,500,000 battleships and battleships soon arrived at the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. They were only 10 million miles away from the long defensive line of the demonkin race in front of them, and the battleship cannons entered the range of attack. If there were no accidents, these 2,500,000 battleships would open fire at any time. They would fire at the same time and blast out dense energy light beams like rain to punish the arrogance and rudeness of the demonkin race. Just at this moment, an unexpected change happened. Whoosh! A faint air-braking sound rang out. In the void 2 to 3 million miles away in front of the 2,500,000 battleships, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. It was Yi Xian who appeared in the identity of the demonkin race's royal brother. "You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you clamor and denounce me here? Today I will make sure you can't leave. Prepare to die." Yi Xian roared the last word. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the starry sky war Raja of the undying world in his body. It was completely blood red. It was the weeping soul war Raja. Seeing this scene, the countless experts from the 3 camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away were dumbfounded. Yi Xian hadn't shown himself before, so no one knew where he was. However, he didn't expect him to suddenly appear at such a critical moment. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he was going to destroy the front by himself. These 2,500,000 elite battleships. Almost at the same time, within these 2,500,000 elite battleships, there were a large number of panicked screams. The Demonkin's royal brother Mo Jinfeng? Heavens, this guy is actually hiding in the void and wants to attack us. Weeping Soul War Raja, he actually summoned the Weeping Soul War Raja. Turn around immediately. The Weeping Soul War Raja is everywhere. The power of this killing weapon is too terrifying. Turn around immediately and avoid the War Raja's giant mouth. It's too late. The battleships are too densely packed. It will take time to turn around, but the terrifying War Raja can be activated at any time. Abandon ship. Everyone abandon ship and scatter in all directions. Try to survive as much as possible. Roar. Roar, roar. In the midst of the chaos, a large number of Starry Sky experts rushed out of the battleships. In the blink of an eye, the 2,500,000 elite battleships were surrounded by experts from various races. When the roars rang out, all the experts except for the human race revealed their bloodline true bodies. Because this allowed them to move faster, everyone was scared out of their wits in the face of the Weeping Soul War Raja. They only wanted to use all their strength to escape the range of this killing weapon's giant mouth as quickly as possible. But at this moment, without waiting for them to turn around, Yi Xian ordered the Weeping Soul War Raja to activate at full power. Screech. A shrill howl rang out. After being refined by the Thunder Marsh Spirit Mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts and the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. There were even 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. Chapter 4008. Screech. The chilling screech of the Weeping Soul resounded in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field seemed to tremble under the sudden arrival of this violent howl. It was a terrifying howl that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. It immediately caused countless experts in the nearby void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of them, an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the war drum and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it covered the vast void directly facing the mouth of the huge horn. The bottom was enveloped. In the void, miserable howls rang out one after another. They were all extremely short, but they covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed and continued endlessly, causing a great terror that made one's back shiver and scalp tighten to spread out in an instant, enveloping this corner of the starry sky. The scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between vision and hearing gave people a completely unreal feeling. In the central area of the battlefield, the 2.5 million elite battleships did not move at all. They were not affected in the slightest, but the experts of various races who had already rushed out of the battleships trembled violently at this moment. Everyone's expression was ferocious, and blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, as if they were enduring great pain. Although the Weeping Soul War Drum's Weeping Soul War Drum did not possess any physical attack power, it was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. Previously, the experts of various races in the 2.5 million elite battleships were well aware of this point. That was why they were so panicked when they saw Yi Xian suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon a blood-colored Weeping Soul War Drum. Any expert would be most fearful of this kind of soul-level attack. Although the experts of the starry sky who had hurriedly fled from the 2.5 million elite battleships were of different races, including the human race and the experts of various races of the second universe, but in the face of the Weeping Soul War Drum, they were equally frightened. The Weeping Soul Beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons who possessed spiritual power, but it was also effective against human cultivators who cultivated the primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. At this time, all the experts in the void, including the few who were still inside the 2,500,000 elite warships, were affected by the Weeping Soul howl. At present, the Weeping Soul Battle Kara could insta-kill any being below the 15th level of cultivation with a single full-powered attack. In other words, if one's cultivation hadn't reached the level of an almighty figure of the universe, then there was no chance of survival under the devastation of this soul-crying howl. At this time the howling sound rang out. Among the countless starry sky masters, only 100 or so universe masters clenched their teeth and performed void teleportation, escaping the area covered by the Weeping Soul Howl. However, even though they had managed to survive the Weeping Soul Howl, their souls had suffered quite a bit of damage. It was likely that they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. This scene was too tragic. In the void, the shrill and ear-piercing howl lasted for only a second before it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then 2 seconds later, as if in response to this howl, the countless miserable howls that appeared following this howl also completely disappeared. In just a breath of time, the void returned to silence, a deathly silence. The 2,500,000 elite warships were still standing there, undamaged, but they had already become ghost warships. There was not a single living person inside or outside the warships. In the void outside a large number of warships, they were densely packed with corpses. They were all floating corpses. These starry sky masters, even though all of them had revealed their enormous bloodline true bodies, were still unable to escape the calamity. Yi Xian had acted too quickly. With a weeping soul howl, he had instantly determined the outcome of the battle. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the starry sky masters in the 2,500,000 elite warships had perished. Only a little more than 100 universe realm masters had managed to escape. As far as the eye could see, this corner of the void of the central battlefield domain was densely packed with corpses of various races experts. The human race was the minority, only about a quarter of them. Basically, they were all the bloodline true bodies of various races experts of the second universe. Facing this horrifying scene, countless experts from the 3 camps who were facing each other from 20 million miles away were collectively speechless and dumbfounded. Even Sao, Gong Shou Xan, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm masters in the second universe's camp's command council were all in a daze. They came back to their senses. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian waved his hand and directly stored the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman into the undying world within his body. This time, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts within the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman weren't completely exhausted and still had the ability to attack. At the same time, he turned around and looked in the direction of the demon camp behind him. His gaze fell on the area where more than 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts were gathered. Rolling his eyes, he grinned and said, "What are you waiting for? This king has already helped you kill the prey. Do you want this king to deliver all the food to you one by one?" That's right. The reason why Yi Xian used the Weeping Soul battle armor at the beginning was to help these gluttonous ferocious beasts collect some meat to eat. The void in front of them was now densely packed with bloodline avatars of various races experts. It was enough for each of the 5 million gluttonous ferocious beasts to eat dozens of corpses. Of course, the other quarter were human corpses. Yi Xian had already ordered that no ferocious beasts were allowed to touch them. If the situation forced him to, he could start a war with the human race, but he would never allow the ferocious beasts to eat human corpses. Roar! Roar, roar! As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise immediately raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, the nearly 6 million ferocious beasts behind them all howled in excitement as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts' eyes turned green. There were at least 30 to 40 million bloodline avatars in front of them. They were all incomparably large. In their eyes, this was clearly an incomparably fresh meat to eat. It was probably still warm today. If they kept it, it would be enough to eat for a long time. In the next instant, without needing anyone to say anything, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise took the lead and rushed forward. Behind them, close to 6 million indigenous ferocious beasts were densely packed. Each of them had green light in their eyes as they rushed forward like a rolling tide. Chapter 4009. In just a few breaths of time, a huge change happened. The 5 million elite battleships weren't damaged in the slightest, and they were still suspended in the void of the central territory ahead of them. However, all the experts of the various clans within the battleships had already fallen, and only a little over 100 supreme figures of the universe had escaped with heavy injuries to their souls. The 5 million elite battleships were originally sent by the 2 camps to slap the demon in the face. They were sure that the demon wouldn't dare to fight back. However, the result made them pale. Before they could slap the demon had already slapped his own face. Slap. After that, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face. Even though all the experts in the 5 million battleships were dead, the demon's royal brother Mo Jiofeng didn't seem to want to stop. He turned around and summoned millions of ferocious beasts to collect the corpses. Without a doubt, this so-called collection of corpses was the process of treating the corpses of the experts of various races in the void as food. they would be preserved and slowly enjoyed. This was simply unbearable. Cell, Gongshou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe were so angry that their bodies were shaking. Their faces were ashen and they almost spurted blood. Now they almost wanted to skin the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to quench their hatred. However, when they turned around and summoned the millions of ferocious beasts, the culprit Mo Jiufeng strangely disappeared from the spot. No one could sense or capture his aura. Cao, Gongshou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They roared madly and issued new orders. Attack immediately and send these damned vicious beasts to the afterlife. All the big fortresses, attack immediately. Rush over as fast as possible and annihilate these damn gluttons. Hung long long. Boom. As the order was given, a large number of strongholds of various sizes rushed out from the 2 camps in front of them. The reason why they did not open fire immediately was that the void where they were arranged was still more than 12 million miles away from the 5 million elite battleships that had already arrived at the central battlefield. Distance. The optimal firing range of the naval cannons was within 10 million kilometers. Otherwise, even if they fired at such a long distance, the energy beam of the naval cannons wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the native beasts. There was even a high possibility that the other party would be able to dodge the attack with nimble movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the 2 camps. This was the first batch of battle forces, and they rushed toward the central battlefield at high speed. Behind them there were more fortresses, big and small, rushing out of the camp. There were only a few million native ferocious beasts in front of them. Mo Jiufeng, the Demon King's younger brother, who was riding on the Weeping Soul Warrior Warlord, had already retreated, so they had nothing to fear. It was also at this time that Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race who had just disappeared, unexpectedly reappeared in the void a few thousand miles away from the 2 camps. Swish! With a wave of his hand, another warlord appeared. This time, the warlord that was summoned was completely gray and black in color. It was the Void Warlord that used the Void Soldier Ladle as its kinetic energy. Today's Void Warlord, there were already 2 9-star Emperor Ladles at the peak of the 9th step of the universe and 10 8-star Wang Ladles at the peak of the universe realm. At this moment, after it was summoned, Yi Xin immediately gave the order to attack. However, it was not fully activated. Wang. A dense and weak void trembling sound suddenly rang out. The effect far exceeded the movement that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. It even gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon realm was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before the countless experts of the 3 camps could react, a new unforeseen event occurred again. A strange ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the Void Warlord. Its speed was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed forward. The first million strongholds of the 2 camps that rushed out were the first to be hit by the light. Before they could react, they were already enveloped by the ripple. Slash, boom, rumble. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound instantly resounded like a tide, as if the sky was collapsing. This boundless and terrifying invisible spiritual energy that was like a tsunami in space instantly rushed forward. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the millions of strongholds of various sizes. Other than a few who had time to perform a space jump and dodge to the back or the sides of the camp that could not be enveloped by the giant spirit tsunami, the rest were almost all. They were all affected. In an instant, 1 million strongholds of various sizes were like paper paste. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they didn't even last half an instant before they collapsed and shattered. However, when this invisible spiritual hurricane blew here, its power had basically passed the most powerful eruption period, but its residual power still existed. After completely destroying 1 million strongholds of various sizes, the remnants of the spiritual hurricane spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more ships that couldn't escape in time. Although this time not many ships disintegrated and collapsed, it was inevitable that some of them would be damaged. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been 5 or 6 seconds from the roar of the war to the current moment when the power was completely vented. But the change was as if a lifetime had passed. The entire void was densely filled with the wreckage and debris of countless battleships. There was even a large area of the void that had collapsed. As far as the eye could see, there were countless void rifts of various sizes. Each of them had some terrifying void turbulence surging out. There were even small black hole-like void turbulence vortexes that made one shiver at the sight of them. These turbulence vortexes slowly expanded outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted became stronger and stronger. A large number of battleship wreckages had already been sucked into the turbulence vortexes and disappeared. However, this was not the end. A wave of spiritual ripples only blasted an area of millions of kilometers into a void turbulence filled with countless cracks and small vortexes. However, this was far from the true purpose of Yi Xian taking the risk to approach the enemy camp. Almost without any hesitation in the next second, Yi Xian directly adjusted the void war chariot under his feet. The huge mouth of the war chariot quickly turned and pointed in another direction. It happened to be to the left of the chaotic void that had collapsed a moment ago, right next to it. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another bombardment. Buzz. Chapter 40:10. Buzz. 1. A low buzzing sound that caused one's scalp to go numb rang out. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Yi Xian had already activated the void battle pole once again. A second ripple of space visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the war pole and whizzed out. Slash. Boom. A huge explosion rang out as well as the crisp sound of ripping silk. However, this time, the second ripple of space created by the void battle pole instantly disintegrated all kinds of battleships, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. Compared to the total number of battleships in the two camps that numbered more than 50 million, it was simply negligible. Even though the void battle pole had been upgraded by the Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist and its power had increased, it could only create 7 or 8 similar ripples in the air. No matter what, the first ripple of space had dealt with 1,000,000 strongholds of varying sizes, and its battle record was quite impressive. However, the result of the second ripple of space was truly speechless. Yi Xian's actions gave people the feeling that he had already lost his footing and was wasting the kinetic energy of the war pole. However, in reality, Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with the result of the second ripple of space. It had nothing to do with the hundreds of thousands of battleships that had been torn apart in an instant. The reason why he was satisfied was because the second ripple of space had also blasted out a region of space turbulence that was millions of kilometers wide in front of him. This was Yi Xian's goal. However, the second wave was clearly not the end. It could even be said that it was only the beginning. After the second wave of ripples exploded out, Yi Xian still did not hesitate. In the next second, he directly adjusted the direction of the void battle pole beneath his feet. The huge mouth of the war pole quickly turned and pointed in a third direction, which happened to be on the right side of the chaotic void that had collapsed first, next to each other. Then Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another attack. Buzz. 1. A low buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb arose. Another ripple visible to the naked eye shot out from the huge mouth of the Jianghu, roaring and roaring. It was followed by another deafening explosion and the crisp sound of fabric being torn apart. But this time, the number of warships that were torn apart by the third wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only 60 to 70,000 warships. After 3 consecutive bombardments, the 3 void ripples consumed a large amount of the war pulsar's kinetic energy. The battle results were getting less and less, but Yi Xian was still enjoying it. After waving his hand and putting away the void battle pulsar, his figure disappeared. After performing a few teleportations, he soon crossed thousands of miles of void and came to the left edge of the turbulent void created by the second void ripple. In the next moment, the void battle pulsar that had just been put away appeared again. It lay across the void and was immediately activated. The fourth void ripple whizzed out from the huge mouth of the war pulsar. This time, although some warships were still torn apart, the number was still embarrassing. There were only a few tens of thousands of warships. However, the void in front of the war pulsar, which was millions of miles in diameter, turned into a turbulent void full of void cracks and countless small vortexes, just like the previous 3 times. Bring. In just over 20 breaths, 4 turbulent vortexes had appeared in this area. Each of them was millions of miles in diameter. They were lined up in a row, and the gap between them was only a few tens of thousands of miles. It was so narrow that only 10,000 warships could pass through side by side. At this point, almost all the experts of the 3 camps had understood the real purpose of Yi Xian's actions. This was clearly a blockade. He wanted to block the 50 million warships of the 2 camps in front of him with a line of large-scale turbulent void. Even if there were gaps between the turbulent void, each gap was only a few tens of thousands of miles long, only enough to allow 10,000 warships to pass through side by side. Once this goal was successfully achieved, the more than 50 million battleships of the two opposing factions would instantly lose their deterrence effect. No matter how many soldiers they had, they would only have a few narrow paths to get through. If you have the ability to come here, I will set up a formation at the end of the narrow path and wait for you. If a small team comes out, I will immediately wipe it out. Of course, the 50 million warships blocked by the turbulent void could also split into two and go around the two ends of the line formed by the turbulent void, then go around and meet up again. However, this would take a lot of time. During this time, the demon race had enough room to make other arrangements. In short, once this line of turbulent void was truly formed, the 50 million warships of the two camps would be completely passive from now on. Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon race, was clearly trying to turn the tide by himself. But now, these four turbulent voids, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles, had formed a void barrier that was over 10 million miles long. If he were allowed to continue like this, he would be able to create another 4 or 5 such turbulent voids and connect them into a single line. At that time, the line of void would be more than 20 million miles long, and a natural void chasm would basically be formed. Even though the two large expeditionary camps had circled around from both sides, during this period of time, the demons had enough time to make more follow-up arrangements. The originally hopeless situation was instantly reversed. At the very least, they had won a glimmer of hope. Even in terms of high-end battle strength at the level of immortal old monsters, the demon race could only face being crushed. However, in terms of conventional battle strength, the two camps with a terrifying fleet of more than 50 million warships were forced to run for their lives by the demon race in the end. This was simply a disgrace. Regarding this, Cao, Gongshou Xan, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal old monsters in the command council of the various camps in the second universe absolutely couldn't accept this. It was too sullen. The few old monsters immediately roared and stamped their feet in anger. Stop him! Stop him now! Damn demon race, too cunning. He is already in a situation where death is certain, but he still wants to play this kind of trick. He has humiliated us. We can't atone for it even if we die 10,000 times. Kill this Mo kid now. No matter what, we can't let this natural void chasm truly form. Otherwise, the 50 million warships of the two camps will be completely passive. This is too sullen. Stop him now, roar. I will do it myself. I will skin this damn little bastard alive. Chapter 40:11. Wong. Wong. A deep buzzing sound that made one's scalp numb resounded. A fifth ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the battlecruiser and whizzed out. This time, there wasn't even a loud explosion or the crisp sound of ripping fabric. The number of warships that were torn apart by this wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only a few thousand of them. After all the experts of the two camps had basically seen through Yi Xian's purpose, and through this point, they had analyzed in advance where the battlecruiser under his feet was going to attack next. Therefore, the nearby battleships had basically already fled before this wave of ripples. Like stray dogs, they hurriedly avoided it. However, Yi Xian didn't mind in the slightest because the effect of this wave of spatial ripples was still the same. The chaotic void in front of him, which had a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers, had already changed from 4 to 5, and the battlecruiser under his feet could barely be launched 3 more times. Without any hesitation, after adjusting the direction again, Yi Xian gave the order, and the 6th wave of ripples appeared. The 5 turbulent void space became 6 and lined up in the void space a million miles ahead. The horizontal distance of the void space had reached more than 20 million miles. There were still 2 waves of ripples left, but Yi Xian didn't intend to launch them here. The edge of this turbulent void space was already millions of miles away from the edge of the third universe's human camp on the left. It was enough. With a wave of his hand, the battlecruiser under his feet was put away, and Yi Xian's figure disappeared again. Now that he was a Star Lord, even the Immortal Realm experts would have a hard time detecting his perfect vibration using the secret technique of spirit power. After hiding his figure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. He used his extreme speed and rushed to the other side of this horizontal sky barrier. He planned to launch the last 2 waves of ripples from that side. Once completed, the entire sky barrier would be completely formed, and the horizontal distance of the void space would be more than 3,000 miles. Thousands of miles away. What Yi Xian didn't know was that at the same time he disappeared, one of the 9 half-step Immortal Realm experts in the second universe sneered and stepped out of the flagship stronghold, disappearing in an instant. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the demon brother Mo Jinfeng wouldn't stop here. There would definitely be 1 or 2 more waves of ripples, and it would definitely be in the void space on the right side of the second universe's army. This half-step immortal realm expert didn't sense Yi Xian's direction at all. He was sure that he would go in that direction and rushed to stop him. After a short 10 breaths, Yi Xian arrived at his destination and directly appeared. However, before he could wave of the void space in front of him, an extremely powerful pressure aura locked his figure in the void space on the right side of his body. This was a half-step immortal realm expert, whose cultivation base had reached universe 9th perfection. He came from the Yingji clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. Many of the clan's experts and higher-ups had died at the hands of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master and immemorial Little Ape demons. At this moment, as soon as the half-step immortal realm ancestor of the Yingji clan appeared, he instantly revealed his bloodline true body and transformed into a huge bird that shone with a silver radiance. With a flap of his wings, he pounced towards Yi Xian. His sharp beak emitted a blazing silver light that emitted a golden radiance. It was obvious that he could pierce through metal and stone. This was the rhythm of cutting Yi Xian's abdomen open. Noisy. Yi Xian turned around and let out a roar. The aura around him surged and he waved his raised hand again. However, this time, although a war talisman was summoned, it wasn't the grayish-black void space talisman but the golden time talisman. Almost as soon as the time talisman appeared, Yi Xian gave the order to the cyan gold slime emperor inside the war talisman to launch an all-out attack. In the blink of an eye, the cyan gold slime emperor in the core node of the war talisman immediately took action. The 10 purple gold slime kings and tens of millions of gold slime kings in the thousands of beehive nodes all received the order to launch an all-out attack. A familiar buzzing sound was heard. Invisible ripples spread out from the cyan gold slime emperor's body and entered the walls of the beehive nodes. Along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the time talisman, causing the tens of millions of slimes inside to tremble. The long golden threads under their abdomens bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Countless golden curtains overlapped with each other and gathered into one. Finally, the faint golden light turned into a faint purple gold light. Although the purple gold light was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in its power. There was even a hint of cyan gold light that was faintly discernible. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes one by one. Along the pipes on the outer walls, it flowed back to the core beehive node where the cyan gold slime emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. The core beehive node in the central region of the 9th ring inside the war talisman's huge mouth suddenly lit up, erupting with a blazing purple gold light. In an instant, it turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples like tides instantly gave birth to a huge fan. Wide-shaped ripples. It rapidly expanded forward like a dazzling purple gold tide, pushing forward with a rumbling sound. This is... The 10,000 zhang long silver G-bird's figure froze and let out a cry of shock. He turned around and tried to escape. After all, the war talisman was too famous. It was said that there were even immortal realm old monsters that fell under its power. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. At this moment, this violet gold fan-shaped tide that represented the might of the passage of time had completely enveloped this corner of space, and some sort of mysterious might had already swept out, causing Yin Jiqin's figure to stiffen. It seemed as if it had been sealed, and it was fixed in that expanse of space and was unable to move at all. This was really too sullen. A dignified half-step immortal realm expert actually couldn't even move his body. He was so furious that the killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. He gritted his teeth and endured. Walala! The purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the silver G-bird's huge true body instantly changed. The countless feathers that were originally shining with silver light had completely dimmed in less than half an instant, falling into a gray state. Then, as the purple gold tide flowed past his body, these gray feathers fell off one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he became a bald chicken. But this was not the end because the purple gold tide had not completely flowed past. Large pieces of flesh began to peel off, and in less than half an instant, it had already spread all over his body, causing his entire true body to become riddled with holes. Many of his internal organs were even exposed. There were even some organs that, because of the loss of flesh and blood, lost the strength to support them and directly fell out of his abdomen, first floating into the void. Chapter 40:12. Ordinary immortal realm old monsters, if they didn't have any special encounters, could live up to 100,000 years. The silver owl bird in front of him was only at the universe grade 9 perfection. Although it was known as a half-step immortal, it wasn't a true immortal old monster. And now, in the War of Time, a wave of purple gold tide blasted out, representing the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to die on the spot, he was already half dead. It could be said that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second wave. As a matter of fact, this half-step immortal Yingji clan ancestor would have fallen in just half a wave of similar time tides. However, Yi Xian clearly didn't plan to use it again. Not long ago, the Battle of Time had just unleashed 3 waves of Tide of Time. Now it was already the 4th wave. There were probably only 3 or 4 waves left. Each wave was very precious and he couldn't waste it on a half-step immortal. With a wave of his hand, the Time War talisman was put away. At this moment, the Yingji clan's half-step immortal expert was on the verge of death. He wouldn't die, but he was in a half-dead state. Yi Xian didn't even take out the Shinnon cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he sucked him into the cauldron's space. If he was at his peak, Yi Xian would have to rely on the domain of the Shinnon cauldron to capture a half-step undying that was far stronger than him. But now that he was on the brink of death, Yi Xian could directly absorb him into the cauldron with his own strength. At the same time, he took out the void battle claws again and aimed at the void in front of him. The 6th wave of void ripples instantly blasted out. In just a short moment, another turbulent void zone with a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers appeared in front of them. However, this was still not the end. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the void battle hammer should be able to blast out one more void ripple. This would be the last wave. After this wave of attacks, the void battle claws could no longer be used in a short period of time. The tens of millions of void soldier ladles that acted as the kinetic energy of the battle claws needed some time to recover. As for the other 3 great Starry Skies war claws, the Time War claws still had 3 to 4 waves of purple gold tidal force. The Weeping Soul war claws still had a wave of full-powered Weeping Soul war claws that could kill anyone below the level of Universe Realm. As for the Blood Mosquito war claws, it should be able to unleash its full power once more. In a short period of time, almost half of the power of the 4 great war hulas had been depleted. This was very helpless, but Yi Xian had no other choice. This was the situation. With absolute determination, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to attack once again. Buzz. Buzz. A deep buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb resounded. The 8th visible ripple in the void rushed out from the huge mouth of the Zhanla and whizzed out. The thunderous explosion and the crisp sound of ripping could not be heard at all. Not a single battleship was torn apart by this wave of space ripples. The only thing that could be heard was the cracking noises of space ripples, which were as dense as raindrops, echoing like tides. After the last wave of ripples exploded out, Yi Xian directly waved his hand and stored the void battle armor into the undying world within his body. When he looked over, a complacent and sinister smile appeared on his face. Millions of miles ahead of him, there were a total of 8 turbulent void streams reflected in his eyes. Each of them had a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. The 8 turbulent void streams were lined up in a row, forming a void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long. It blocked the front, blocking the 2 great punitive expedition formations on the other side. The more than 50 million battleships of the camp were blocked mercilessly. Although there were gaps between the 8 turbulent void streams, there were 7 in total. Each gap was more than 100,000 miles long. It was like 7 narrow canyons. However, if the 2 camps on the other side passed through these 7 canyons, the 10,000 battleships that rushed out from the other side of the canyons would be thrown into chaos immediately. They would be destroyed by the cannons. As for splitting up and going around this long void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long, it would take a lot of time. It was enough for the demon race camp to make all kinds of follow-up arrangements. It could be said that with the formation of this long void chasm, the terrifying battleship army of more than 50 million battleships of the 2 camps on the other side of the chasm had lost its original deterrent force in an instant. They had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous and passive situation. This was the countermeasure that Yi Xian had thought of for a long time. Moreover, he had successfully completed it with his own strength. In the process, he even heavily injured and captured a half-step immortal ancestor of the Second Universe's Yingji clan alive. It had to be said that this was definitely a miracle. Everything happened too quickly. From the appearance of the first turbulent void stream to the formation of the entire void chasm, only a few minutes had passed. However, in such a short period of time, the 2 camps' super battleships that originally had all the advantages and initiative completely lost their advantage and fell into a passive situation. All of this was like a dream. In just a few minutes, the current situation was completely different from before. And all of this was accomplished by Yi Xian's strength alone. Behind him, the demon race camp cheered like a mountain. In the central flagship fortress, the upper echelons of the demon race royal family looked at each other with relieved expressions. Before this, they were still worried about Yi Xian. They were worried that he would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the two camps by himself. If a few immortal old monsters locked onto him at the same time and carried out a decapitation operation, the demon race would fall into an extremely passive situation. Even the old ancestor of the demon race, who was already confident in this battle, would be restrained. It was hard to predict what would happen next. However, they never would have thought that the 10 immortal realm old monsters in the opposing camp would actually not make a move. It was unknown if it was because of their face or if they had other considerations. But in the end, Yi Xian was able to reverse the originally disadvantageous situation with lightning speed in a few short minutes. In fact, during this period of time, a half-step immortal realm expert had tried to stop Yi Xian from killing him, but in the end Yi Xian had crushed the half-step immortal realm expert with ease. Such a method was simply amazing. Everything he did was indeed worthy of the demon race's cheers, as if they were worshipping him. On the contrary, while countless demon race experts in the 20 million battleships of the demon race camp were cheering thunderously, on the other side of the void chasm that stretched for more than 30 million miles. In more than 50 million battleships of various types from the two expeditionary camps, the experts from the top forces and clans from the third and second universes were dumbfounded and fell into a dead silence. They never expected that this battle would fall into such an awkward situation before it even began. Although the upper echelons of the various clans knew about the existence of the 11 immortal old monsters hidden in the dark, even now, they never doubted that the demon race would lose this battle. But most of the other bottom-level experts did not know about this. Seeing that the originally good situation had evolved into such a speechless situation in the blink of an eye, these bottom-level experts of the various clans and top forces almost all had a sense of depression in their hearts. Chapter 40:13. Oh. In the void, howls that sounded like the howls of wolves resounded without end, and they came from the central region where the three camps fought. There, over 5 million native ferocious beasts had transformed into bandits that wreaked havoc in the void, and they were mercilessly plundering. There were originally tens of millions of lifeless corpses in the void. Most of them were the bloodline true bodies of experts of various races other than the human race. They were incomparably huge, but for these millions of native beasts, it was not a problem at all. In just a short 10 minutes, all the corpses were divided up by nearly 6 million native beasts and stored in the storage space in their bodies. As for the corpses of the human race experts, according to Yi Xian's instructions, these native beasts did not touch a single one. Right now, all the bloodline true body remains of the experts of every race had been divided up. 2 or 3 of these native beasts were in charge of each warship, pushing or pulling the 2.5 million undamaged fortresses in the void toward the opposite side of the Abyss Devil's camp. This scene was reflected in the eyes of countless experts of the two camps on the other side of the void chasm, and immediately provoked a wave of curses. Too sullen. The demon race and this group of native beasts were in cahoots with each other. It was simply shameless to the point of making one's hair stand on end. In the 2.5 million strongholds of various sizes, tens of millions of experts of various races were first destroyed in a single blow, and then even the corpses left behind did not have a good ending. Except for about a quarter of them, they were too inconspicuous. They were probably disdained because they felt that there was not much meat left, so they were not brought along. Outside, the bloodline true bodies of the countless experts of various races, without exception, were divided up by these millions of native beasts in the blink of an eye. Seeing how their eyes were glowing with greed when they were dividing up the corpses, it was likely that they would take some out and feast on them when they returned. But this was not the end. They killed people and lost the corpses. In the end, these shameless fellows did not even let go of the 2.5 million strongholds that had been reduced to ghost warships. They dragged or pulled, and all of them were moved to the opposite camp. This opening battle was simply infuriating. Originally, they had intended to give the demons a tight slap in the face. But in the end, not only had they lost tens of millions of powerhouses from various races, but they had also allowed the demons to pick up 2.5 million fortresses of various sizes for free. This was simply an act of bolstering the enemy before the battle. When they thought of this, the countless experts of the two camps felt like dying. Many of them were so angry that they spat out blood on the spot. All of this, no matter how big or small, was witnessed by the 11 immortal realm old monsters in the void tens of millions of miles behind the two camps. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, the originally favorable situation turned into a passive situation in the blink of an eye. There was even a half-step immortal from the various camps of the second universe that was suppressed because of this. However, these 11 undyings weren't moved at all. From their point of view, the deciding factor of today's battle was the high-level undyings. The main task of the normal battle force was to represent the various races and pinnacle powers after the entire demon race was annihilated. It was just to fight for their own interest. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, at least the demon's younger brother Mo Jinfeng had shown up. As long as he was there, they would be able to force out the demon ancestor that they regarded as a great threat. A bunch of trash. They have an army of more than 50 million battleships. It's just the start of the battle and they've already turned the situation around. And they've only sent out one person. This battle is simply a classic failure. The demon's younger brother Mo Jinfeng? As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, known as the #1 existence among the younger generation. This battle was indeed breathtaking and remarkable. In the end, he's just relying on external objects. His own strength is too weak. He's only at the 3rd level of the Star Lord state. I heard that he has the bloodline ability of the ancient ape demons and a bloodline ability similar to the 9 changes of the Lion Fury of the Battle Lions. He can perform the 4th change and become a 3rd level domain lord in an instant. Now, it seems that the immortal realm old man of the Federation has indeed been killed by him. That Golden Time War Scroll is very amazing. After it's activated, it can manifest the power of the laws of time in the universe. Judging from how the half-step immortal realm expert of the Yingji clan was on the verge of death after one wave of the tide, it seems that the purple tide is a purple tide. Each wave of the purple-gold tide should represent the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. 30,000 years in a single tide? Even us immortals can't withstand 3 waves. This is indeed a great killing weapon, capable of killing immortals. However, according to this old man's calculations, that Time War talisman can at most trigger 3 more waves of similar purple-gold tides. In other words, this demon brother Mo Jinfeng, that demon's younger brother Mo Jinfeng, still has the ability to suppress an immortal realm expert. But that's all. Apart from the Time War Scroll, he has 3 other battle scrolls. The Void War Scroll he used just now is useless, and the Weeping Soul War Scroll he used first seems to only have the power for 1 attack. Although its power covers a wide range, it can only roar at existences below the universe realm. It's only a slight disturbance to us immortals, but it's completely negligible. Give the order. Stop the starship battle for now. Let the half-step immortal realm experts intercept Mo Jinfeng and force him to consume the 3 waves of purple tide of the Golden Time War Scroll. That's right. That's indeed a threat. Once the demon's grand ancestor shows up, we'll definitely take action. That Mo Jinfeng has such a great weapon that can threaten us. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. Although we still can't turn the tables, we're all honorable existences. Even if we're only lightly wounded by this ant-like junior, we can't accept it. It's too shameful. If we can force the demon's grand ancestor to show up, that'll be even better. This battle can end in a short time. After a round of discussion, the 11 Immortal Realm experts' orders were quickly passed to the higher-ups of their clans through their secret channels. At this moment, the millions of indigenous beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle had already pushed the 2.5 million fortresses back to the demon's camp. There were some corpses of human warriors left in the void. Other than that, there were some wreckage and fragments of various battleships. However, these things were all slowly drifting in one direction. 8 turbulent void streams with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles released a suction force that was devouring these remains. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this vast central region battlefield would once again be as empty as a washing machine. Roar. Chapter 40:14. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded. The half-step immortal warrior of the Battle Lion race stepped out of a flagship fortress of the Second Universe and showed his bloodline true body. Even his race's 9 transformation lion race's innate ability was fully activated at the first moment. Blood ferocious lion. 5th change. Roar. With his last roar, the half-step immortal lion of the Battle Lion race, Lian Feng, once again expanded in size. In an instant he reached an astonishing level and even Yi Xian was shocked. His 9 changes of the demonic ape had been derived from the 9 changes of the wild lion bloodline technique of the Battle Lions. Their power and effects were basically the same. There wasn't much difference between them at all. When Yi Xian performed the 4th change of the demonic ape, he would have a demonic ape true body with an astounding amount of blood. He would be 100,000 meters tall, which meant that he would be 300,000 meters tall. He would be as big as a planet, like a small shooting star. The fifth change of the demonic ape would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the fourth change, but the absorption system hadn't figured it out yet. It was the same for the fifth change of the wild lion. It would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the fourth change. Lian Feng, the half-step immortal lion of the wild lion clan, had performed the fifth change of the blood-ferocious lion. He would eventually reach a height of 1,000,000 meters. 10 million zhang, which was 3 million meters high, was 3,000 kilometers wide. It was like a small star. Countless starry sky experts in the 3 camps outside the central domain battlefield were all dumbfounded. For a moment, the void was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold breaths like a tide. Roar! Little bastard Mo, come out and face your death. The roar made the void tremble. Although Lian Feng was only half-step immortal, he had reached the immortal state with the help of the fifth change of the wild lion bloodline, which was the same as Yi Xian's 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. He couldn't have been more ambitious at that moment, because the person he was challenging was merely an ant in the Star-Lord state. However, Shi Lianfeng didn't feel awkward at all. Although Mo Jufeng's cultivation base wasn't strong, he had killed immortal realm old monsters before. Just now, he had mercilessly suppressed a half-step immortal realm old monster. Without a half-step immortal cultivation base or above, no one was qualified to challenge such an existence. You want to challenge me? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his heart was instantly filled with fighting spirit. He said in a clear voice, "All right, my cultivation has risen too quickly recently, and I need a fierce battle to temper myself. Since that's the case, this king will challenge the immortal realm today." As soon as these words were spoken, the devil cultivator camp behind them immediately went into an uproar. A Star Lord against an immortal state expert state expert? This was more than just a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, it wasn't just a one-on-one battle. After the Star Lord level, there were still the Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, Universe grade. This was a one-on-one battle that exceeded 3 whole realms. This was definitely unprecedented. However, it was going to happen that day. It was destined to be earth-shattering. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. His cultivation soared from the 3rd level of the Star Lord realm to the 8th level. Then he performed the 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. 9 changes of the demonic ape. First change. Amidst the violent roar, the ancient demon ape, which was 100 feet tall, suddenly grew in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged in its body, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient demonic ape's 3 true forms were greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter-tall ancient demonic ape grew to 100 meters tall. Cultivation strength. Peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state. The last roar was heard. 9 changes of the demonic ape. Second change. This roar shook the entire area. The 3 heads of the ancient demonic ape raised their heads and roared at the same time. A corner of the void trembled slightly, and its bloodline true body expanded 10 times in an instant, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Its cultivation aura soared again because of that. This time, it surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state and reached the 1st level of the Region Lord state. In just 2 breaths, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had increased by a level. He was now a Star Lord and a Region Lord. However, that wasn't his end. If Yi Xian was willing, he could perform the 3rd and 4th changes of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. His body would soar to 100,000 meters, and his cultivation would reach the 3rd level of the Region Lord state. However, he didn't make such a choice. While the 1st level of the Region Lord state was 2 levels higher than the 3rd level of the Region Lord state, Yi Xian's demonic ape true form would reach a height of 300,000 meters under the 4th change of the demonic ape true form. Even though his vitality had increased by countless times, his agility was still lacking when compared to his current size. He was restrained too much. The immortal lion of the Berserk lion race had reached a height of 3 million meters under the 5th change of the Berserk lion race. Even if Yi Xian were to perform the 4th change of the demonic ape true form, he would still be far inferior to it. Since that was the case, why should he compete with his opponent in terms of size and physical strength? He was destined to lose. It was better to maintain his size at around 3 kilometers, which was the 2nd change of the demonic ape true form. In that way, his cultivation would be able to surmount an entire realm and attain the Region Lord state from the Star Lord state, yet he wouldn't lose his agility. This was Yi Xian's choice. He'd already decided to fight this immortal berserk lion in a wandering battle. The opponent's body was over 1,000,000 meters tall. Although its blood and chi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, it was definitely lacking in terms of flexibility. Yi Xian's cultivation was relatively weak, so a wandering battle was the most suitable method. However, even though this enormous lion didn't possess the ability of a true Eternal Realm expert because it was merely at the half-step Eternal Realm, and it was only because it executed the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion and activated its bloodline, causing its vital blood to rise explosively and enter the Eternal Realm. However, its physical strength and vital blood were truly at the Eternal Realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian was merely at the Region Lord Realm under the second change of the demonic ape true form, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. It could be said that he wouldn't even be able to endure a single slap from the immortal lion, and he would definitely perish on the spot if he was struck by it. So, even if Yi Xian had decided to move about, he still couldn't lack the necessary protection. Chapter 40:15. No matter if it was the Undying Nirvana armor or the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, their outer appearance had changed after the final refinement, and they hadn't been exposed under the identity of Prince Xian. So, Yi Xian wasn't afraid that his identity as Prince Xian would be exposed when he utilized the Undying Nirvana armor at this moment. Whoosh! A layer of dazzling purple light flowed through Yi Xian's entire body. On the 3,000-meter-tall Devil Ape's true body, a layer of gorgeous battle armor was instantly draped over it. Light overflowed in all directions, and its aura was agile and oppressive. Presently, the Undying Nirvana armor was a starry sky treasure, and it could be sized at will. It could even be utilized by the enormous body of the Devil Ape. However, just the armor alone was clearly not enough. In an instant, a savage blood-black enormous blade appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was his combat weapon, the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, and it was similarly a starry sky treasure that possessed shocking might. Swish! In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand once more, and a small private battleship, the Voidbreaker Shuttle, appeared and floated beneath his feet. At this moment, he possessed a 3 kilometers true body while the Voidbreaker Shuttle was merely a kilometer in its ordinary state. At this moment, when it was utilized, Yi Xian stood on it as if he was standing on a flying sword. It was suitable. Only with the Voidbreaker Shuttle could his speed and agility attain their limits. This shuttle had similarly advanced into the Starry Sky Treasure grade, and it was rare in the world. At the very least, since Yi Xian entered the Starry Sky, he'd never seen a second Starry Sky Treasure grade battleship that was created by man. Of course, the Wild Dragon vessel was an exception because it wasn't a battleship anymore. The world bugs were living beings, and the entire Wild Dragon vessel was actually a group of world bugs. Countless exclamations of surprise instantly resounded from the 3 groups that were in confrontation with each other. What? 3 Starry Sky Treasures? This? Armor, weapons, and a small private battleship. All of them are actually Starry Sky Treasures. Young Master Ling Hu really deserves to be one of the 3 absolute existences in the world. All of his magic treasures were created by himself, and they've actually attained the Starry Sky Treasure grade. Now that he's equipped at the same time, even though his cultivation is merely at the Region Lord Realm, merely these 3 precious treasures are sufficient to allow his combat strength to rise greatly, and he'll even be able to fight a world lord in a head-on battle. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This time he's facing an undying being. The gap between them is still too great. Roar! With just 3 Starry Sky Treasures you want to jump realms and challenge immortals? Little Imo, you're too naive. In the void, Lion Lianfeng, who was 1,000,000 zhang in size and looked like a small star, roared furiously without end. His chi and blood were too abundant, shaking the void to the point that it was trembling. Where's your great killing weapon? Why don't you bring it out? Are you looking down on me? The reason he came out to fight was because he had received instructions from the immortal realm old freaks of his race. His purpose was to consume the kinetic energy of Yi Xian's Time War Talisman. With his current state of cultivation at the Undying Realm, his terrifying true form and monstrous chi and blood, he wouldn't perish at all if he forcefully resisted 1 or 2 waves of violet gold tides, and he would at most be heavily injured. He'd risked being heavily injured to help those 11 immortals exhaust the Time War Talisman that caused them to fear the rhythm of the violet gold tides. This was something that only an ancestor of the War Lion race who possessed the bloodline divine ability, the 9 forms of the Mad Lion, was capable of accomplishing. Once he completed this assignment, then when the Devilman race was annihilated and the various races and top-rate powers divided the benefits, this accomplishment of his would allow the War Lion race to obtain even more benefits and an even greater share. This king is merely tempering my body in this battle, digesting the gains I've obtained recently, and dealing with the drawbacks of advancing too quickly in my cultivation. Why should I utilize the Starry Sky War Talisman? Yi Xian sneered. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already dashed out. He charged towards Wuxia and slashed out with his blade, killing an undying being like you using all 3 treasures. Enough. This was clearly the rhythm of using the opponent as a whetstone. A dignified undying being was actually reduced to a training partner, being looked down upon to the extreme. Lian Lianfeng's blood and qi churned, roaring endlessly. He raised his left forelimb, slapping down at Yi Xian who was shooting over. Just like swatting a fly, he was using his actions to express the contempt and ridicule in his heart. Swish. The Starry Sky Supreme Treasure void-shattering shuttle under his feet flashed brilliantly, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly changed direction, drawing a perfect arc in the void with extreme dexterity. His speed suddenly doubled, and in half an instant he had already approached Shi Lianfeng's left rib area. Oh! A muffled sound rang out. The right hand of the devil ape true body chopped down. The withered demon blood blade flickered and left behind a bloody wound on Shi Lianfeng's left rib. Light golden blood splashed in the air. Oh! Shi Lianfeng felt the pain, and as if a conditioned reflex, he spat out the same word full of resentment. His figure turned and his right palm rumbled. Ant, with just this kind of attack and power, you want to kill this senior? Is your brain flooded with water? Yi Xian sneered, urging the void-shattering shuttle under his feet. His figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers in the void, once again drawing a beautiful arc. At the same time he nimbly dodged this attack, he had already rushed to another area. The withered demon blood blade in his hand let out a cheerful cry, once again chopping down. The withered demon blood blade was a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure. Even if it was an undying old monster's body, it could still break through the defenses, but it did not penetrate deeply. Just now, although this chop left a 3,000 zhang long wound on Shi Lianfeng's war lion true body, the latter, under the Mad Lion's 5th transformation, had now become a colossus of 1,000,000 zhang. This was because he was like a small star. A mere 3,000 zhang long wound, to him, was completely the same as a mosquito bite. Not to mention injuring his muscles and bones, it could not even be considered a superficial wound. However, Yi Xian was very satisfied, the cold smile on his face as before. In that chop just now, the withered demon blood blade had already awakened. At the same time the blood blade cut open Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it had already taken the opportunity to absorb some of his blood energy and life force. Shi Lianfeng's body was 1,000,000 zhang long, his blood and qi overflowing the heavens. Losing some of his blood energy and life force would not cause him to feel anything at all, but in the long run, many little drops make an ocean. Even 1,000 li dike would collapse under an ant's nest. Moreover, other than the withered demon blade's silent attack, every time it attacked, it would absorb a small portion of his blood energy and life force. Yi Xian still had other backup plans, and that was to temper poison. A few days ago, he had obtained 18 drops of Sky Centipede's poison from the Alliance of 10,000 Races immortal old monster flying centipede. That was a terrifying poison that could even corrode the void. Before Yi Xian took out the withered demon blood blade, he had already taken out a drop of the poison and diluted it with the innate Yin cold spirit liquid from the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. He poured it into the blood blade's edge. Now with that slash just now, this terrifying Sky Centipede's poison had already entered Shi Lianfeng's body through his blood. However, because it had been diluted, Shi Lianfeng did not feel it at all. Although he felt pain, he thought that it was caused by his flesh being cut open, and did not cause it at all. Chapter 40:16. The battle began and soon it was in full swing. The withered demon blood blade in Yi Xian's hand slashed out from time to time, each time leaving a bloody mark on Shi Lianfeng's huge bloodline true body. Although it did not penetrate deeply into Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it looked shocking. Unfortunately for the latter's terrifying body, these hundreds of thousands of meters long bloody marks were really only superficial wounds. Every time the blood blade slashed down, the withered demon blade in the blade would let out a cheerful cry. To it, this was definitely a sumptuous meal because although there was usually flesh and blood that could absorb qi and blood, it was only of ordinary quality. As for the battle lion in front of him, its bloodline had already evolved to a relatively high level. Its cultivation was in the 5th transformation of the Berserk lion, and it had already stepped into the immortal realm. The quality of the qi and blood in its body was definitely not something that ordinary fierce beasts or starry sky experts could compare to. Today the withered demon blade spirit had fully awakened after the last upgrade. It was no longer just the original blood demon, but had all kinds of unique attributes of the ancient great demon withered demon. Like the rebirth of a withered demon, what it needed was precisely this kind of high-quality chi and blood. Thus, its evolution had great benefits. Yi Xian's speed was too fast. The 3,000 feet long bloodline true body stepped on the void-shattering shuttle and used it as a flying sword. Under its full power, it was like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Although Shi Lianfeng's 3 million feet long bloodline true body had unparalleled chi and blood and was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end after all, it was too clumsy and heavy. Although he kept roaring furiously and the entire space was about to collapse, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian in a short period of time. His movements were always half a beat slower, and he was unable to keep up with his figure. When the battle began, Shi Lianfeng's bloodline true body alone was already 1,000,000 feet tall. Coupled with his immortal realm cultivation base, the two of them occupied a huge space as they fought. The space between the two of them was close to 20 million miles, and it was almost completely covered by the bloodline true body. On the other side, although countless starry sky experts of the three camps were paying close attention to the development of the battle, the higher-ups of the various camps were still issuing orders from time to time. On the demon's side, nearly 20 million battleships began to change their formation in the void. A group of indigenous ferocious beasts rubbed their hands and stared fiercely at the various factions of the second universe in the void 20 million miles away. In their eyes, the battleships in the void opposite them were filled with flesh and blood. They couldn't wait to rush over and wreak havoc. As for the camps of the third universe's human race and the second universe's races, which were separated by the natural void chasm, a large number of strongholds, big and small, had been set aside. They were all gathering at the two turbulent voids in the center. All of these fortresses were equipped with special space-repairing devices, which were large-scale space-healing devices. Lined up in front of Jianghu, these 8 turbulent void streams were enormous, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. But there were also quite a number of fortresses of different sizes. Now, all the fortresses of different sizes were gathered at the two turbulent void streams. They were fully activating the space-healing devices to repair the universe void that had been destroyed by the void battle. In fact, it didn't take too long to see results. A conservative estimate was that at most half an hour, these two turbulent voids would be able to return to normal. If there was time, 2 more places would be repaired. Then this natural void chasm, which was separated by 8 turbulent voids and stretched for 30 million miles, would completely lose its meaning. It would no longer be able to fight against the tens of millions of soldiers of the two camps. The army of battleships would form any effective restraint. Everything was unfolding in full swing. With the passage of time, the two turbulent void spaces at the center of the space vortex, which were close to each other, started to shrink rapidly from the edge of the space vortex as more than 10 million fortresses of different sizes started to activate the space compaction devices to repair them. In the face of all this, the demon race camp was very worried. Seeing that Yi Xian had risked his life to go deep into the enemy camp's front line alone, and that the natural void chasm that they had painstakingly created was about to lose its blocking effect, all the demon race experts were inexplicably indignant. Unfortunately, the two battleship armies facing each other across the void couldn't exchange fire at all. Yi Xian and Shi Lianfeng were fighting fiercely in the central territory, and no battleship could cross this area. On the contrary, in the two camps of the enemy, the starry sky experts from the third universe's human race and the second universe's races quickly cheered up from their previous depression. Their originally low morale was recovering. Because in their view, the demon race's royal brother Mo Jiofeng, who was fighting Shi Lianfeng, was destined to be suppressed in this battle. Yes, he was indeed a monster. He had suppressed an immortal old monster before, and even just now, a half-step immortal old monster was severely injured and captured by him in public in just a short time. But all of that, after all, he had relied on the power of the great killing weapon in his hand to complete it. Now he didn't use the war weapon, but only the battle armor and battleship. With only these 3 starry sky treasures, he wanted to fight an immortal old monster who had stepped into the immortal realm and manifested the bloodline true body. With a terrifying body, the old monster of the Battle Lion clan, whose blood and chi were so abundant that it almost made people despair, he was going to fight head-on. This was obviously not an ordinary arrogance. In everyone's view, he was destined to be defeated in this battle. In addition, the natural void chasm that had just formed and blocked the 50 million battleship armies of the two camps would soon lose its effect. At that time, the 50 million battleship armies would be able to completely crush the demon race army on the other side of the void. The situation was turning for the better, and all this was exciting. Roar. Lion Lianfeng, who was fighting Yi Xian, was also very excited. How could it be just excitement? It was simply anger. It was too sullen. Obviously it was just an ant that could be easily killed, but its speed was extremely fast, and its figure was so agile that it made people's hair stand on end. Every time, his bombardment was half a beat slower, and the opponent easily avoided it. If other immortal old monsters encountered this situation, they might not be like this, because immortal old monsters had their own immortal divine arts and techniques. They had plenty of ways to deal with this situation. However, Shi Lianfeng couldn't. His cultivation strength was originally only at the universe 9th level Great Perfection, which was half-step immortal old monster. Now, although after activating the Mad Lion bloodline and using the 5th transformation of the Bloodlust Frenzy, because of the increase in his body size, he temporarily entered the immortal realm ahead of time. It was just that his physical body was immortal. He didn't have the divine arts and techniques that a half-step immortal old monster should have, so he could only try to crush him with his physical body. Arg. While his heart was sullen and indignant, the area below his right rear ribs was slashed again. A 1,000-meter-long bloody scar appeared, and light golden precious blood splashed out into the air. Shi Lianfeng howled in pain and subconsciously fiercely raised his right arm. Just as he was about to press down with his palm, however, an indescribable feeling of weakness came from within his body like a tide. Chapter 40:17. Ouch! While feeling stifled and indignant in his heart, Shi Lianfeng let out a furious roar from the pain, and he was just about to press down with his palm when a strong feeling of weakness came from his body at this moment, and it was continuous like the tide, causing his mind to shake violently as he cried out in astonishment. Wait, what happened? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly staggered in the void and almost fell into the void. As an immortal being, after activating his bloodline true body, he had a terrifying body that was 3 million feet tall. His chi and blood were so abundant that it made people's hair stand on end. But now he felt so weak that his legs were weak. A sense of alarm rose in his heart. Shi Lianfeng immediately looked inside his mind to check the condition of his body. He quickly discovered an abnormality and raised his head to look at Yi Xian. He roared endlessly, "Stinking brat, what did you do? I have lost 20% of my chi and blood. And what is the black fog in my body? Why can't I get rid of it? Is your saber poisoned? Congratulations, you got it right." Yi Xian sneered and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in another direction. He raised his saber and chopped it down. He murmured to himself, "It is said that before the heaven and earth were separated, there was a great demon in the outer space who lost his memory. The evil thoughts in his heart were no longer there. He hid in the depths of the void and spent all his time there. But one day the evil thoughts were completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered saber with black light. The demonic nature of this saber is too strong. It killed countless creatures. Those who died had their souls destroyed. It is the withered demon saber." Puff! As he spoke to this point, the withered demon blood blade in his hand, which glowed with a bloody light, suddenly fell down. With a puff, it left behind a hideous cut on Shi Lianfeng's left thigh. There is a blade spirit sealed in this king's weapon. It is the withered demon. As for the poison you mentioned, alright, I admit it. A few days ago I accidentally killed a flying centipede. To be precise, it was an immortal heavenly centipede. Its bloodline had evolved to the peak of this species, becoming a different kind of creature. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back, and the poisonous fog in its body could corrode even the void. I was lucky to collect the strange poisonous fog in the body of the 9 corners heavenly centipede and condensed a drop of heavenly centipede venom. I have nothing to do these days, so I smeared it back and forth on the saber to pass the time. Puff! Puff! Hearing this, Shi Lianfeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a few arrows. Like a heavy rain, the sky. Immediately after, a shrill howl of agony rang out, causing the void to tremble. Roar! Heavenly centipede venom? To pass the time? To pass the time? You little bastard, you definitely did this on purpose. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng was so angry that he almost doubted his life. If it was the poisonous fog in the body of an ordinary flying centipede, it would be fine. But the 9 corners heavenly centipede was different. As Yi Xian said just now, the 9 corners heavenly centipede was almost no longer a flying centipede. The bloodline in its body had evolved to the peak of this species. It was like a fox that had 9 fox tails. It was equivalent to jumping out of the shackles of life and becoming a 9-tailed celestial fox. The poison in the 9 corners heavenly centipede's body was already extraordinary. What's more, the poison was obtained from an immortal heavenly centipede with the cultivation of the immortal realm. With Shi Lianfeng's current strength, it was impossible for him to expel and refine it. There was no need to continue this battle. He didn't want to fight anymore. He had to find a place to heal his wounds immediately and find a way to expel or refine the poison in his body. Otherwise, he could recover from the loss of a little bit of qi and blood, but with the horrible poison in his body that could even corrode the void, it would definitely damage his foundation. If he wanted to truly step into the immortal realm in this life, it could only be wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Shi Lianfeng was shocked. His entire huge body trembled slightly. He didn't want to continue fighting and directly cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion. His huge body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath's time, he had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. Stinking brat, you win. This senior will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the future. Turning his head to glance at Yi Xian, Shi Lianfeng's eyes emitted a dark light that was filled with endless hatred. He fiercely threw down a few words before turning around to return to the army of the second universe behind him. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Yi Xian sneered and sighed. Aren't you half-step immortal realm? Since you have a grudge, you should take revenge on the spot and leave it for another day. What's the point? Shio. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian activated the Void Shatter shuttle beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a violet ray of light that approached Shi Lianfeng in the blink of an eye. He slashed at Shi Lianfeng with his blade. After the latter cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he had fallen from the immortal realm. His original cultivation at the perfection of the universe 9th realm had been affected by the sky centipede's poison, and he was only at the intermediate universe realm now. But even then he was still much stronger than Yi Xian, who was merely at the first rank of the region lord realm. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng's huge body was no longer bloated and had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. His agility had risen completely as well. When he saw Yi Xian slash at him, he immediately flared up with rage. You're courting death. Bang. Amidst his furious roar, the huge lion didn't dodge or retreat, and he moved forward instead. He directly moved to meet Yi Xian's attack head-on. He raised his right forelimb and was about to slap down. Crack. Swish. The clear sound of lightning suddenly resounded without the slightest sign. Both sides were still a few dozen kilometers apart when the black mist figure within Yi Xian's devil ape true body suddenly waved his hand and executed the spiritual lightning technique. A bolt of black lightning that was around 300 meters in size struck down from the sky and directly descended towards Shi Lianfeng. The latter's figure suddenly froze, and he just avoided this strike when the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded once more. The withered demon blood blade that was originally held in the right hand of the fleshly body instantly transformed into a dark red light that whistled past in the blink of an eye. It was practically biting the tail of the black lightning as it appeared above Shi Lianfeng, to the side of his head. After that, before he could even react, the blade struck down fiercely. Pooh! A muffled sound resounded. Shi Lianfeng was caught off guard, and his head rolled off from his shoulder. A large amount of light golden blood gushed out from his neck cavity, but in the next instant, all of it was absorbed by the withered demon blood blade, and not a single drop was left behind in the void. It was even to the extent that his battle lion body that was originally filled with vital energy and blood had completely withered and shriveled up in a short period of a few moments. He was like a dried corpse, and it was a shocking sight. In the blink of an eye, a half-step immortal realm expert had perished. Not only had his body been destroyed, even his soul core hadn't been able to escape and was transformed into nourishment before being devoured by the withered demon blade. Chapter 40:18. Shio. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the withered demon blood blade turned into a dark red light and directly entered Yi Xian's body. It lay dormant in his undying world and no longer made a sound. This made Yi Xian somewhat stunned. Although Shi Lianfeng had fallen, the battle clearly wasn't over yet. Yi Xian didn't even take the initiative to put away the withered demon blood blade. The weapon was completely under the control of the withered demon blood blade and entered his body on its own accord. This was truly strange, but Yi Xian quickly understood. His heart was filled with joy, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. Shi Lianfeng was a half-step immortal. After being killed in this battle, all of the blood energy in his body, including his primordial spirit, was devoured by the withered demon blood blade. This was definitely a sumptuous meal. Even the withered demon blood blade couldn't withstand it and needed a certain amount of time to digest. Otherwise, the Withered Demon Blood Blade wouldn't have activated the Withered Demon Blood Blade without Yi Xian's permission and entered dormant in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current Withered Demon Blade would have definitely fallen into a deep sleep after activating the Withered Demon Blood Blade and entering Yi Xian's undying world. Not long after, when the Withered Demon Blood Blade awakens again, its evolution level would be even higher. The Withered Demon Blood Blade's domain would also undergo a transformation and upgrade due to the harvest this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately surged with pride. A boundless pressure rumbled out from his body as he turned around and swept his gaze across the space in front of him. He directly called out to the two great expeditionary camps, "Who else is not convinced?" This kind of provocation was blatant disregard. Standing alone in the void, he actually dared to arrogantly shout at the two subjugation camps that had a military strength of over 50 million warships. Everyone felt as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. Ayo! Little bastard with the surname Imo, you're just relying on the fact that you've dipped your demonic blade in poison. Fellow Taoist lion was careless and was tricked by you. How dare you be so arrogant? An earth-shattering roar sounded from the Second Universe's allied army. Then, a giant battle wolf with golden hair rushed out from one of the flagship fortresses. It was one of the top 10 in the Second Universe, the fleet commander of the Greedy Wolf clan. One of the 8 upper echelons of the Camp Command Council, a half-step immortal golden mane greedy wolf. Right now, fellow cultivator lion's blood, chi, and soul have filled up the blade spirit of your poisonous blade. If my guess is correct, the poisonous blade returning to its nest on its own accord must be a sign that the blade spirit has fallen asleep. Let's see what else you can do without the poisonous blade. With a shrill howl, the golden-maned greedy wolf raised its 4 hooves and transformed into a streak of golden light that shot towards the battlefield in front of it. Today I will kill you and avenge the destruction of my Dao Foundation. The ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was called Lang Xiaolin. At this moment he charged out furiously. On one hand it was because he had a violent temper, and he was utterly unable to endure Yi Xian's arrogant provocation. On the other hand, Shi Lianfeng had been defeated too quickly. The 2 chaotic streams of space at the center of the chasm had only just been repaired halfway, and this process couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise everything would be for naught. The space that was being repaired was extremely unstable. Even though Yi Xian was only at the Region Lord realm, he still possessed strength. But if he paid a certain price, he still possessed the ability to destroy it once more. In the end, Lang Xiaolin really did have monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian. The former universe Taoist of the Greedy Wolf clan had been captured by young Master Linghu not long ago, and he'd been able to return to his clan after paying the so-called exit fee. But even if he'd returned, his Dao Foundation had been destroyed, so his cultivation couldn't be recovered even with the assistance of the clan's sacred medicine. That universe Taoist was Lang Xiaolin's grandson, and he could be said to hate Yi Xian to the bone. So, it was within reason that he was the first to charge out right after Shi Lianfeng. You're Lang Gangxiang's grandfather? Yi Xian was rather surprised by this, and his expression instantly became slightly strange. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered. I was able to capture Lang Gangxiang so I can kill you as well. If you know what's good for you, then retreat. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Ignorant kid, I'll definitely kill you today. Roar. Greedy wolf howls at the moon. Lang Xiaolin roared furiously in the end. He raised his head towards the sky while a circle of golden ripples effused out from his body, and it instantly swept towards the distance. This was the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline divine ability, Greedy Wolf howls at the moon. Not every single member of the Greedy Wolf clan was able to awaken it, and it was normal that no one in several generations was able to awaken it. However, as a half-step eternal ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was naturally impossible for him to be unable to execute such a supreme bloodline divine ability. This final howl of the wolf didn't carry any anger, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. However, it seemed to be extremely long, and it seemed to carry some sort of strange rhythm within it. It caused the hearts of countless experts from the 3 great camps to tremble, and they were unable to describe what sort of feeling it was. Then a strange scene appeared. As Lang Xiaolin's long howl resounded throughout the battlefield, a bright moon slowly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. This was not the first time Yi Xian had seen this kind of bloodline divine ability. He had faced it before when he fought against Lang Ganglai, the heaven's pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and Lang Gangqiang, the universe Taoist. It could be said that this kind of bloodline divine ability was extremely difficult to deal with, because the bright moon in the sky was not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability, and it had mysterious power. It was said that wherever the light of this bright moon shone, all the energy would be taken by the caster of this strange divine ability, and he would be able to devour and control it at will. In this way, the greedy wolf clan who had this kind of bloodline divine ability would be invincible after using it. He would be like a real greedy wolf, and he would be able to replenish his energy endlessly during the battle, greedily plundering all the energy under the bright moon, including his opponents. The divine ability was blasted out. Previously, when Yi Xian fought against Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongqiang, although the two were known as the Heaven's Pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and one of them was even the Universe Taoist, they were still juniors after all. Even if they had awakened the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the extent of their comprehension was still very limited. Now, the same bloodline divine ability was clearly different in the hands of the ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, who was a half-step immortal realm ancestor. The most obvious difference was that when Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongqiang used the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the bright moon in the sky condensed by the divine ability was silver. But now, Lang Xiaolin, with his half-step immortal realm cultivation base and higher comprehension attainment, silently displayed the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon. The bright moon in the sky was actually pale gold. Chapter 40:19. Greedy Wolf howls at the moon? This divine ability moon is actually golden? Raising his head, the light golden full moon entered his eyes. Yi Xian's expression couldn't help but freeze. As he muttered to himself, he recalled the scene of the battle between him and Lang Gang. At that time, after Lang Ganglai used Greedy Wolf howls at the moon, Yi Xian used mental lightning to launch an energy attack. However, the moment the outline of those lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed, turning into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky and was directly devoured. At that time, even Yi Xian was shocked. Just now, he realized that in the area illuminated by the moon of the Greedy Wolf in the sky, all energy could be devoured. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't reached the level where he could use the moon of the Greedy Wolf to devour all kinds of energy in an instant, in that moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it would be for the moon to sense it and use its divine ability to devour it. At that time, Yi Xian had used his spiritual lightning technique to blast out a few black spiritual bolts of lightning. In the area illuminated by the moonlight, only those few bolts of lightning were extremely fast and their energy was extremely active, so they were instantly captured and devoured. This kind of bloodline ability that could devour energy at any time in battle was too strange. It was practically undefeatable. Even Lang Gonglia's silver moon back then was already so powerful. And now, this golden moon of the Greedy Wolf in the sky was definitely even more powerful. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. His opponent was a half-step immortal expert. Although he wasn't as strong as Shi Lianfeng, after activating 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he instantly broke through and gained immortal body strength. However, even if he was only a half-step immortal expert, with the help of this golden moon of the Greedy Wolf, Lang Xiaolin's strength and threat wasn't any weaker than Shi Lianfeng's. However, Yi Xian's weapon couldn't be used because the withered blade spirit was in hibernation. In comparison, this battle for Yi Xian was even more difficult than his battle with Shi Lianfeng. More importantly, due to the existence of this golden moon of the Greedy Wolf, Yi Xian couldn't use any energy attacks. For example, mental lightning, which belonged to the category of long-range energy attacks. Once used, the energy would be devoured by the golden moon of the Greedy Wolf. This was like helping the enemy, the loss outweighed the gain. This is forcing this king to fight a half-step immortal expert with his body strength. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian's heart quickly became excited. In the previous battle, he couldn't be considered to have truly let go of his hands and feet and used the battle to temper himself. After all, the fall of Lion Lianfeng was basically because of the withered demon blade and the sky centipede's poison. However, this battle was different. He couldn't use the withered demon blood blade, and he couldn't use mental lightning and other energy attacks. Yi Xian's only choice was to fight in close combat. This was the best way to temper oneself through battle. Not long ago he had continuously broken through. Each time he had swallowed a large amount of top-grade heaven and earth treasures, including 2 drops of all evil origin liquid each time. He had also eaten the flesh of the purple gold void mouse treasure body of a quasi-primordial expert. It could be said that although Yi Xian had successfully broken through each time, there was still a large amount of medicinal power remaining in his body that hadn't been completely refined. He intended to go all out in this battle and temper himself through battle. If he was able to completely refine and absorb all the medicinal power that remained in his meridians, bones and blood, and remove a portion of the shackles of his body's potential, then breaking through after this battle would be practically a certainty. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian was filled with heroic spirit, and he raised his head and howled fiercely. 9 transformations of the Devil Ape. Third form. Earlier, even though Yi Xian had activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body, he'd merely executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the second form for the sake of maintaining his agility and making it convenient for him to fight Shi Lianfeng. He'd maintained his figure at around 3 kilometers while his cultivation remained at the first rank of the region Lord Realm. Continue. But now he could only engage in close quarters combat with Lang Xiaolin because Yi Xian required even more powerful vital blood and energy. So, he could only continue activating the next form of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape. At this moment, as the third transformation of the bloodline ability was unleashed, the vital energy and blood surging incessantly within the bodies of the 3 devilish ape true forms also swelled explosively once again. Like a roaring river, the devilish ape true form with 3 heads and 6 arms began to swell rapidly like a balloon being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had risen from 3 kilometers to 30 kilometers. 9 transformations of the Devil Ape. The fourth form. Another furious roar resounded through the surroundings. The 3 heads of the primeval Devil Ape raised their heads and roared at the same time, causing even a corner of space to tremble slightly. The Devil Ape's bloodline true form that had attained a height of 30 kilometers instantly swelled explosively by 10 times, and it attained a terrifying height of 30 kilometers. At this moment, the vital blood and energy within Yi Xian's body had risen explosively by 100 times, and the aura he emanated had risen by 2 ranks once more. It had risen from the first rank of Region Lord Realm to the third rank of Region Lord Realm. This scene was extremely similar to the enormous bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng had manifested when he executed the 9 transformations of the primeval lion earlier. Because Yi Xian's 9 transformations of the Devil Ape had been derived from the Warlion clan's 9 transformations of the primeval lion through the Devour system within his body. Yet now, his figure had risen explosively by 100 times in the blink of an eye, and he possessed a 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form. Even though it was far inferior to the 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng possessed after he executed the 5th transformation of the primeval lion, it was still shocking when compared to Lang Xiaolin, who was merely 30 kilometers tall. What a pity. Most importantly, Yi Xian's cultivation was inferior to Lang Xiaolin's, yet he'd given up on nimbly moving about with his comparatively smaller figure and had actually manifested an enormous figure. Obviously, he intended to engage Lang Xiaolin in a head-on battle. When they thought up to here, all the experts from the 3 great groups who were spectating the battle from afar were shocked. Numerous experts gasped in succession, and their hissing resounded through this expanse of space. This fellow is too arrogant, and he's simply arrogant to the point it makes one's hair stand on end. He dares to engage in head-on battle with a perfection stage universe 9th rank quasi-immortal while only at the 3rd rank of Region Lord Realm. They were truly unable to understand where his courage came from. You want to fight me head-on with just the vital blood and energy of your body? I'll fulfill your wish today. I will. Lang Xiaolin raised his head and roared furiously, and then he let out a long howl once more. His 30 kilometers tall bloodline true form had risen explosively once more, and it had attained a height of 300 kilometers just like Yi Xian. Even though he didn't possess the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the primeval lion, he was at the quasi-immortal realm in the end. So, by forcefully increasing his vital blood and energy, he was similarly able to forcefully expand his body to a height of 300 kilometers in a short period of time. Even though this was already his limit, it just happened to be on par with Yi Xian's body when he was in the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, so it was just right for this battle. Chapter 40-20. This stick looks so familiar. Yes, it does look familiar. Isn't it a little too big? That black stick is actually 200,000 feet long. Why do I suddenly feel a little scared? The big-headed black stick. I remember now. This is that fierce cudgel. Back then, during the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape used it to hit people everywhere. All of the younger generation geniuses of the various races in the second universe were knocked unconscious and captured. Those heaven's chosen children of heaven and earth who were crippled fell into its trap. It's actually that stick? No wonder. At that time, the primordial little demon ape's cultivation was still weak, but it could knock out the heavens chosen of the Tao of heaven and earth with this stick. It was originally a primordial treasure that could change its size at will, but now it has actually become 200,000 feet long. Even a meteor would be smashed into pieces by this stick. As Yi Xian took out the Shenong pestle, not only did it reappear in the form of the big-headed black stick, but it also activated its power and became 200,000 feet long. In an instant, a large number of exclamations rang out from the three camps facing each other in the air. Many people recognized this fierce and outstanding big black stick, and they recalled the scene where the Heaven and Earth Dao disciples of various clans were smashed on their heads by this stick one after another, and were directly knocked unconscious and dragged away. Suddenly, hissing sounds were like a tide in the void, and countless experts were sucking in cold breaths. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron were a set of primordial treasures. However, Yi Xian had not fully activated its power yet. This might be related to the fact that the Shenong unusual flame in the Shenong cauldron had not yet grown into a 9-colored flame. This was a primordial artifact of the ancients. Once its power was fully unleashed, it could be as small as a palm. It could be used to grind medicinal herbs with a cauldron or pestle. When it was large, it could suppress a vast star field. However, Yi Xian's cultivation was still too weak. Even if the unusual flame in the cauldron had just broken through to the Shenong 5-colored flame, causing the power of this primordial treasure to increase by a lot, and even unlocking some functions that it had never had before, it was only the size of a giant star when it was large. When it was small, it could at most shrink. It was only about 1,000 feet long. At this moment, although the Shenong pestle had already reached 200,000 feet in length and looked like a towering pillar, in reality, this was far from Yi Xian's current limit. The reason why he had limited the Shenong pestle to a length of 200,000 feet was because his bloodline true body was 100,000 feet tall when he was in the 4th Devil Ape transformation, so he could wield the 200,000 feet long black staff with ease. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could easily make the big-headed black stick grow to a length of 1,000,000 zhang. Little bastard, you're courting death. Lang Xiaolin already harbored a grudge against Yi Xian. When he thought about how his grandson Lang Xiaolin's strong Chen Kuandao gene had been destroyed because of him, he felt like he was going crazy. Now that he was fighting with him, he deliberately took out the same club that had left a big bruise on Lang Ganxiang's head. The hatred in Lang Xiaolin's heart was aroused. He roared and raised his head to let out a mournful howl, a woo, buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. As this mournful howl sounded, a low buzzing sound came from the void of the battlefield. It made one's scalp tingle and had an extremely ominous premonition. Yi Xian subconsciously raised his head to look up into the sky. Previously, when he was fighting with Lang Ganglai and Lang Gangqiang, the two of them had used the bloodline ability of the greedy wolf Howling Moon. They were able to summon a large amount of energy blades from the silver moon hanging high in the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth, the ocean. At this moment, this low buzzing sound was obviously related to the golden moon of the greedy wolf above his head, which made him vigilant. However, there was no abnormality in the golden moon in the sky. The moonlight was still like water pouring down on the earth. It was incomparably quiet. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, in the void around him, countless golden half-moonlight blades suddenly appeared without warning. With a boom, they wrapped around Yi Xian's body like dumplings. These golden half-moonlight blades were not shot from the golden moon in the sky. Instead, they were directly condensed from the golden moonlight sprinkled down from the void. They were simply everywhere. Wherever the moonlight shone, they could instantly appear in any corner, condensing and dispersing at will. It was simply strange to the extreme. Compared to pouring down from the sky, it was even more unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. He snorted coldly and directly rushed out, wanting to dodge. Pooh! Clang clang! Unfortunately, he was half a step too slow. Although he dodged most of the golden half-moonlight blades, his bloodline true body was too large, and he was like a giant target. Faced with such an extremely strange attack, he was still hit in the end. In just half an instant, at least hundreds of golden half-moonlight blades fell on the three bodies of Yi Xian's demon ape true body. Bloody wounds were instantly cut open on his body of flesh and blood. Even though his body was made of tough bones, there were still a few places where there were shallow cuts on his bones. Even his body of black fog, which was not a physical body, fluctuated for a few moments after being cut by several golden half-moonlight blades, causing Yi Xian to feel as if his soul and mind were shaken. These golden half-moonlight blades could actually affect both material and non-material forms of energy at the same time. Its power was strange, causing Yi Xian's heart to sink. When he looked back, the countless golden half-moonlight blades that had gathered and surged over had completely dissipated in the blink of an eye. They collapsed into specks of faint golden brilliance, and then dispersed again, turning into golden moonlight. The attack was traceless, and the golden half-moonlight blades were everywhere. They instantly condensed and covered the heavens and the earth as they descended. After this attack, all the golden half-moonlight blades instantly vanished and dispersed into golden moonlight. All of this was too strange and it was impossible to guard against. Yi Xian frowned. This attack didn't cause much harm to him. After all, even though there were numerous golden half-moonlight blades that covered the heavens and the earth, only a few had struck him. Moreover, with his current powerful vital energy, he was able to resist it with ease. However, this wasn't a solution in the long run. Such a strange attack was utterly impossible to guard against, and he was in a very passive situation. He'd fallen into a predicament. Yi Xian burst into rage while holding back his anger. The three enormous heads of his demon ape true body roared furiously towards the sky while the energy within his body surged to its limits. His figure flashed and he actually didn't dodge at all. He directly charged over to the enormous golden wolf, and then he swung his club and smashed it down with a bang. What? You've lost your composure just like that? You dare to go head-on against this exalt with your tiny cultivation at the Region Lord realm? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 40-21. When they saw Yi Xian charge towards Lang Xiaolin with the big-headed black club in hand and was actually prepared to fight the latter head-on, countless experts from the three camps sighed. They were certain that Yi Xian had lost his cool due to his anger. Because he had been lightly injured and lost face, he had lost his cool and made such a foolish move. This move, his big-headed black club, was powerful, and it was also a primordial treasure. Otherwise, how could an ordinary magic treasure be able to change its size at will and easily transform into a black club that was 200,000 meters long in the blink of an eye? Unfortunately, this primordial treasure might be able to beat the younger generation of the Universe Tao disciples, but it was clearly a little too careless when facing a half-step immortal. If Yi Xian's cultivation had also reached the half-step immortal realm, or even if he was merely at the early or middle stage of the universe realm, this swing of the club would more or less cause Lang Xiaolin to feel some fear. Unfortunately, the gap in their cultivations was too huge. Mo Qiufeng was merely at the third rank of the Region Lord realm, yet his target was at the half-step Undying realm. The gap of more than 2 realms of cultivation caused the outcome of this attack to be obvious. No matter how abundant one's vitality was, one's cultivation was a shortcoming that couldn't be ignored, and it restricted everything. Boom. Oh. Just as everyone was sighing, the big-headed black club smashed onto Lang Xiaolin's head. On one hand, Yi Xian's speed was truly too fast. On the other hand, the latter was slightly careless and didn't take this swing seriously at all. Thus, he was smashed solid and a shrill and miserable howl resounded. The howl reverberated through the void, causing everyone's expression to change drastically and their hearts to tremble slightly. A large lump appeared on the forehead of the giant golden wolf, as if it had grown a horn. Golden fur drilled out from the bulging lump. It was black and shiny with a faint hint of green. It was a ghastly sight. How was it? How was this king's dog beating club technique? Yi Xian had already quietly retreated when the cudgel struck down. He was still holding that 200,000 feet long black-headed cudgel in his hand, but there was a flicker of flame at the head of the cudgel. It was clearly dazzling and it seemed to have 6 different colors. It was extremely beautiful. The Shin-Nong pestle and the Shin-Nong cauldron were a set. Therefore, the Shin-Nong pestle could also release the Shin-Nong strange flame. Earlier, with Yi Xian's current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin. But just as the big-headed black stick was about to hit Lang Xiaolin's head, a dazzling Shin-Nong strange flame shot out from the tip of the stick. The 6-colored flame broke through Lang Xiaolin's defense, increasing the power of the stick. It also had the attributes of lightning and poison. With just one strike, Lang Xiaolin was almost knocked over on the spot. When the black stick smashed down, it made him feel like he was struck by lightning. After the strike, he fell into a weak state. It seemed like some sort of poison was wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was extremely painful, and it made him let out a miserable howl. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Countless experts from the 3 factions opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. A half-step immortal realm expert was actually beaten to the point of tears and snot by a big-headed black stick. His entire body was spasming in midair like a pendulum. Like a pendulum? After a short moment of blankness and deathly silence, a huge wave of exclamations resounded. My God! Can someone tell me what happened? The greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, a half-step immortal realm expert, was actually beaten to the point of tears by a big-headed black stick? He's not just crying. Not only are his snot and tears flowing, his entire body is spasming. This is clearly the feeling of being beaten to the point of doubt. How savage. Is my younger brother really only at the Region Lord realm? If that's the case, then how can all of this be explained? It simply doesn't make sense. Something's not right. There's something strange about that big-headed black stick. When it smashed down earlier, there seemed to be a strange flame flashing past the head of the stick. Could it be that the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor was burned? Fuck off. Haven't you heard of a half-step ancestor who cries after being scalded? How can there be such a huge bruise on his head? He's clearly been smashed silly. As these cries of alarm sounded out, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, who had been struck by Yi Xian's staff to the point of doubting his life, had snot and tears flowing down his face. His violently twitching body finally recovered, and the pair of golden eyes that had been spinning in circles in his huge eye sockets also stopped. After he calmed himself down, he raised his claw to touch the bruise on his head, and then an even more miserable howl resounded once more. Oh, little bastard. What the F***ck is that stick of yours? I'll F***king? At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, Lang Xiaolin, even had the intention to kill. He'd just recovered from his dazed state, and he immediately roared and cursed. The strength of this heavy stick wasn't sufficient to cause him to be in such a sorry state. However, it just so happened that the six-colored flame that flickered from the head of the black stick when it smashed down was too strange, and it actually directly broke through the defenses of his body. In this way, when this heavy stick smashed down, it was simply equivalent to dispersing his cultivation and forcefully enduring it without resisting at all. No matter how weak his opponent was, he was an old fellow at the Region Lord realm in the end. Moreover, he was wielding such a terrifying big-headed black stick. Under the circumstances that his body didn't have the slightest bit of defense, how could he endure such a blow? It was also at this moment that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body suddenly issued a familiar notification. The fifth transformation of the demonic ape that he had been deducing had actually been completed at this moment. This was definitely a pleasant surprise, causing Yi Xian to be inexplicably excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 5th transformation. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and audible explosion sounded from within the gigantic body of the true devil ape. At this moment, the power of qi and blood in Yi Xian's body began to surge crazily like boiling water. Huff. As the power of qi and blood in his body surged, Yi Xian's gigantic body of the true devil ape, which was originally 100,000 feet tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye like a balloon that had been blown up. 200,000 feet. 300,000 feet. Until it reached an enormous height of 3 million feet. In just the time of a few breaths, Yi Xian's figure had become as enormous as Lian Feng, who'd executed the 5th transformation of the demonic ape. At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, who was merely 100,000 feet tall, was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. Even the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had risen explosively once more because of the successful activation of the 5th transformation of the demonic ape, and he'd attained the 4th rank of the Region Lord realm. He'd stepped into the intermediate stage of this realm from the initial stage to the intermediate stage. Chapter 40-22. As his body instantly expanded by 10 times, the originally 200,000 feet long big-headed black stick, which was much longer than Yi Xian's previous body, had now become a short stick. Yi Xian lowered his head to look, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Previously, it was only 200,000 feet, but it had already smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor to the point of doubting life. This black stick was a little bigger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian himself shuddered and couldn't help but shudder. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification echoed in his head again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Breakthrough. This was within his expectations. Previously, Yi Xian had continuously made breakthroughs. Every time he would devour a large amount of top-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, including the all-evil origin liquid. He would swallow 2 drops almost every time. These top-notch resources had not been completely refined in his body, and some of them still remained. Now, as he fought with the Battle Lion clan's ancestor Lion Lian Feng and the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf Lang Xiaolin, and almost all of them were head-on battles, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The power of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures that remained in his veins, bones, and blood finally melted and tore apart one of the shackles of human potential in his body, making Yi Xian's physical state soar by a minor level. This was like a bucket of water suddenly being filled with water, which directly led to his cultivation base. After the medicinal effects of these top-grade resources were absorbed, his overall strength skyrocketed, and he also broke through a small level. However, that wasn't the end because this time, the absorption system inside Yi Xian's body finally had a result after deducing the fifth transformation of the wild lion for a long time. After activating the fifth transformation, Yi Xian's true form of a demonic ape was 10 times larger than before, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000,000 meters. It was like a small star. As his body expanded, the qi and blood in his body that was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. In one go, without any suspense, he once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out for a second time, ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. 5th order Star Lord. Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists, an intense light shooting out from his eyes. He looked down and saw that the aura of the Devil Ape's 5th transformation was indeed rapidly rising. When he was a 3rd rank Star Lord, his true form of the ancient demon ape was an 8th rank Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and attained the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a 3rd rank Region Lord, and every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 5th order Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient ape demon bloodline, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demon should be at the 1st order domain lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would be at the 6th rank Region Lord, which was already the peak of the mid-stage Region Lord realm. He would be able to enter the late-stage Region Lord realm after another small breakthrough. As a matter of fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian was currently in his true form of the Devil Ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 5th transformation. Therefore, his aura rose rapidly following this breakthrough, and he rose from the 4th rank Region Lord realm to the 6th rank Region Lord realm in the blink of an eye. All of this had dumbfounded the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar. It just so happened that the Greedy Wolf clan's patriarch Gold Wolf saw it when he turned around. The old fellow was stunned and his mouth opened wide. He had a blank expression on his face as if he had been struck by lightning. That was simply too monstrous. A few breaths of time ago, he was merely a 3rd rank Region Lord, yet he'd attained the 6th rank in the blink of an eye. Even though they were still in the same realm, the former was at the peak of the initial stage of the realm while the latter was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the realm. They were only a step away from the late-stage Region Lord realm, so they were absolutely not the same. What was even more frightening was that even his body had increased by 10 times. He was 300,000 m tall before this, yet he was 3 kilometers tall now. He was simply like a small star just like the Warlion clan's ancestor, Lion Lian Feng. Lang Xiaolin didn't possess the Warlion clan's bloodline divine ability. Even though his cultivation had attained the half-step eternal realm, so long as he hadn't stepped into the true eternal realm, then the limits of his bloodline true body could only be maintained at the 300,000 m tall. When he compared the 300,000 m tall to the 10,000 m tall, he was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. This was truly a grieving. Lang Xiaolin was on the verge of spitting blood. But this wasn't the end of it. Because right when Yi Xian's cultivation had suddenly risen explosively to the 6th rank Region Lord realm, the black rod that was held in the right hand of his 3 bloodline true bodies had actually risen explosively while Yi Xian lowered his head and revealed a savage smile on his face. At the same time it started to grow explosively. 300,000 m. 400,000 m. In a short period of a few breaths of time, the black rod that was renowned for its ferocity had finally stopped at a little over 3 kilometers tall. It was even taller than Yi Xian's terrifying bloodline true body. The thinner end was held in his right palm by his flesh and blood body, while the thicker end was suspended in the air like a small meteor. It was suffused with a faint black light, causing one's entire body to feel cold. At this point, Yi Xian was finally completely satisfied. He really looked forward to smashing the gold wolf ancestor with the rod once more. What sort of visual effect would it be? A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth once more while carrying this sort of anticipation. He slowly turned around, and the 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 heads of his bloodline true body had descended onto the gold wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The latter shuddered and felt his entire body go cold while an extremely bad feeling surged into his heart, and it caused his scalp to go completely numb. Little friend, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. At this time, Lang Xiaolin had to raise his head to see Yi Xian's figure. In fact, one of Yi Xian's heads was as big as his entire body. Furthermore, the thick and round head of that infamous black rod was even bigger than his body. When he thought of the painful and satisfying scene of it smashing towards him, Lang Xiaolin truly began to doubt his life at this moment. His heart trembled slightly. At this time he had already completely lost his temper and his fighting spirit. His body trembled slightly, and even the words that came out of his mouth were no longer clear. He began to stammer. He was really worried that the guy who was staring at him would pick up the rod and smash him without saying anything. That was going to kill someone. Roar. Chapter 40-23. As the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf fled without saying a single word, the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar were shocked to the point of falling to the ground. Many of them even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes because they'd actually witnessed such a dramatic scene. A dignified half-step undying ancestor had actually fled without saying a single word when facing a junior who was merely at the Region Lord realm in a head-on battle. This truly caused them to feel speechless because the dignified face of a dignified half-step undying ancestor had been instantly destroyed without leaving a single trace behind. Sighs quickly resounded. Alas, this scene is truly too painful to watch. The dignified ancestor Gold Wolf of the Greedy Wolf clan actually fled without saying a single word during the battle. What happened to his ferocious nature? What happened to his violent temper? Even though I'm slightly disappointed, it's probably understandable. That club strike was truly too ruthless. The Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf was struck to the point tears flowed down his cheeks. Moreover, that was only from a small club strike. Now that the small club has become a huge club, anyone would feel flustered by the sight of it. Might-killing club. That's really a fucking might-killing club. A dignified half-step undying ancestor's violent temper was obliterated with a single strike of the club. Is the second battle about to come to an end? Could it be that Mo Jinfeng really possesses the aura of being invincible throughout the world? He is actually going to defeat 2 half-rotten old ancestors in a head-on battle, and he didn't even use the Starry Sky battle armor and other killing weapons. This is a real battle strength. As these discussions entered the ears of the higher-ups of the 2 camps on the other side of the Void Chasm, Sao Gong Shouxin, and Long Xixiao from the human race of the Third Universe and the Senate of the Wanluo Federation, as well as the other 6 half-rotten old ancestors from the Alliance Command Council of the Second Universe, because all of their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. This was truly too aggrieving and infuriating. Dignified half-step undying ancestors had actually successively suffered losses at the hands of a junior who wasn't even at the World Lord realm. One of them had already been killed earlier. Even though the second one before him hadn't been killed, it was even worse. It actually turned around and fled without saying a single word. It was simply like a stray dog. This was a half-defunct grand ancestor who was at the same level as them. Although Sal and the others did not participate in the battle, the Greedy Wolf clan's grand ancestor Golden Wolf's performance had completely disgraced them and made them lose all face. Old Monster Wolf should be able to hold on for a while longer. The 2 turbulent voids in the center of the Heavenly Void are going to be repaired soon. Once these 2 turbulent voids are repaired, the other 2 turbulent voids on the left and right side of the Heavenly Void will also be repaired immediately. In just 2 more hours, half of the 8 turbulent voids that form this Heavenly Void chasm will disappear, and the effect of blocking tens of millions of our troops will be blocked. It will completely dissipate. Prepare to support Old Monster Wolf. He won't be able to hold on for 2 more hours. As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, the existence known as the number 1 of the younger generation. Even the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp is probably far inferior to him. At least, the invincible war god has never been defeated by half a step. But in this child's hands, there is already the second grand ancestor. No matter what, we have to hold on for 2 more hours. The third and fourth turbulent voids must be repaired and the barrier will be broken. The overall situation of the entire battlefield will be reversed again. The human race, the Federation's Senate, the various factions of the Second Universe have already participated in 2 battles. Next, it seems to be your turn? Only delaying for 2 more hours? Could it be that the various factions of the Second Universe would rather swallow this grievance? What I mean is, since we are going to fight, we have to ensure that we suppress him. If one Grand Ancestor is not enough, then send a few more half-defunct Grand Ancestors to fight him alone. This is a heavenly void battle, what face is there to talk about? This is seconded. Seconded. Quietly, a group of half-defunct Grand Ancestors reached an agreement in private and planned the nature of the next battle. They planned to shamelessly send a few half-step Immortal Realm experts to fight Yi Xian alone. This was really shameless. However, the benefits involved in a heavenly void battle of this heavenly void battle were too great. The entire heavenly void battle could fall into their hands. Not to mention these dozen half-step Immortal Realm experts. When necessary, even the true Immortal Realm experts could fall out with them. So what if they were shameless? As long as they could take down the demon race, the entire heavenly void battle of the first universe would basically fall into the control of these 2 great conquering factions. It would be divided by the various factions and factions of the second universe and the third universe. At that time, a large amount of cultivation resources would roll in, and the development of the factions and factions would enter the fast lane. Some of the top resources and heavenly treasures unique to the first universe would be collected by the factions below and offered to the core higher-ups of the various factions and factions for them to choose and enjoy. This was definitely once and for all. After today's battle, what they would reap would be the cultivation resources that would be easily available for a long time in the future. Everyone knew how to choose. In fact, even the 11 Immortal Realm experts of various races who were hibernating in the void behind the 2 factions and only left a strand of divine sense to secretly enter the heavenly void battle of the first universe to pay close attention to the development of the situation. If it weren't for the fact that they were determined to get rid of the demon race's foundation ancestor, who was a huge problem in their hearts, right now, facing Yi Xian's order, the arrogance of a person would have already disregarded their status and personally attacked him. Old man, I'm afraid it's already too late to escape now. In the center of the void battlefield, Yi Xian saw the greedy wolf race's golden wolf ancestor turn around and flee without saying a word. He immediately sneered. The next moment, his figure flashed and with a step, he had already blocked in front of the other party. There was no other way. His current body was too huge like a giant star. With a single step he could cross millions of miles. Boom. With an arrow stride in the void to block the other party's escape route, Yi Xian did not waste any more words. With a cold light in his eyes, the right hand of the flesh and blood body of the 3 great true bodies suddenly shook, and the black-headed stick that was more than 1,000,000 feet long was instantly swung out, facing the greedy wolf race's golden wolf race who was looking at him in shock. Wolf ancestor. Oh. Kacha? At this moment, near the head of the black-headed stick, the Shenong 6-colored flames appeared with a loud bang. As Yi Xian smashed down with the stick, the huge force and the power of the Shenong 6-colored flames overlapped, causing the void of the universe to emit a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It was too ferocious. With a swing of the stick, the wind and clouds changed color. Before the black-headed stick landed in front of him, the golden wolf undying of the greedy wolf race's legs had already gone soft. On his face that was filled with shock and despair, his eyes burst out with a thick light of despair. Bang. Oh whoa. Chapter 40-24. Bang. Awoo. A long mournful howl resounded in the void. Anyone who saw it would be moved, and those who heard it would shed tears, as the black-headed stick smashed onto Golden Wolf Ancestor's body. His bloodline true body was blown away like a scarecrow. The strike was too ruthless. Previously, when the black-headed cudgel was only 100,000 feet long, it had directly smashed a shocking large bruise on his head. It was as if a horn had grown on his head and it was lofty and lofty. Now, because of Yi Xian's sudden increase in size, the black-headed rod had already transformed into an enormous rod that was over 1,000,000 meters tall. When the rod smashed down, it almost smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor into minced meat. If he only relied on brute force, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to shake the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin at all. However, the moment before the black-headed stick smashed down, the tip of the stick spewed out a dazzling Shenong unusual flame. The 6-colored flame directly broke through the defense, increasing the power of the stick strike. It could greatly increase the power of the stick, and it also had the attributes of lightning and poison. When the black-headed stick smashed down, not only did he feel as if he was struck by lightning, but he also fell into a weakened state after the strike. Some kind of poison seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was excruciating. Otherwise, how could a half-step golden wolf ancestor let out such a miserable howl in public? At this moment he was once again hit by the second club. His entire body was convulsing in the air like a pendulum. He probably wouldn't be able to catch his breath in a short period of time. The pair of golden eyes in his huge eye sockets were spinning in circles, and stars were flying everywhere. In the void, waves of hissing sounds rang out once more. In the three camps facing each other, countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm once more. The situation isn't good. This is only the second stick, and this golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it anymore. His huge true body was smashed away like a scarecrow. When he finally stopped, he's still spinning in circles in the void, completely lost. This is too shocking. A half-step immortal ancestor of a clan is going to be killed by a stick? This is too cruel. Killing a half-dead old monster, an ancestor-level existence, is actually going to be killed in public. The devil cultivator is really F***king cruel. It seems to be too early to say this, right? So what if it's the second stick? The golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was beaten so badly that he was spinning in the void, but didn't he withstand it in the end? He didn't explode? Demon brother Imo Feng is monstrous, but his strength is too weak after all. That's my biggest weakness. Perhaps I can hurt Patriarch Golden Wolf, but as for killing him, I don't think so. Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it that Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan is. Keep your voice down. Although the races of the second universe have already left the Federation, they are still with the human camp to suppress the demons. Even if it's the truth, it won't be good if the fellow Taoists of the greedy wolf race hear it. Boom. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the endless discussions in the air. After smashing out with his staff, he took another large step forward. His figure was like a gigantic star as he moved horizontally. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The right hand of the three true bodies shook. The black stick was raised up high again and smashed down heavily. Bang. Pooh! This time after the huge bang there was indeed a muffled puff. However, it was not like what the heartless human powerhouse had said before, where the golden wolf grand ancestors' feces were smashed out. Instead, it was the strange sound of the golden wolf grand ancestors' flesh and blood cracking. Yes, after 2 consecutive strikes, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor could not withstand it in the end. The second strike hit him and sent him flying, just like the big bruise left on his bloodline true body's forehead when the first strike hit him. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look good. Something was wrong. And now, when the third hit landed, the effect was the same as when the first hit landed on the big bruise. The bruise was already so swollen, so it was easy to imagine what the consequences would be if the second hit landed on the bruise. With a PU sound, the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan basically died. His huge bloodline true body was like a rotten persimmon. It was directly flattened by Yi Xian's big black stick, and a large part of his huge body was visibly dented. Cracks appeared, and a large amount of pale golden blood sputtered in the void. The flesh and blood on that part of his body turned into mush and sputtered out together with the blood. Although the wolf feces weren't smashed out, the result of the third black stick was the same as the unscrupulous human expert's inference. Although the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan wasn't directly killed, he wasn't much better off. A large part of his huge bloodline true body was dented, and the bones and blood inside were all mixed together, turning into mush. As the pale golden blood sputtered in the void, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. A dignified half-dead ancestor shouldn't be so weak, but the attribute of the Shinong six-colored flame was too powerful. Not only could it break through the golden wolf ancestor's defense, but it also contained the attributes of lightning and poisonous flames. He could barely withstand the first stick, but the second stick was 10 times stronger because of Yi Xian's bloodline true body and the big-headed black stick. The former's chi and blood were far stronger than before, and the latter's weight alone was already shocking. As the cudgel smashed down, the lightning and poison attributes of the six-colored flame immediately rushed into Lang Xiaolin's body, wreaking havoc in his meridians, bones, and blood, causing his condition to deteriorate to the extreme. Immediately after, before he could recover his consciousness from being knocked into a daze, the third strike came crashing down once again. The interval between the strikes was so small that it could be ignored. Not only was the dizzy golden wolf ancestor unable to react in time, Even Cao, Gongshou Xan, Long Xixia, and the other 6 half-dead patriarchs of the Second Universe's various factions couldn't react in time. When they finally woke up from their shock and were about to lend a hand to save him, Yi Xian sneered as he ruthlessly smashed the 4th black stick down. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, followed by a muffled puffing sound that was even more shocking. With this big black stick, the entire bloodline true body of the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf completely exploded, turning into a piece of pale golden mush that scattered across the void. This kind of feeling was like a huge rotten persimmon that was completely smashed into pulp by someone with a big stick. Chapter 40-25. The second half-rotten ancestor had fallen, and he had been so miserably killed by the stick. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there were no exclamations of surprise. In the 3 camps facing each other, some of the Starry Sky experts were dumbfounded. Although they had guessed that the half-rotten ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan would most likely die tragically, when all of this really happened in front of them, and so quickly they still couldn't accept it and their minds were shaken. Some, on the other hand, just shook their heads and sighed as if they were not surprised by the scene in front of them. As early as Yi Xian's body had increased by 10 times, reaching 1,000,000 feet in size, and even the big-headed black stick in his hand had increased in size, their eyelids had already twitched wildly, and they had realized what was about to happen. Tragedy. But no matter how the spectators in the distance reacted, everything in front of them was an established fact. The half-rotten ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan had completely fallen, and his huge bloodline true body had been smashed into a mass of meat paste and mist, drifting in the void. It could be said that his body and soul had been destroyed, and no matter how heaven-defying the method was, it couldn't be saved. Behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters of various races and top forces were all stunned. They were also caught off guard by this result. 9 transformations of the demonic ape? I've never heard of the ancient demonic ape bloodline having this kind of bloodline ability. It's basically the same as the 9 transformations of the wild lion of the Battle Lion clan. It should be improved after deducing the 9 transformations of the wild lion. No wonder back then, only the Battle Lion clan's Shi Wanjin had not been redeemed. It seems that the 9 transformations of the wild lion was leaked from his hands. This child is indeed a monster. After obtaining the 9 transformations of the wild lion, in a short period of time, he actually evolved it into the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that is suitable for the bloodline of the demonic ape. Moreover, he has also comprehended the 5th transformation. This kind of talent, if he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a disaster in the future. And that big-headed black stick, not only is it a desolate treasure, but it seems to be far from an ordinary desolate treasure. His luck is too deep, and he has at least a few ancient desolate treasures and current starry sky treasures in his hands. We must kill him. When the ancestor of the demon race appears, fellow Taoists, 2 of you will deal with this child. Although it is beneath our status to fight 1 against 2, this matter cannot be neglected, killing or capturing this child. Agreed. Agreed. At the same time, Cao, Gongshou, Long Xixia, and the other 6 half-old ancestors of the various camps of the Second Universe suddenly at this time Yi Xian. Although they had already seen that the Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor was not a match and was bound to be defeated, they had already made preparations to support and rescue him. Who would have thought that everything would happen too quickly? There was no time for them to do anything. Everything had already happened. The Greedy Wolf clan's Golden Wolf ancestor was directly beheaded. The black stick was smashed into smithereens, and not a single hair was left behind. The sudden turn of events startled all of them. Before this, they thought that it was a loss of face to send 4 half-step ancestors from different races to fight Mo Jinfeng alone. But now it seemed that this guy was indeed too monstrous. He couldn't be judged by common sense at all. 4 half-rotten great ancestors probably only had a slight advantage over him. If there were less than 2 great ancestors, no one would dare to fight him at all. With this understanding in their hearts, the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various large clans and top powers immediately felt ashamed and angry. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to suppress Yi Xian immediately. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out from 4 different battleships and battleships. Each of them transformed into a ray of light and shot straight towards Yi Xian, toward the center of the void battlefield in front of them. This time, the 4 half-rotten old ancestors were dispatched. They were Gong Shouxin, the deputy palace master of Tianzhu Palace from the Third Universe's human race's cultivation camp, Gong Shouxin, the half-rotten old Long Xixia from the human race's science and technology camp, and the half-rotten old Cao from the Wanluo Federation Senate. The last person was the half-old ancestor of the barbarian Bull clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe's various camps. The vice palace master of the Tianjue Palace in the Cultivation camp, Gong Shoshin, was a green-robed old man in his 50s. His face was solemn. After he rushed out, he waved his hand and summoned 5 colorful clouds that wrapped around his body. This was a magic weapon called the Tai 5 Smokes Net. Once it was summoned, there would be 5 colorful clouds, the size of which could protect the body. It was not afraid of all magic weapons and flying swords. It was a protective magic weapon, a starry sky treasure. Gong Shoshin was obviously shocked by the fierce and outstanding big-headed black stick in Yi Xian's hand. He was afraid that he would be smashed into meat paste like the Golden Wolf ancestor of the Wolf clan. A dignified half-old ancestor, and 4 of them at the same time, actually took out a defensive magic weapon first. It made people speechless. On the other hand, the half-old old dragon Xixia, who came from the eternal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, because he walked the path of body cultivation, he did not summon anything like a defensive magic weapon at all. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the 2 rings on his left finger shot out. They shot out. These 2 rings were offensive magic weapons, and their grade was also a starry sky treasure. They were condensed from meteors from outer space. It was said that they were the inheritance treasures of an immortal dynasty. The 2 rings contained an endless amount of heavenly jade star sand. When not in use they were just 2 rings, but once activated they could release an infinite amount. Heavy star sand. At this time, a large amount of blue light spots shot toward Yi Xian's huge bloodline true body. It was the Merak star sand that was directly condensed from stars. As for the half-old elder Sal from the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, he directly revealed his bloodline true body. Sal was not a human. He was an expert from a small race in the Second Universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he was ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Now he had grown to such a high level. At this moment, his true body was actually a one-legged golden crow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His entire body was filled with golden flames, and his eyes were even more ferocious. He was really extraordinary. The last one was the half-old ancestor of the barbarian Bull clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe. At this moment, as soon as he rushed out of the flagship fortress, after a mooing towards the sky, he immediately activated the bloodline in his body and revealed his bloodline true body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. A green bull stretched across the void. In the air there were 2 golden horns. His skin was rough and his head was towering. At a glance, one could tell that his defense and attack power were very strong. Linghu brat die. As soon as the giant bloodline true body appeared, Jiao Huaqing immediately let out an incomparably furious roar. With a raise of his 4 hooves, he directly rushed toward Yi Xian in the void. Chapter 40-26. These half-decayed old ancestors actually rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses at the same time and arrived at the center of the battlefield where the 2 armies were facing each other. It was clear that they were going to join forces to fight Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race. When they witnessed this scene, a huge wave of curses and ridicule instantly resounded from the devil's camp. But besides that, the devil's side didn't take any other actions. Because of Yi Xian's strength, almost every single expert in the demon race and clan had great confidence in Yi Xian's strength. So what if they had the pride of being an old freak? After all, just a few days ago, 4 true eternal world old freaks had joined forces to fight him, yet all of them had either been captured or killed by him. Not a single one had been able to escape. However, all of this was clearly known to the members of the devil race, yet the countless experts of the 2 camps from the second and third universes weren't aware of this. At this moment, when they saw that their side had actually dispatched 4 old freaks at the same time while their opponent, Mo Jinfeng, was merely a region lord. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. The countless experts of both camps were first stunned, and then strange expressions appeared on their faces. They seemed to be extremely embarrassed. However, these 4 old freaks had come from both camps, so even though the experts of the various clans were displeased and felt that they were truly ashamed, none of them dared to make a sound. They merely discussed softly, but it quickly vanished because they were afraid that they would be dealt with later on. 4 half-rotten old monsters, huh? Alright, so as to prevent this battle from dragging on for too long, this king will fight all of you by himself. Yi Xian remained calm and fearless when facing these 4 old freaks who were emanating a murderous aura, and he spoke boldly. In an instant, a wave of light cheers resounded from the 3 camps. He was truly too monstrous and heaven-defying. With his strength at the Region Lord realm, he'd crushed or annihilated 2 old freaks in a head-on battle in less than 2 hours of time. Yet now, when facing the joint forces of 4 old freaks, Mo Jinfeng had actually spoken boldly once more, and he said that he intended to fight all 4 of them by himself in a one-on-one battle. After this battle, the reputation of the most powerful young man in the 3 main planes of the universe was firmly established, and no one could shake it. Even the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the human clan camp in the 3rd universe, couldn't be compared with him. He was a supreme monstrous genius, and once he matured, the boundless ocean of stars would lose its brilliance before him. Roar! Little kid, aren't you afraid that you'll lose your tongue? The half-rotten old ancestor of the barbarian bull clan let out a roar. His 10,000 Jianghu huge barbarian bull true body glowed with faint green light. His speed increased and he got closer and closer. The 2 golden horns on his head flickered with golden light. No one doubted their sharpness. Once Mo Yifeng's 10,000 Jianghu devil ape true body was hit by these 2 horns, if Mo Jinfeng were to collide with Mo Jinfeng's golden horn, his stomach would definitely burst open. Gong Shou Xn, the vice palace master of the Tianju Palace, a half-rotten realm expert, let out a cold snort. His whole body was protected by the 5-colored godly smoke, making him illusory. Without a trace of smoke, he rapidly shot over. Once he got close, he would definitely deliver a killing blow. The half-dead Long Xia of the Immortal Dynasty had a sea of star sand above his head. He strode forward and covered the 10,000 li radius of his head with endless star sand. Each of these star sand grains could turn into a small meteor. They were extremely heavy and could both defend and attack. They were also not afraid of Mo Fo, the imperial brother of the demon dwellers. Mo Jinfeng's big-headed black stick was enough to block it. Cao was also at the half-rotten realm. Now that he'd revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, and he was actually the first to approach within 5,000 kilometers of Mo Jinfeng. His entire body was suffused with golden flames as he opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames towards Mo Jinfeng's enormous body. It surged over. This was using offense as a defense, using the sea of flames to hinder Mo Jinfeng, preventing him from swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand to attack. Golden Crow Fire? Are you forcing this king to play with fire with you? Seeing a large cloud of golden flames sweeping over, Yi Xian wasn't shocked, but instead laughed. At this time, the golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had already disappeared due to the death of the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor. Yi Xian didn't dare to use magical techniques and other energy attacks before, but now he wasn't restricted by this. Seeing that the other party had provoked him with fire, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out a large expanse of majestic torrents from the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Sea of heavenly flames. Each cluster of flames had 6 strange colors. It was the Shenong 6-colored flame. The Shenong strange flame was different. It was not an ordinary flame. When Yi Xian ignited the Shenong strange flame in the cauldron with his heart fire, it was only a small cluster of flames at first, but now, in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron, there were already towering waves of flames. At this moment, as he waved his hand, a flaming river formed by 6-colored flames instantly appeared in the void. Its speed was extremely fast and it increased sharply in the wind. In just half an instant, this flaming river turned into a boundless sea of flames, from top to bottom, left and right. It trapped the 4 half-dead patriarchs who were charging at him. No matter how fast they were, compared to the Shenong 6-colored flame, they were still a little slower. At this moment, they were surrounded by a sea of flames, causing the 4 people's expressions to change slightly, and they all came to a sudden stop. After standing in the void for a long time, they turned their heads and looked around and exclaimed in shock. No, there's something wrong with this fire. It actually has 6 colors. The flames that burst out from the big-headed black rod before seemed to be like this. Old Sa, you have the bloodline of the golden crow in your body. The real golden crow even builds its nest in the core of a star. The thing it is least afraid of is fire. This little bastard is playing with fire with you? Rush out, Old Sa, keep this sea of flames, we'll follow closely behind. Screech. Instigated by the other 3, and coupled with the fact that he was extremely confident in the wisp of golden crow bloodline in his body, the half-dead elder from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation raised his head and let out a screech. The golden sea of flames that was surging toward Yi Xian instantly retracted, surrounding his true body. Circling, retracting, swallowing. Immediately after, before the ruthless howl had even faded away, this pitch-black, one-legged black crow that was surrounded by dazzling golden flames had already flapped its wings. As if ignoring the sea of flames in front of it, it suddenly plunged into the strange six-colored sea of flames. Everything that happened in the next moment was without suspense, but it shocked countless powerhouses of the three camps. Chapter 40:27. At this moment, there was no other movement in the void except for the miserable howl of the black crow. Countless experts from the three camps who were facing each other across the void all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They watched the scene of the battle in the central territory, almost unable to believe their eyes. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. It was like a great horror. As soon as the gigantic half-rotten black crow came into contact with the six-colored sea of flames in front of it, the endless golden flames that surrounded it instantly melted like snow under the scorching sun. However, this was clearly just the beginning. Almost at the same instant that the golden flames were melted and devoured, the black feathers of the black crow were completely burned away in the blink of an eye. If Sa Wu hadn't reacted in time and quickly retreated while howling miserably, he would have died in this strange six-color flame sea on the spot. But even so, when he returned to his original place from the six-color flame sea, there was not a single black feather left on his body. Although the black crow was not very good-looking at first, at least because of the golden flames around him, it could still be considered majestic. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bald chicken. His whole body was still black, but it was not the color of feathers. Instead, it was the skin on the surface of his body that was almost burnt. Even if he retreated quickly and was not seriously injured, this was definitely considered as peeling off a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was simply speechless. A dignified half-rotten ancestor with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state by the six-color flame sea at this moment. How could it only be described as tragic? Looking at all this, Long Xixia, Gong Shou Xian and Jiao Huaqing were completely dumbfounded. After a full 2 seconds they trembled and shuddered. When they looked at the six-colored sea of flames around them again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. What a joke. Even the half-rotten black crow with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state in an instant. This was enough to show the horror of this six-color flame. How would they dare to touch it? It would absolutely cause them to start howling on the spot from the slightest touch. Even if it was Jiao Huaqing from the Raging Bull clan that was said to possess the strongest defensive ability amongst the top 10 clans of the Second Universe, his entire body trembled at this moment, and then he didn't hesitate to shrink his size. He'd shrunk from his enormous size to merely 300 m. A slightly smaller size meant that his chances of being burned by the flames would be much lower. This was extremely important and it couldn't be taken carelessly. The Raging Bull clan was said to possess a terrifying defensive ability, but it didn't mean that they were unafraid of fire. If it weren't for this, Jiao Huaqing and the other two wouldn't have ordered the half-rotten black crow to clear the way. Now that the latter had ended up in such a state, the three of them looked at each other, embarrassed and embarrassed. Of course they were mostly angry and sullen, but there was nothing they could do. This strange six-colored flame was obviously not an ordinary fire. Even the powerful people who played with fire couldn't resist it. For the time being, they really didn't have a better way to break out of the siege. They were unable to leave and were obstructed by the ocean of flames, so they were naturally unable to utilize their divine abilities and techniques. At this moment, these four ancestors had joined forces at the same time, and they shamelessly declared that they intended to fight a junior at the Region Lord realm by themselves. But in the end, they were trapped as soon as they charged out and didn't even have the chance to make a move. Such a situation was truly embarrassing. The faces of the three old fellows who were completely fine had turned red. As for the half-rotten black crow, it was impossible to discern that he was completely black. His surface had been scorched and he was groaning and recuperating. The four old fellows were obstructed by the ocean of flames, and they were at a loss for what to do. They had all sorts of abilities, yet they were unable to utilize them at all. However, this was the best opportunity for Yi Xian. He'd been the one to draw out the Shinong six-color flames, and the Shinong cauldron had been refined and absorbed a long time ago. Yi Xian was completely helpless. He wasn't afraid of the Shinong six-color flames at all, and he was like an ocean of lightning that could enter at will without suffering any harm. At this moment, along with Sa Wu's shrill howl as he retreated explosively, bright light flashed in the eyes of the enormous ancient devil ape, and then a cold grunt seemed to have resounded from its nose. The body of flesh and blood amongst its three true forms held the renowned and ferocious blackhead club in its right hand as it followed up at the first possible moment. It entered the ocean of flames that connected the sky. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. From the time Yi Xian waved his hand to summon the six-colored sea of flames to the time he dragged the big-head black rod and directly charged in, it had only taken a breath of time. Not only were the countless experts of the three camps unable to react to this, even the 4 half-rotten ancestors that were trapped within the ocean of flames and the 11 Eternal Realm old fellows that were lying in ambush while paying close attention to the situation of the battlefield in the distant space behind the two camps were unable to react as well. By the time they realized that something was wrong, the enormous body of the ancient devil ape had already rushed into the central territory of the Sea of Flames. Its entire body was unscathed, as if it was a fish that had entered the water. Then, the blackhead club that was dragged behind the right hand of its 3 true forms was swung up with a bang. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and without hesitation, it smashed down on the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. "Old bastard, didn't you say that you wanted to suppress this king? Now is the right time to see if your skin is harder, or if this king's blackhead club is harder." Yi Xian's body was still in the 6-color flame sea, but he had already spoken coldly. Before he could finish speaking, the blackhead club had already ruthlessly smashed into the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. Bam! Crack! A woo! An earth-shattering sound came out, followed by an incomparably crisp cracking sound. It seemed that something had broken, followed by an extremely mournful but familiar long wolf howl. The strike was too ruthless. The half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan was caught off guard, and was almost smashed into cow dung. One of the 2 golden horns on his head was broken, and his 4 hooves went soft. He directly sat down in the void, and his huge head directly swelled up with a huge green bump. He began to count the stars on the spot. However, it was as if his brain had been struck by lightning and he was stunned. This strike was too sudden. It was not until the miserable howl of the horn that Long Xixia and Gong Shou Xian reacted, but their movements were extremely fast. With a leap, they dodged to the corner of the empty area on the other side, their faces full of vigilance. Even Sa Wu, who was still slowly regaining his senses, shuddered at this moment. He was so frightened by the incomparably shrill wolf howl that he completely regained his senses. The primordial ape demon was in the Sea of Flames not far away, and its 3 true forms were still holding the big-headed black staff in their right hands. It seemed that they had just raised it and were about to bring it down again. Chapter 40-28. The scene in the space ahead was truly too unsightly. An ocean of flames had completely trapped the 4 half-aged ancestors of the 2 camps, whereas Mo Xiufeng, who was merely at the Region Lord realm, had only made a single move, and he'd terrified the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Extinction Palace, Gong Shouxin, and the half-aged elder of the Eternal Dynasty, Xixia, to the point of hiding. They hid at the edges of the empty space at the center of the ocean of flames. They were like frightened rabbits. On the other hand, the half-aged senior elder of the Myriad Net Federation, who just suffered a beating from the ocean of flames, was in an even worse state. At this moment, he was like a helpless little girl that had been stripped of her clothes, and he'd finally recovered his soul with great difficulty. When he turned around to look at Mo Xiufeng, who held the black club, he actually let out a sharp cry. Then he scampered towards the corner as well. As for Mo Xiufeng, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the half-aged senior elder of the barbarian bull clan from the second universe who'd been clamoring about suppressing Mo Xiufeng earlier because of his rough skin and flesh that was said to be number 1 in defense. On the other hand, he'd even been struck by the club to the point his legs went weak. At this moment, he was still sitting in midair while his eyes were spinning and counting the stars in the sky. Even one of the golden horns on his head that was said to be peerlessly sharp had been broken, and the terrifying bruise that was twice the size of an ox's head was even more horrifying. Even though the 4 half-aged ancestors had shamelessly clamored about fighting a junior who was merely at the Region Lord realm, they truly possessed imposing auras that were peerless when they charged out from their respective flagship fortresses earlier. Yet now they hadn't even been able to make a move before they were completely trapped. They'd been reduced to trapped beasts in a cage, and they shivered while hiding in the corner. Such a scene really made people blush with shame. In the 3 camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away in the void, a wave of cheers immediately rang out from the demon race. There were even people who were booing, full of ridicule and ridicule. When facing all of this, the 2 camps on the other side of the chasm were filled with the sounds of suffocation. Some experts had already raised their hands to cover their faces, yet they didn't dare make a single sound of ridicule. However, they were truly unable to continue watching, and their faces that were covered by their palms had turned slightly red. How embarrassing. Not only was she ashamed, but she was also resentful. However, they were completely speechless. The other party's cultivation was 2 realms weaker than theirs. Moreover, it was 1 against 4, yet the result was like this. It was too embarrassing. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a series of loud rumbling sounds suddenly came from the void moat formed by 8 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles in a row far behind the central battlefield territory. After nearly 2 hours of repair, under the full power of all the space compactors installed in the tens of millions of fortresses, the 2 in the middle of the 8 turbulent voids were finally completely repaired. At the center of the natural chasm, which was over 30 million miles long, a giant gap appeared. It was 7 to 8 million miles in diameter, and could allow a large number of battleships of all types to pass through it side by side. The heavenly chasm that Yi Xian had painstakingly created was finally disintegrated by a quarter after the 2 opposing camps paid the price of 1 dead and 1 captured, and 4 still trapped. Along with the disappearance of these 2 turbulent voids, a subtle change instantly occurred in the situation of the entire battlefield. Originally, the 50 million-plus battleship army on the other side of the natural chasm had been completely isolated. Yet now, a passageway with a diameter of 7 to 8 million kilometers had been opened up at the center of the natural chasm. Even though the 50 million-plus battleship army was still restrained, it didn't have much of an effect. It affected them greatly. The gazes of countless experts from the 3 camps converged towards the gap, and they revealed different expressions that changed indeterminately. In the void far behind the 2 punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in the parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness to observe the entire void battlefield, spoke again at this time and started to communicate with each other. We have to change our strategy. It seems to be impossible to force out the ancestor of the devil race by suppressing that kid. Exactly, this kid really is extraordinary. As expected of one of the 4 great monstrous geniuses and the #1 expert in the younger generation. Even though his cultivation is merely at the region Lord realm, if the various bloodlines, divine abilities, and the amplification of his combat strength from the few precious treasures in his possession are included, then this kid really does possess the ability to fight against the devil race. He truly possesses the ability to fight against the Eternal Realm experts. We underestimated him earlier. Now it would seem like that Eternal Realm expert from the Myriad Net Federation's senior council who perished not long ago was probably killed by this kid. Fortunately, even though this kid's ability is extraordinary, he's basically exposed now. The 2 half-dead ancestors that were suppressed and annihilated earlier can be considered to have been killed. It can be considered as a contribution. When we split the benefits later, the 2 races will definitely benefit from it. However, when the ancestor of the devil race makes an appearance later, merely 2 Eternal Realm experts would be sufficient to deal with this kid. What I mean is, 4 Eternal Realm experts. As for the other 7 Eternal Realm experts that are capable of suppressing the devil race in a short period of time, I have no objections. Seconded. Then the only problem now is how to force the ancestor of the devil race out. Since suppressing this kid doesn't work, then we'll launch an all-out war. We'll crush the devil race's camp with an army of 50 million battleships. In that way, when the battle reaches a certain level of intensity and the devil race's camp suffers too many casualties, then the ancestor of the devil race would have no choice but to make a move. As for this kid, no matter how monstrous his ability is, how could he possibly go against an army of 50 million battleships and turn the situation around by himself? Give the order. It just so happens that I'm skilled in the laws of space, so I'll just wipe away the other 6 chaotic streams of space in order to facilitate the full-scale assault of the 50 million battleships from both camps. As soon as he finished speaking, this Eternal Realm expert who claimed to be skilled in the laws of space had attacked at the first possible moment. Bang! Rumble? A huge rumble sounded from one side of the void battlefield where the 2 armies were facing each other, close to the side of the 2 expeditionary camps. The Eternal Realm expert's true body didn't appear, but above the remaining 6 chaotic streams of space, a giant palm that was 1,000,000 miles long appeared. It was blood-green in color and revealed an endless terrifying pressure. The giant, blood-green palm pressed down, and with just a gentle stroke, one of the 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles was instantly smoothed out. The void rifts and vortexes that were originally densely packed with large and small voids disappeared in an instant. This was just the beginning. Chapter 40-29. In the blink of an eye, the last 6 turbulent voids completely disappeared. In less than 3 breaths, this scene shocked everyone. In the entire void battlefield, countless starry sky masters of the 3 camps were all shocked. Many people's hearts were already beating wildly, and their breathing was rapid, because the development of this planar-level Starry Sky war was too amazing. With so many twists and turns, it was like riding a roller coaster. Those with a slightly weak heart would probably fall ill on the spot. Putting aside the battle between the royal brother of the demon race, Mo Jiofeng, and the 6 half-decayed ancestors of the enemy camp, just the development and changes of the overall situation of the opposing camp were enough to make people's hearts fluctuate. First, more than 50 million battleships from the 2 camps from the second and third universes pressed on the border, forming a crushing momentum, which made people despair. Then, the royal brother of the demon race, Mo Jiofeng, went deep into the front line with his own strength and launched a void war, not caring about the energy consumption. In just a dozen breaths, he created a moat 30 million miles across the void, blocking the 50 million battleships of the 2 camps. He reversed the situation alone. Then, in less than 2 hours, the 2 camps took advantage of the fact that the 6 half-decayed ancestors were sent to restrain Mo Jiofeng, and the 20 million troops of the demon race and millions of fierce beasts behind them were separated by the central void territory where the war was going on, so they couldn't attack and fought in the center of this void moat. He had opened up a tunnel that was 7 to 8 million miles wide. But this was not the end. As soon as the situation was subtly reversed, a giant bloody green palm that covered an area of 1 million miles appeared in the void, and in just 3 breaths the remaining 6 turbulent voids were all wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the chasm in the void created by Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon race, disappeared completely. In the void 20 million li away on the opposite side, the more than 50 million warships of the 2 great expeditionary camps were no longer obstructed. They could charge over at any time. At that time, although the situation was not like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, it was very likely that an overwhelming defeat would occur. After all, the difference in the number of battleships between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 opposing camps had more than 50 million warships, fortresses of various sizes. On the demon camp side, even with nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, they only had 26 to 27 million soldiers, which was only about half. For a time, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. In less than an hour, the demon race was once again in a great crisis of annihilation. But this was not the end. It was because the gigantic, blood-green hand that spanned 1 million kilometers did something else before it disappeared without a sound after smoothing out the remaining 6 turbulent voids. That was to slap the 6-colored sea of flames in the distant void where the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp were trapped. An undying being's attack was no small matter. Although they were separated by tens of millions of miles of the cosmic void, the majestic 6-colored flame sea was still blown away by this slap from afar. A gap appeared in the 6-colored flame sea that had originally formed a complete encirclement. This was clearly the intention of helping the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp to escape. The grand ancestor of the demon race had not yet appeared, and it was very likely that he was paying close attention to this void battlefield. The 11 undying old monsters of the enemy camp did not dare to reveal too much of their aura. Only this undying old monster took action to smooth out the remaining 6 turbulent voids in order to promote the progress of the battle. For them, this was already a little unwilling, but at this time, since they had already taken action and rescued the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the enemy camp, it was not too much of a problem. But that was all. If he made too many movements, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary twists and turns. After patting from afar, the blood-green energy palm formed by the power of the immortal realm old monster collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sao, Long Xixia and the other 4 half-decayed grand ancestors of the trapped half-decayed grand ancestors finally escaped smoothly. Like birds startled by the twang of a bow, they did not continue to be entangled and directly fled to the fleet of their respective camps. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face was gloomy in an instant. The undying old monster of the enemy finally could not hold back. As soon as he took action, he completely wiped out the advantage and the result that he had struggled for a long time and obtained with great difficulty. Not only were the 4 half-decayed grand ancestors who were trapped and about to be suppressed and captured alive, but even the void chasm that cost the power of the entire soldier ladle clan in the void was completely wiped out. This was really annoying. Yi Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He almost could not hold it in. Before the giant energy palm dissipated, he wanted to use the Time War Talisman or the Rai Di seal. Through the connection between the giant energy palm and the undying old monster hidden in the dark, he could take the opportunity to lightly injure him and make him eat a little. How troublesome. But in the end he suppressed it because, like the undying old monsters of the enemy camp, whether it was Yi Xian or the grand ancestor of the demon race who had the power of an official level undying. In fact, they were all waiting for the enemy to appear first and jump out of the dormant parallel space. This way, the undying old monster of the demon race would be able to seal the void so that none of them could escape. It was as if they were locked in a cage and could be trampled on and wreak havoc at will. It was also because of this reason that the undying old monster of the demon race had not shown up until now. He was worried that if he showed up too early, the undying old monster of the demon race who had not yet entered the demon race's star field from the parallel space would escape because of this. Since they were already here, they could not let them go. This time they had to beat up the big races and the top forces of the two big dimensions until they felt the pain so that they would remember this lesson. Although the next punitive expedition was bound to come, at least whether it was the demon race or Yi Xian, this would buy them more time to develop and adapt. And the mission of forcing the 10 or more undying old monsters of the enemy camp to take the initiative and enter the demon race's star field could only be completed by Yi Xian. He was the bait, and he had to think of a way to force the enemy to lose their patience. In a moment of desperation, they would not wait for the grand ancestor of the demon race to enter the demon race and enter the demon race. The situation of this battle had developed to the current situation. The 11 undying old monsters of the two punitive expeditionary camps thought that they were the bait, but the undying old monsters of the demon race and Yi Xian also thought the same. The latter even directly used himself as the bait and was thinking of a way to force the fish out. It could be said that in the end, who was the fish and who was the bait could not be said clearly. Chapter 40-30. Before Cao, Long Xixia, Gong Shouxin, and the other 3 half-dead great ancestors who had fled in panic, could return to the flagship of their respective fleets, the higher-ups of the two camps who had temporarily taken over their command, as well as the other half-dead great ancestors who were in charge of the council in the second universe, had already issued the order to launch a full-scale attack. This was the order of the 11 undying old monsters of various races and top forces who were hiding in parallel spaces. It was like an imperial edict and no one dared to delay. Attack. All battleships attack. No need to hold back. All battleship cannons charge at full power. The battleship horsepower will be pushed to the limit. This is the first and last round of full-scale attack. Hong long long. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the order was issued, the more than 50 million battleships, fortresses and fortresses of various sizes from both camps roared at the same time. The 50 million battleships all opened the kinetic energy cabins to the limit. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of resources were consumed, turning into kinetic energy for the battleships to move forward at full speed, turning into energy for the battleships' bombardment and defense shields. This scene was too shocking. Even when the first universe was controlled by the Tianji clan and occasionally had an all-out war with the Wanluo Federation for thousands of years, the scene and scale could not be compared to this. The 50 million battleships all put up energy defense shields and launched at full speed at the same time. A large black mass, like a dark cloud covering the sky, closed in. At the same time, all the battleships, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships or fortresses of various sizes, activated all their cannons at this moment. A round of simultaneous fire illuminated the cosmic void billions of miles away. In the void, a giant energy net formed by the energy beams of countless battleships' cannons covered tens of thousands of miles. This was the rhythm of almost completely destroying an entire universe plane. Of course, although the momentum was vast and overwhelming, the energy beams of these battleships' cannons were still slightly weaker in terms of level. They could only be considered as ordinary combat power. Even if they were as powerful as 10,000 caddies, they could not really destroy the endless void of a universe plane. At most, some small turbulent voids and vortexes would appear, but they could not affect the stability of the major existential planes at all. All of this happened too quickly. No one had expected that the two camps, which had been separated by the natural void chasm, would give the order to launch a full-scale attack the moment the natural void chasm was smoothed out by the immortal old monster. The mid-level commanders of the fleets of the various races in the two camps were caught off guard, but it did not affect the implementation of the orders. In the blink of an eye, the 50 million warships had formed a whole, and the army was pushing forward. In comparison, the Devil Cultivator camp was caught off guard. It was not until more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types had moved out 20 million miles ahead of them that Mo Yuntian finally gave the order to deal with the situation. Swish. Swish. Shio. In the void, densely packed sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been pushed back to the Devil Cultivator camp by the indigenous beasts, directly performed a space jump and disappeared one by one. When they reappeared, they were already in the midst of the 50 million battleships that were rumbling towards them, and they immediately self-destructed. These 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been captured by the enemy camp, did not have enough time to fully modify their central control, but now they were in urgent need of use. Therefore, the first Demon Emperor Mo Yintian had already made a decision while Yi Xian was still engaged in a fierce battle with a few half-dead ancestors of the enemy camp. He would use them as one-time self-destructing explosive fortresses. In the 1.5 million fortresses, there was not a single devil cultivator expert or clansman. Only a small number of intelligent robots were stationed there, and the degree of self-destruction was set in advance. After performing a space jump and completing it, it would all explode within 10 seconds. Boom. Rumble? The self-destruct devices inside the 1.5 million fortresses connected the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter energy generation compartments, and all the energy compartments together. Once they exploded, the power was absolutely amazing. In the midst of the 50 million battleship army that was rumbling forward, a small round of chaos broke out in an instant. Countless huge fireballs exploded, and for a moment, the rapid advance of the entire army was forcefully halted, coming to a halt in the void. What the Devil Cultivator camp needed was this opportunity. Soon, while the chaos in the void of the enemy camp was still ongoing and had not yet subsided, the 20 million battleship army of the Devil Cultivator camp slowly moved forward in an orderly manner, and wave after wave of salvos were blasted out very quickly, very rhythmically. In the void, a large terrifying net formed by the energy beams of the battleship cannons was once again intertwined. From time to time, a battleship would explode, both from the two opposing camps and from the Devil Cultivator camp. At this point, the full-scale chaotic battle of more than 70 million battleships between the three camps had completely begun. Roar! Roar! A woo! The ferocious beasts were roaring in the void. As the 70 million battleships, fortresses of the three camps launched a full-scale chaotic battle without bothering about anything else, the 6 million local ferocious beasts that were responsible for a part of the defense line on the Devil Cultivator camp's side also quickly rushed out. The two local ferocious beasts at the forefront were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who had already become sector lords. Following them were hundreds of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as star lords and universe lords. The leaders of the ferocious beasts led the entire army of ferocious beasts, roaring and roaring in the void. Every local ferocious beast had revealed their true bloodline form. The smallest of them was more than 10,000 meters long, which was slightly larger than the standard stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. It was often the case that a battleship or fortress would collapse in the void after a single slap of their claws. The more than 70 million battleships of the three camps were fighting fiercely with their cannons, while the nearly 6 million ferocious local beasts were fighting in the void with their own bodies. Their agility was unparalleled and they were far superior to the enemy. The combat ability of every local ferocious beast was basically no weaker than that of a warship of the same size, or a fortress large or small. It was a real bloody battle. The top forces and species in the three main planes of space hadn't fought such a large-scale battle in tens of thousands of years. Facing this raging battle in space, Yi Xian, who was already mentally prepared, was stunned for a moment as he stood in the air like an outsider. He watched all of this with his mouth agape. Chapter 40-31. Facing the chaotic situation, Yi Xian quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Obviously, the undying old monsters hiding behind the two enemy camps wanted to crush the conventional battle force of the demons with more than 50 million battleships, causing a large number of casualties and forcing the undying old monsters to take action. Yi Xian saw through the other party's scheme with a single glance and made a decision. Since that was the case, he would use the same method to force this group of scheming old fellows out. Force them out. This was the key. Once he succeeded, the original bodies of all the undying old monsters from the two camps would jump out of the parallel space and enter the demon star area of the first universe. At that time, the marquee undying old monster, who was the undying old monster of the demon race, would no longer have any concerns and would directly seal the demon star area. None of the undying old monsters from the enemy camp would be able to escape. In order to achieve this goal, Yi Xian didn't even hesitate to reveal another identity, which was Sha Baofeng, the peerless genius of the Tianji clan. Currently, there were a total of 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 main dimensions of the universe who were recognized as peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, was one of the 4 peerless geniuses and was known as the #1 figure among the younger generation. The other three peerless geniuses were Prince Xian from the Undying Dynasty of the Human Race's Technology Camp, and the invincible battleship Devourer Treasure Body, who was confirmed to be Prince Xian's body double and was still struggling in the Human Race's Self-Cultivator Camp. The last one was the peerless genius of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng from the Tianji clan. But right now, in order to deal with the situation before him, he had to force out the dozen or so immortal realm old monsters behind the two opposing factions. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to reveal the identity of the Heaven's Legacy race's peerless monster, Sha Baofeng. Although it was a bit of a pity, the situation forced him to do so. From his point of view, as long as Prince Xian's identity wasn't exposed, it wouldn't affect the pressure on Triumph City. Everything else was acceptable. Roar. Yi Xian threw his head back and let out a furious roar as he deactivated the fifth demon ape transformation. His enormous bloodline true form shrank down to a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even though he'd removed the 9 transformations of the devil ape and his cultivation had dropped by 5 stages, he was still in the state of the devil ape true body, so he was still at the First Order Region Lord Realm. At the same time, he also kept the gigantic black-headed rod into his undying world. Immediately after, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A super stronghold that was as large as the Great War of the Starry Sky was 300,000 meters tall. In other words, it was 100,000 meters tall. It was Life Stronghold's open dragon ship. The reason he had brought out the Wild Dragon battleship was because Yi Xian had decided to use the Alloy War God form to charge into the 50 million battleships of the two opposing factions. Even though the Devil Ape True Body was formidable, his cultivation was merely at the 6th rank of the Region Lord Realm even when he was in the 5th form of the Devil Ape True Body. So, he had to rely on his physical body to go head-on against an army of over 50 million battleships. In Yi Xian's opinion, this wasn't worth it. It was better to just deactivate the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape True Body. This way he would have the cultivation of the First Order Region Lord Realm, but he would still be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. After transforming into the Alloy War God, not only would he be able to use all kinds of abilities and spells, but he would also be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. When needed, he would be able to use the technology of the Life Fortress. It was definitely more cost-effective. However, this would undoubtedly expose the identity of the Tian's Legacy race's peerless genius, Sha Baofeng. Now, the demon race's royal younger brother Mo Jinfeng would be the 5 great demons. However, the situation forced him. Facing an army of 50 million battleships crushing the demons, Yi Xian didn't have a better solution. Thus he couldn't care less. It had been a long time since Yi Xian had used the Life Fortress. During this time, the world insect race had developed greatly and was far from what it used to be. At this moment, as the life stronghold of the Long Yi Hao was activated, Yi Xian took a step into it and immediately gave the order to transform. In the next instant, the grinding sounds of machinery rang out. The Life Fortress rapidly transformed. It first turned into a 9-hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden dragon, and even a desolate ancient yaksha with a pair of giant wings on its back. In short, the devouring system. It could easily transform into the forms of all the life forms recorded in the database. Finally, with a series of cracking sounds, the Life Fortress transformed into a super alloy giant over 1 million zhang tall. Its head and limbs were all missing and even the light on its back had appeared. The shield in its left hand was as large as the sky, and the spear in its right hand was over 300,000 zhang long. Meters? 300,000 zhang, that was 300,000 zhang, 300 kilometers. This kind of height would make anyone speechless. One large stride or leap would allow it to cross at least 1,000 kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. This was just the basic performance. Apart from that, in terms of defense and attack, the Alloy War God was equally stunning. First of all, the energy shield of the Space Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light horns on the back of the Alloy War God. Of course, this pair of light horns also had shockingly sharp cutting abilities. When combined, they could protect the body, and when split they could cut through the sturdy hull of the Space Fortress. Apart from that, this kind of defense system's energy shield could appear in any area of the Alloy War God at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, a protective light shield would appear on the Alloy War God's head. The same kind of energy shield could appear on the Alloy War God's chest, the front of the chest, back and even the 4 limbs. As for attack power, apart from blocking attacks, the giant alloy shield in its left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down. The alloy spear in its right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a melee weapon and it could also be thrown out like a spear. At that time, under the propulsion of the alloy war god's powerful force and the inertial acceleration of the battle spear, this would definitely be a major killing move. It would not be a problem to directly pierce through a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy spear and shield. In fact, if Yi Xian needed it, the shield and spear in the hands of the alloy war god could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the shield could cancel out all attacks. Its penetration and lethality would increase exponentially. Could be called a killing machine. Moreover, the alloy war god's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. This included both the shoulders and the back. This was simply a human-shaped killing machine. It had all the flexibility and advantages of the human form in close combat, and it also had the long-range punitive ability of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. All of this was perfectly mixed together, making the entire alloy war god perfect. Chapter 40-32. Not long after, the alloy war god reappeared. It had a battle spear in its right hand and a battle shield in its left. As soon as the battle shield in its right hand appeared, it was in the form of black antimatter energy. This antimatter death light shield was simply amazing. It was absolutely invincible in close combat. Any attack, including energy attacks, could be blocked by this black shield. The characteristics of the antimatter light energy determined all of this. This was like star sky black technology, being able to transfer the antimatter light energy generator to its hands after mechanical transformation. This kind of equipment could also be compressed? It was simply unscientific. How thick were the alloy war god's arms? The antimatter light energy generator of a large fortress was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. How could it be compressed into 2 arms? There was also the battle spear in his right hand. Although it was only in the super alloy state, it was already 100,000 feet long. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. If it was transformed into the antimatter death light spear, its power would definitely soar by a large margin. That would definitely be an unstoppable momentum, even if it was a fixed super alloy. Even a fixed star fortress would be pierced through by this spear. At this moment, the moment the alloy war god's form appeared, Yi Xian had already made his move. After giving the order, the 300,000-meter tall alloy war god took a step back and raised his right arm. The 300,000-meter long alloy war god that was originally in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions sounded. This alloy war spear was too terrifying. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it wreaked havoc in the void for millions of kilometers. Along the way, all the battleships in its way, regardless of whether they were large or small fortresses, were all pierced through without exception. They exploded into huge fireballs that bloomed in space. Although Yi Xian threw out an alloy war spear on the surface, this war spear was actually formed from the countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all the micromolecules changed form directly, turning from a superalloy into a kind of super-concentrated energy. Then they exploded. This spear destroyed at least tens of thousands of battleships of the enemy camp. This was because there were too many battleships, fortresses in the void. As long as the spear didn't stop shooting, battleships would be destroyed every minute and every second. However, this was only the beginning. After this spear was thrown, Yi Xian made his move again. His right hand suddenly shook, and a pitch-black battle spear of the same length quickly appeared in the giant alloy palm that was holding the million-meter-thick spear. This battle spear was clearly not a physical entity. It was condensed from antimatter light energy and could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be corroded. The reason why the alloy war god was able to hold it safely was because its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator, made of a special material. Shio, rumble. With a deafening boom, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, its figure instantly leaping hundreds of miles away. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and with an ear-piercing sound, a black light pierced through the sky. The long Yi Xian fortress was formed from the evolution of the world's insects. This mysterious existence was between life and non-life. It could evolve into anything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the life fortress. They were all evolved from its micromolecules. The spear that was thrown at this moment was completely different from the alloy war god's previous spear. It was formed from pure antimatter light energy. Its power could only be described with one word: terrifying. Whoosh, Rumble. This spear formed from antimatter light energy was not only faster, but even after hitting the battleships, fortresses, the sound it made was different. Although the battleships, fortresses that were hit also exploded with the same roar, when this strange pitch-black spear pierced through the battleships, the sound it made was like melting snow, extremely ear-piercing. The materials used to build the interstellar battleships were the strongest and most advanced cosmic alloys, but under the impact of this antimatter energy spear, they did not have the slightest resistance. The antimatter energy spear that was 1 million feet long shot forward, and tens of thousands of battleships were pierced through in the short span of a breath. They then exploded, turning into giant fireballs in the void like fireworks blooming in space. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact only a few breaths had passed since the two spears were thrown. Although it was only a short time, and although the entire void battlefield was already in chaos, these two spears were too large, and the power they displayed after being thrown out was even more eye-catching. In addition, the alloy war god's 1 million feet long body was too eye-catching. As soon as the second antimatter energy light spear was thrown out, countless cries of surprise rang out from the void all around them. What's that? What a powerful spear, it traveled millions of miles in just half a breath. All the battleships along the way, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long star-class battleships or fortresses, none of them could stop it, and all of them exploded. The second spear is even more heaven-defying. It seems to be in the form of energy and it's completely black. Could it be a spear formed from antimatter light energy? But how is that possible? Since when could antimatter energy be used like this? This is simply star-sky black technology. Yes, this is indeed star-sky black technology. That 100,000 feet tall alloy war god is proof. Could it be that you still haven't come to your senses? This alloy war god is clearly transformed from a super-large interstellar fortress. I just saw it with my own eyes. In just a few breaths, a star transformed. An empty fortress changed form in just a few breaths. It's so familiar, I seem to have heard of it before. Mechanical fusion technique. This is the ultimate mechanical fusion technique of the Tianji race. I remember now that energy spear formed from antimatter light energy is clearly the signature of another peerless genius. Even the antimatter energy light shield in the left hand of the alloy war god is the same. It's unique to Sha Baofeng. Sha Baofeng? Why would he appear here? The one who stepped into that super-large interstellar fortress was clearly Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon Qin. That is indeed the case. The moment Mo Jinfeng stepped into that super fortress, the fortress transformed into a 100,000 zhang tall alloy war god. Heavens, the truth is too frightening. This old man has a bold guess, but I don't dare to say it out loud. Chapter 4033. 5 monsters in one body. When this sentence was roared by a certain starry sky powerhouse with a trembling voice, the entire starry sky void fell silent. Countless starry sky powerhouses, including the demon camp, stopped what they were doing at this moment and looked in horror at the giant alloy war god in the void. Looking over. No one doubted his current identity. That was the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng. This was because countless people had seen him dispel the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and summon a super fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters with a wave of his hand. Then he stepped into it. And then, the super fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was comparable in size to a starry sky war god, began to change shape and finally settled into a humanoid alloy war god that was 100,000 meters tall. In the short span of a single breath, he threw out 2 terrifyingly powerful alloy spears. At the same time, it was the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Because whether it was the mechanical fusion ability that allowed the fortress to change shape in a short time, turning it into various mechanical battle insects, or even the humanoid alloy war god. It was the pitch-black antimatter energy light spear that was thrown out, and the pitch-black antimatter energy light shield that was still in the left hand of the alloy war god. All of this was the signature of the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Not to mention the other races of the 3 main starry sky planes, even within the Tianji clan, there was no other Tianji clan member who could have such an antimatter energy light spear and light shield that could be held in the hand of the alloy war god. In other words, this alloy war god was not only the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, but also the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as the #1 person of the younger generation. This was simply the same person. In other words, the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, was actually the same as young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the little immemorial demon ape. He was just one of the identities of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng. This was a shocking secret. The previous 4 peerless monsters as one was already shocking enough. It was unprecedented in history, causing countless powerhouses of the 3 main starry sky planes to sigh in regret. But it was not until today that they suddenly discovered that that was still not the limit. What was the big deal about the 4 peerless monsters as one? His true identity was one of the 5 freaks. And that wasn't even the most important part. Most importantly, one of these 5 peerless geniuses belonged to the Heaven's Legacy clan. This was the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race was a mechanical life form. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were sentient robots that had developed their own consciousness and intelligence. Only then had they evolved into members of the Heaven's Legacy race. It could be said that each member of the Celestials' Legacy race was unique. They were not like other races that were not made of flesh and blood. They did not have a yuan spirit, only an electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was their core, just like a human soul. It was for this reason that it was absolutely impossible for an expert from another race to infiltrate the Celestial Legacy race. The souls of the human race and the yuan spirits of other life forms could not simulate the electronic consciousness of the Celestial Legacy race. They were 2 completely different forms of existence. Even the legendary extraterrestrial demons had a myriad of transformations. Whether it was a life form of flesh and blood, an energy life form, or a life form in between, the extraterrestrial demons could change between them at will. But in theory, even extraterrestrial demons could not disguise themselves as members of the Heaven's Legacy race and infiltrate their race. The electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms had its own unique characteristics. It was not limited to extraterrestrial demons, but also some of the rarest crystal life forms in the universe. Their core consciousness was some particularly strange life form or crystal frequency. But that was still different from the electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms and could not be disguised. It was also for this reason that ever since DE led the Heaven's Legacy race to conquer the First Universe and became the overlord of the entire First Universe, they had steadily developed for tens of thousands of years. Step by step they had become stronger and stronger. But there had never been an expert from another race who had infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race and caused chaos. It could be said that for tens of thousands of years, the entire Heaven's Legacy race had been a super iron bucket. Even after developing to such a large scale and becoming the #1 overlord of the 3 main dimensions of the universe, even the human race had to unite the various races of the second universe through the Myriad Net Federation in order to contend with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race had suddenly migrated and disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. For such a long time, all the top forces and races of the 3 great dimensions had tried everything they could, but they had never successfully planted spies and scouts within the Heaven's Legacy race. However, this impenetrable legend seemed to have ended in the hands of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. This peerless monster had not only infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race, but had also climbed to the high position of the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, the truth was so shocking. No one had thought that this so-called former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was actually just another body of the demon's royal brother Mo Jinfeng. It was just a part. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the void. Countless experts from the 3 camps exclaimed and discussed, their tones filled with disbelief and disbelief. Even in the void far behind the 2 punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters' divine senses transmitted to this plane, after a short silence, gasped one after another after detecting such a shocking change. They secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission, and their tones were filled with strong emotions. Bewilderment and doubt. Who can explain what's going on? What happened to the 4 great monsters in one body? How come there's suddenly another identity, and it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race? This is simply a joke. This is unlikely. Even if it's an ordinary member of the Heaven's Legacy race, it's almost impossible to impersonate. Who hasn't studied the electronic consciousness of mechanical life? What's more, it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. D isn't so stupid. But how do you explain the scene in front of us? That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we don't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan Sha Baofeng is also in that fortress. That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we didn't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan Sha Baofeng is also in that fortress. This is them deliberately confusing the public. Chapter 40-34. Bang. Rumble. Rumble. In the demon domain, the vast void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been transformed into a world of blood and fire. It was like purgatory. Enormous rumbling resounded incessantly through space. Every single rumbling represented that a battleship had been struck by one or more beams of energy from the battleships, and it was either partially destroyed or completely destroyed before exploding into an enormous ball of flames that caused this extremely bright expanse of space to become empty. The space seemed even more dazzling. Just the 2 expeditionary armies from the Second Universe and the Third Universe had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. Coupled with the 20 million battleships from the Devil Men, the total number of battleships that resided in this expanse of space had already exceeded 70 million. Even if it was the full-scale war between the Heavenly Fate Clan and the Myriad Alliance, it had never occurred in such an enormous scale. Now, in various parts of the First Universe, the war between the 4-race alliance led by the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race, and the alliance formed by the slaves of the First Universe, no matter how fierce and raging the war was, it was still far from reaching such a scale. Not to mention that there were over 5 million enormous native ferocious beasts that weren't smaller than the battleships amidst the chaotic battle. Besides that, there were a large number of comparatively formidable experts of the various races in space. They hadn't stayed within the battleships and had traversed space with their physical bodies instead. All of them had withdrawn combat weapons, magic treasures, revealed their bloodline true bodies, executed their innate divine abilities, and were either fighting in pairs or in groups. In short, this battle in space had developed to this point in less than a day of time, yet it had developed into a full-scale chaotic battle that raged like a raging fire. Both sides of the battle had already launched an all-out battle, and it was a situation where they wouldn't stop until one side was annihilated. A battle of such a level. The scale of a few tens of millions of battleships and the overall situation of the entire battlefield was indeed not something that could be influenced by a single person. Unless an eternal old monster made a move. However, Yi Xian refused to believe this. Even though he was merely a region lord, he was too far away from the eternal realm, so he didn't possess the heaven-defying ability of the eternal realm at all. For example, Yi Xian did not possess the ability to flatten 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles with a flip of his hand in just 3 breaths of time. But if it was just destruction, Yi Xian had the ambition to compete with the immortal realm old monsters. This was also the reason why he was willing to reveal his identity as the peerless genius of the Qinji race, Sha Baofeng. Now, he still didn't know that he had exposed his identity as the peerless genius of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, and almost made a fool of himself. The 11 immortal realm old monsters who didn't want to show up, were very suspicious and wouldn't act rashly. Actually, even if he was aware of this, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all, and he was bound to act. He would definitely give the invaders of the First Universe a painful beating in this battle with the intention of annihilating the entire demon folk race so that he and the demon folk race could develop swiftly and gain more time for him and the demon folk race to develop swiftly. So, no matter how suspicious those 11 immortal realm old monsters were, Yi Xian would use even more powerful methods to force them to the point they couldn't restrain themselves any longer and attack in the end. In the void, the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet in size abruptly raised its head and let out a long roar that quaked the stars. At the same time, a second pitch-black antimatter energy spear quietly materialized in the alloy war god's right hand within half a breath. Swish. This was the third spear if the world bugs had formed a group of self-destructing alloy war god spear was included. Yi Xian tossed it with all his might, and this time his target was the area with the most battleships from the opposing side. As the sound of the air breaking rang out, all the battleships, fortresses along the way that the spear came into contact with exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 battleships were destroyed. In a short period of time, the 3 spears had destroyed at least 200,000 battleships of various types. Although it wasn't much compared to the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 great expeditionary camps, this was a result that Yi Xian completed in a short span of 10 breaths with his own strength. It was absolutely shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of single-handedly wreaking havoc in an area of the void. After a brief moment of shock, a group of high-ranking commanders from the opposing side's flagship fortresses in the void around them roared and bellowed one after another. Stop him immediately. All fortresses in the vicinity, concentrate your firepower and bombard him with antimatter death ray cannons. Immediately. Do it immediately. Destroy this D*MN human-shaped alloy war god as quickly as possible. He actually thinks that he can change the overall situation of a great war in space by himself. Who does he think he is? The savior of the world? This is something that even the 5 great evildoers as one would never be able to achieve. We don't have to do anything anymore. This old man doesn't believe that with 50 million battleships, even if only 1/10 of them open fire at the same time, he can still protect everyone with his own strength. What bullsh*, T5 great evildoers as one. In the end he's still going to fall. Since ancient times, the 3 main dimensions of space have never lacked true evildoers, but as long as they don't grow up, everything will be for naught in the end. This person is too showy and has ruined his own future. There's no way forward. He will be bombarded to death by countless battleships in this battle. It had to be said that the alloy war god's sudden appearance had ended more than 200,000 warships and fortresses of various sizes with just 3 spears. For a short period of time, countless supervoid experts in the 2 opposing camps had yet to recover from their shock. They were still in a state of shock which had a serious impact on their morale. In the various flagship fortresses in the distance, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans and top factions deliberately said such things, belittling the alloy war god and deliberately mocking Yi Xian, who was the 5 great evildoers as one. This was clearly done on purpose to raise morale. At this moment, as the reprimands and cold snorts rang out, a large number of low-ranking commanders in the various fortresses of the opposing side finally recovered from their shock. They pulled themselves together and immediately carried out the intentions of the high-ranking commanders. They issued the order. Chapter 40-35. What? You don't dare to go up yourself, but you ordered your subordinates to suppress me with numbers? Are you planning to execute this king? Yi Xian sneered. He could see through the mentality of the upper echelons of the various races and factions, so he immediately mocked and ridiculed them. These fellows had clearly been beaten to a pulp before. 6 half-rotten old monsters had attacked, and the first 2 had died and the other had been captured. Of the remaining 4, if not for the sudden appearance of an undying old monster with a giant palm, interfering with the battle, none of them would have been able to escape. But now they were clearly afraid of Yi Xian. They didn't dare to go up personally and kill him. Instead, they ordered their subordinates to suppress him with numbers. They even deliberately belittled him and tried to raise their morale. What a joke. Yi Xian didn't give them any face and exposed them on the spot. He didn't care if this would affect the morale of the opposing faction. Immediately after, the 4th spear in his hand condensed and took shape again in a short breath. Old fools, you're the ones who are afraid of this king and don't dare to go up, yet you still want to pretend to be tough. Speaking up to here, Yi Xian's tone was full of disdain and arrogance. His last sentence was like a mad roar, leaking his domineering aura. This king will now give you a big slap in the face. Does anyone dare to go up and fight? Xiao. Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th spear, Yi Xian, was suddenly thrown out. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing and soul-stirring. This time, Yi Xian aimed at a flagship stronghold that the upper echelons of a certain clan had spoken up for. The spear shot out, but it didn't hit any other battleships along the way. Following the gaps between the densely packed battleships, it accurately hit the flagship stronghold. A huge explosion sounded. The entire 100,000-meter diameter flagship stronghold was directly penetrated and then exploded. In just half a breath, it had disintegrated. At the same time, a large number of warriors rushed out from the collapsed flagship fortress. Most of them were wounded, but one of them had a powerful aura. He was obviously a half-step immortal, but he was in a mess because of the sudden explosion. His image had been damaged. What was even more unbearable was that this half-dead ancestor didn't even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit in the face of Yi Xian's blatant provocation. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. He coldly turned his head to look in this direction, then pinched his nose, turned around and fled into the distance. Ha! Didn't you speak so domineeringly just now as if you were evaluating me, saying that I would definitely fall in this battle? Now that you've been slapped in the face, why are you running away? The alloy war god threw his head back and laughed. His merciless taunts spread for thousands of miles, and the countless experts of the 3 great factions fighting in the void heard them all. In the demon camp, countless demon experts threw their heads back and laughed. Their morale soared. Even the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were roaring excitedly. For a moment, their morale was like a rainbow. On the other hand, the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps were deathly silent. Although the 2 great punitive expeditionary camps indeed had the upper hand on the battlefield, the demon imperial younger brother Mo Jufeng was too valiant. He had been using facts to show his unparalleled heroism. At this moment, even a half-dead old monster was slapped in the face by him in public and didn't dare to say anything. He actually directly admitted defeat while pinching his nose. Unknowingly, the morale of the two great punitive expeditionary camps fell again. Many experts of races and top-tier factions even subconsciously raised their hands to cover their faces. In just one short day, this was the second time they did this. It really made people speechless. At the same time, the millions of warships of the two opposing camps that were closer to Yixian had completed the adjustment of the ship cannons' muzzles. All of them locked onto the huge body of the alloy war god. A low buzzing sound rang out at this moment, densely packed and spread out in the void. This was the movement caused by millions of fortresses charging the antimatter energy death ray cannons on the ships at the same time. It made one's scalp tingle. In a distant void battlefield, the demon emperor Mo Jutian and the other demon imperial clan higher-ups were observing the situation and issuing battle orders from time to time. His heart was in his throat at this moment. The alloy warship's combat strength was indeed astonishing. Its terrifying figure of 100,000 feet tall was like a great battle in the stars. Just its brute force alone could sweep through the stars. Moreover, it had a great killing weapon like the antimatter energy light spear. Even its huge body had a lot of combat equipment everywhere. In terms of long-range combat, there were even antimatter death ray cannons on its shoulders and back, including its elbows and knees. In terms of close-range combat, there were also all kinds of retractable hooks and sharp spikes that could appear at any time. Even so, against the massive antimatter energy death ray cannons fired by millions of warships at the same time, the alloy war god would not be able to hold on no matter how heaven-defying it was. There was indeed a shield in its left hand as well as a pair of huge light halos on its back, all of which were condensed from black antimatter energy. The light halo's offensive energy turned into a pair of indestructible giant blades. Its defensive energy joined together and covered the alloy war god's body like an energy shield to protect itself. However, that could only protect against a small number of antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams. In the face of millions of ship cannons' energy beams that would drown the entire body, this shield and the energy shield formed by the light halos behind it could not block at all. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family began to worry. Just as the Demonkin King Mo Jutian was about to give the order to attack the millions of fortresses and strongholds of the two opposing camps, a new change occurred in the central region of the void battleground. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, the alloy war god suddenly raised its left hand and threw out the huge antimatter death ray shield that was originally in its left hand like a huge dart. Along the way, at least 100,000 warships, fortresses of various sizes were cut in half, exploding into huge fireballs on the spot. Huge fireballs. Too sharp. This was formed from antimatter energy and was absolutely indestructible. However, when the antimatter death ray shield was thrown out, the alloy war god's right hand did not condense a new spear. It seemed that it did not intend to continue attacking. Then, just as the countless starry sky experts of the three opposing camps did not understand what was going on, Yixian suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. As his huge arms spread out, a large cauldron and a black staff were directly summoned from the undying world within his body and held in his hands. Chapter 40-36. In his left hand was the farmer god cauldron. In his right hand was the black-headed cudgel. All of them were heavy and violent weapons. At this moment they were being held in the hands of the alloy war god. Compared to the image of Yixian dragging the black-headed cudgel with one hand in his true form of a three-headed six-armed demon ape, it was even more violent. It was simply shocking. In the void, the countless warships and fortresses of the three opposing factions were silent for a moment. In an instant there was a wave of exclamations. The big-headed black cudgel. It's the big-headed black cudgel again? Damn it, what is Imperial Brother Mo Jufeng doing? Why did he suddenly bring out this infamous cudgel? And there's also a giant cauldron. It should be the famous Medicine King's divine cauldron in young Master Linghu's hands. The cauldron in his left hand and the cudgel in his right. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he thinks he can block the bombardment of millions of warships and countless antimatter energy warship cannons like this? This is clearly the rhythm of launching an offensive, not a defensive one. It's getting more and more incomprehensible. Imperial Brother Mo Jufeng doesn't take the usual path and doesn't play by the rules at all. Under such circumstances he's not thinking of escaping or dodging, and he's actually thinking of launching an attack. It's too late to escape. At most, in another breath, millions of death ray cannons will fire in unison. At that time, the energy beams of the warship cannons will drown his body. He's doomed. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before these exclamations could fade, the 3 to 4 million warships, fortresses in the void had already adjusted the direction of their cannons and locked onto the alloy warship. They had already begun to bombard it one after another. The sound of breaking air resounded in this part of the void. Countless black antimatter death ray energy beams of varying sizes instantly intertwined into a net in the void. And at the center of this black net was the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet tall. In the blink of an eye, millions of death ray energy beams had already enveloped the entire body of the alloy war god. No one could see it anymore. The vast void in a radius of 10,000 miles around its body was surging with black death ray energy, as if wanting to completely annihilate this corner of the universe. Miraculous. At this moment, the hearts of countless experts from the 3 opposing camps rose to their throats. The originally intense situation in the starry sky had actually become stagnant at this moment, as if it had been frozen. The imperial brother of the demon kin Mo Jinfeng was too important. He was like a battle flag of the demon kin. His influence on this battle was immeasurable. And now he was facing a test of life and death, but this wasn't just about him. It could be said that whether or not he could survive this battle would affect the final outcome of this planar war in space. It would affect the honor and disgrace of every expert on both sides of the void battlefield. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Practically every single expert of the 3 opposing sides had such comprehension, and it was even to the extent that those 10-plus half-aged ancestors of the opposing side who had been terrified out of their wits a long time ago and didn't dare to jump out and face him head-on. At this moment, the dozen or so old ancestors, including Sao Longxixia and Gong Shou Xin, were definitely more nervous than anyone else. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. That was because with their cultivation and ability, they had clearly seen a bizarre sight before the boundless antimatter energy ocean formed by millions of death ray cannons blanketed them. In that instant, the divine cauldron of the Medicine King that was held in the alloy war god's left hand in an extremely domineering manner clearly gushed out a large amount of 9-colored mist from the mouth of the cauldron. In less than a tenth of an instant, it completely enveloped the alloy war god's 100,000 feet tall body. They were naturally aware of the infamous reputation of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King, and it was incomparably deep. The imperial brother of the demon kin Mo Jinfeng, as the owner of the treasured cauldron who had long since refined the cauldron of the 5 great prodigies, was clearly more aware of its power. In fact, during the second unforeseen event in the root of all evil star region, young Master Linghu had used this cauldron to resist the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron. He had forcibly brought out millions of native ferocious beasts and a large number of powerhouses from various races from the root of all evil star region. The latter had been used by him to extort various races and obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources. The former, on the other hand, seemed to have finally submitted. Now, together with the 20 million battleships of the Demonkin race, they were jointly resisting the invasion of the 50 million battleships of the 2 major planes. When they thought of all this, Sal and the dozen or so old ancestors of various races and top forces could not remain calm. Although the black sea of antimatter energy formed by the simultaneous firing of 3 to 4 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes was terrifying and could probably shake even an immortal, compared to the root of all evil, compared to the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron, it was really difficult to determine who was stronger or weaker. At this moment, what they were most worried about was that the imperial brother of the demon kin Mo Jinfeng would rely on the endless 9-colored mist surging out of the mouth of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King to forcefully resist this wave of attacks. If that was really the case, this monster would really be unkillable. Even an army of 50 million battleships would not be able to do anything to him. How could that be? Such an outcome was simply despairing. Unfortunately, even if they did not want to see such a scene, in the end, what should have happened had still happened. This kind of antimatter energy could not exist for a long time. Once it was blasted out of the antimatter energy generator, it would be quickly consumed in the positive material world. Even if this was a sea of antimatter energy formed by 3 to 4 million death ray cannon energy beams, it could only last for a short period of time. It was only a few breaths. After a few breaths, this black sea completely disappeared. The heroic body of the alloy war god, which was originally shrouded and could no longer be seen at all, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes unscathed. From the mouth of the cauldron in his left hand, there was a large amount of 9-colored mist gushing out like a fountain, protecting his entire body. The mist shrouded him, revealing a dreamy color, but it was incomparably real. Very obviously, the energy of this black antimatter sea that had already dissipated was blocked by this nine-colored mist, perhaps even consuming a part of the nine-colored mist. But this did not matter. The true form of this farmer god's treasure cauldron was much larger than a giant star. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy inside was. What Yi Xian could activate now was only a very small part. Even if some of the nine-colored mist gushing out of the cauldron was consumed, it was simply not to the extent of damaging the power of the cauldron, and it was not to the extent that it could reach. Chapter 40:37. This scene was simply like a miracle. A few million forts and fortresses of various sizes had been launched with all their might, and the energy beams of a few million deathlight cannons converged together to form an ocean of antimatter energy that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers. Such a terrifying attack was even capable of heavily injuring or shaking an Eternal Realm expert. Even if Mo Jinfeng was one of the 5 great monstrous geniuses, his own cultivation was too weak after all, and he was far from maturing. Even if he'd activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, he was only at the Region Lord realm. Even with the addition of the defensive power of the humanoid alloy war god that was larger than a large stronghold and comparable to a super stronghold in space, there was no way it could compare to a true undying old monster. Theoretically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to resist the impact of such an ocean of antimatter energy. But the actual outcome was the exact opposite. Not only had he resisted it, he was completely unharmed. He was in the exact same posture before the black ocean of antimatter energy enveloped him, and he was still in the exact same posture when the black ocean of antimatter energy dispersed after over a dozen breaths of time. What did this represent? This represented the terrifying antimatter light energy ocean. It was not even worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The other party's entire body was covered by it, but it did not even struggle or evade. It stood proudly in the void, majestic and unmoving. This was a true posture of invincibility. The appearance of the 5 great monstrous geniuses in one body and the number 1 expert in the younger generation was so extraordinary, yet it was so despairing. Countless devil experts instantly cheered thunderously on the side of the devils, and it was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise led by the few million native ferocious beasts raised their heads towards the sky and howled with excitement while revealing ferocious expressions. On the other hand, the opposing sides were deathly silent, and only endless sighs and gasps resounded. Sal Longsagorge Gong Shou Xan, and the other half-aged ancestors of the various clans and top-rate powers were dumbstruck, and their eyes emanated the glow of despair. This time they were in complete despair and they were filled with deep unwillingness. Because as far as they were concerned, this wasn't Mo Jinfeng's own strength at all, and it was entirely the contribution of the terrifying divine cauldron of the Medicine King that could compete with the nether furnace in terms of pressure. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Treasures were meant for people, and only the virtuous would be able to obtain them. This cauldron was originally located in a secret area of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe. It was impossible that no immortal realm warriors had discovered it, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. And now, he had been completely refined in the hands of Mo Jinfeng, his royal brother, and could be as big or as small as he wished. This in itself already explained the problem. After a short moment of silence, the 11 immortal realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in parallel spaces behind the 2 opposing camps, finally let out exclamations of surprise and bewilderment. Something's not right. Could it be that our previous judgment was wrong? Something is indeed wrong. If it is as we have deduced before, all of this is merely a scheme of the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan. Although little Mo has stepped into this super fortress that has transformed into an alloy war god, in reality, the one who has begun the mechanical fusion is not him. Instead, it is Tianji who has already entered this super fortress. The peerless genius of our clan Sha Baofeng. Then how do you explain this scene in front of us? Whether it is the big-headed black stick or the Shinnong cauldron, they are the most precious treasures of Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother. It is impossible for such precious treasures of the Desolation era to be left in the hands of others. Even if the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan have a close relationship, little Mo would never temporarily lend them to Sha Baofeng. In fact, even if he wanted to lend them, it is impossible. Once these precious treasures of the Desolation era have been refined, no one else can activate them. But now they are clearly in the hands of the alloy war god, and they are activated without any delay. It is definitely the original body that is controlling them. Could it be that the being who has performed the mechanical fusion in the alloy war god is really Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother? Is the so-called 5 peerless geniuses in one true body? This is the only reasonable explanation. What a peerless genius. He even infiltrated the Tianji clan and once became the young patriarch of the clan. Is Di blind? That should be the case. Previously, this old man felt that Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan was not true. Now, it seems that the only explanation is that Little Mo's identity as a spy of the Tianji clan was exposed and was seen through by Di. That's why he said those words to disgust Di. For the sake of his reputation, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. So, the so-called conspiracy between the demon kin and the Tianji clan is completely false? Since that's the case, shouldn't we make some adjustments to our next plan? What is going on? The situation of the entire war, including the strategic layout, has been ruined by Little Mo's interference. That little Mo brat is ruining things again and again. This brat is too good at causing trouble. He's simply a troublemaker. Prepare to take action. The conventional forces at the front can no longer suppress him. Even if there are 50 million warships, it is useless. Only the immortal realm experts like us can suppress him. Seconded. Rumble. Boom. Just as the 11 immortal realm old monsters were secretly discussing, there was a brief moment of silence in the void battlefield where more than 70 million battleships of the 3 opposing camps were gathered. In an instant, a large number of roars and explosions resounded again. Countless warship cannons, after a short pause, began to bombard again. Everything before was just an episode of attention. For the countless starry sky experts in the tens of millions of warships of both sides, this battle was far from over. It could even be said that it had just begun. The fierce starry sky unfolded again, but compared to before, the morale of the two sides was completely different. With more than 50 million warships and fortresses of various sizes, the morale of the two expeditionary camps in the stronghold was extremely low. On the other hand, the demon kin and the indigenous fierce beasts, who only had half the battle strength of the other side, had high morale at this moment. Although they were still in a disadvantageous position, no one retreated. All the indigenous fierce beasts were roaring and fighting in the void with their physical bodies, which made people raise their eyebrows. It was also at this time that the alloy war god, whose body was 100,000 feet tall and was shrouded in a dense 9-colored mist, turned his head and looked at an area millions of miles away to the right where a large number of enemy warships were congested. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Chapter 4038. Did you enjoy the bombardment just now? TSK. Millions of warships firing in unison. Countless antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons gathered in one place, intertwining into a net, converging into a sea. What a grand gesture. Turning to look at the void ahead to the right where many fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were congested, the expression on the alloy war god's face actually changed, showing a human-like look of disdain. Yi Xian's voice that came out of his mouth was filled with ridicule and ridicule. However, when it entered the ears of the experts in the large number of battleships in the void, it was no different from the soul-devouring demonic sound. Everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and their faces instantly turned ashen. Even if there was water in the brain after hearing such words, they could immediately guess what the alloy war god was going to do next. Didn't you enjoy the bombardment just now? Since you didn't kill me, now it's my turn to fight back. Realizing this, the commanders in the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were instantly scared out of their wits. Exclamations rang out almost at the same time as they issued orders. Spread out. Spread out immediately. Heavens, this god of slaughter is pissed off. He's going to flip out. You idiots, there are fortresses and fortresses of various sizes all around us. If we wait for them to move away and make way, we'll have died 2 or 3 times already. Activate the warp jump program now. No matter where we go, we just need to perform void teleportation and leave this corner of the void. It's over. We've been targeted. The antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons are the most concentrated here. The demon imperial brother Mo Jinfeng is going to retaliate immediately. Hum. Filled with shock before the chaotic cries of alarm had died down, a large number of low humming sounds rang out in the area. A large number of warships were crowded together. The ones at the edge could immediately escape, but the ones at the center could only wait. However, the current situation was too critical. The ferocity of the alloy war god had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, as the order was given, a large number of warships began to charge, preparing to use void warp to leave this area first. In fact, the surroundings of this space battlefield were already densely packed with all kinds of battleships, fortresses of various sizes. It was a chaotic battle, and it was extremely unwise to perform a void jump in such a situation. It was very likely that after the void jump was completed, one would directly appear above a battleship and crush it. Or, after completing a void jump and appearing in a certain empty space, the ship would be hit by a beam of energy that just so happened to pass through that space node. This was the so-called starry sky level being caught in the crossfire, the most tragic of all. However, the performance of the alloy war god in this battle had created too much pressure. Countless experts in the two opposing camps, including Sal and the dozen or so half-dead great ancestors, had a psychological shadow in their hearts. At this moment, facing the alloy war god that was about to kill them, even if they had to take this risk, they couldn't care less. Even if they really encountered an accident after completing a void jump and ran into the crossfire of a starry sky level being, it was still better than staying where they were and immediately being blown to bits by the alloy war god. You want to leave? I'm afraid you're thinking too much. Yi Xian sneered and immediately began to intercept. The alloy war god's gigantic body covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers with a single stride. During this time, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel that were held in its left and right hands were not idle. The farmer god's cauldron was like a real heavy weapon. It swept out directly, and all the warships and fortresses it encountered along the way exploded. It was the same for the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. Although it was lighter than the farmer god's cauldron and did not have the power of a heavy weapon like the farmer god's cauldron that could destroy a large number of warships with a single sweep, it was more nimble. The alloy war god's right hand swung the big-headed black cudgel like a windmill. The alloy war god's cauldron blew up all kinds of warships without exception. This ambush was only a few million kilometers away. For the alloy war god, who was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, it was just a few dozen void leaps. In just a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had already rushed to this area of the void that was congested with a large number of fortresses. Along the way, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel had destroyed at least 200,000 to 300,000 warships of the enemy camp. At this time, a small number of the millions of warships and fortresses of various sizes that were congested in this corner of the void had already performed void jumps and successfully escaped. However, Yi Xian did not pay attention to them. There were still many enemy warships in front of him. He would pick the ones that were close to him first. As for the ones that had escaped, he would deal with them later. Take care of them. The next scene perfectly demonstrated the saying of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and it was of the starry sky level. The alloy war god that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size was so huge that even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a dot in front of it. Not to mention that it was also carrying a cauldron and a black cudgel in each of its hands, which were also hundreds of thousands of meters in size. With a single sweep, almost a sea of warships and fortresses of various sizes exploded with a rumble. Such a scene was simply like the purgatory of the stars. As a large number of warships of various sizes exploded, countless starry sky experts of various races from both camps fell out. All of them cried out in horror and fled for their lives in the void. However, many of them were extremely unfortunate. In the process of fleeing, even if the strong wind swept by the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel brushed past them, they would instantly explode and die, turning into a rain of blood that splattered all over the void. The casualties were too tragic. A large number of lives were being lost every second. This was the true purgatory of the stars. Coincidentally, among the millions of warships of various sizes that were congested in this area, there happened to be a main flagship fortress of the enemy camp that was overseen by a half-rotten old ancestor. At this time, although this main flagship fortress had not been destroyed by Yi Xian in the end, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape such an ending. This was because the charging of its void jump had not yet been completed, and the alloy war god was already only tens of thousands of kilometers away. It only needed one more large stride to reach it. In his panic, the half-rotten old monster overseeing this main flagship fortress could not sit still in the end. He directly rushed out of the flagship fortress, manifested his bloodline true body, turned around and fled into the void in the distance. This half-rotten old monster came from various races of the Second Universe. He was one of the few half-rotten old ancestors left in the command council of various races of the Second Universe. Seeing that his bloodline true body, which was about 10,000 meters in size, was covered in green, and some parts had wrinkles like old tree bark, this was clearly a half-rotten old ancestor from the Tree Spirit clan. Old ancestor rotten. To put it bluntly, he looked like an old tree that had become a spirit. Chapter 4039. Pft. The words, "Where are you running to?" almost made the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan Ling Baopu spit out blood on the spot. This was too much of a bully, he even attacked him personally. Bang! In the next moment, a loud sound was heard. The alloy war god, who was holding the Shinnong treasure cauldron in his left hand and the big-headed black stick in his right hand, had already arrived in front of him. With a sweep of the big-headed stick before Ling Baopu could react, he had already been sent flying diagonally, at least 2 to 3 million miles away. Then, the devil cultivator royal brother Mo Jeffing exclaimed softly in surprise, "Eh? Could it be that Tai Shuqing spirit? It actually didn't smash. It's just a piece of rotten wood. Could it be that you want to smash it twice? What a waste." Pfft. This time Ling Baopu really vomited blood. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was smashed by the big-headed black stick. He spat out a stream of green liquid, and green stars circled in front of him endlessly. "Little bastard, you're going too far, $#star. Without waiting for the little green stars circling above his head to completely disperse, the half-dead ancestor of the tree spirit clan had already started cursing on the spot, bursting out with vulgarities. A dignified half-dead old monster was actually scolded by a junior as rotten wood, saying that it was a waste of energy to not smash it with a single blow. This was simply a blatant humiliation and it was too unbearable. Under the agitation in his heart, Ling Baopu did not escape. In any case, the opponent's speed was so fast that there was basically no hope of escaping. He immediately let out a furious roar, and his body, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, instantly expanded. A large expanse of green quickly spread out in the void. Swish! Swish! Countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Baopu's figure was already like a towering tree, turning into an incomparably ferocious giant tree monster. At this moment, countless thick tentacle-like roots suddenly shot out from his body, like a net, with the original body as the center. It quickly spread out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void as far as 1,000,000 miles away. This was the race's bloodline ability, the vine spirit sealing technique. Although these spirit vines could only cover a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, in this void that was shrouded by spirit vines, as long as there was any movement, the main body would be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. This was something that Yi Xian had practically noticed at the first possible moment. Because when he fought the world Tao Lord of the Tree Spirit clan Ling Puzi, in the root of all evil, he'd once encountered the latter execute this bloodline divine ability. It had to be said that this kind of tree spirit race bloodline ability was quite a headache to deal with. In the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, countless green vine tentacles that looked like spirit snakes were extremely entangled. But comparatively speaking, this kind of bloodline ability was quite beneficial to Yi Xian, and he had benefited from it. As such, when the alloy war god suddenly saw him, he was stunned for a moment, but soon broke into a grin. At the same time, the expected sound of the system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering wood essence. Effect. It is possible to increase the grade of the Shinnong exotic flame. Would you like to extract it immediately? As expected, he had encountered another opportunity to absorb a large amount of wood essence. This dense patch of green spirit vines that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles had originally given Yi Xian quite a headache, but after encountering such a turn of events, it was as expected. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Shinnong exotic flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During this burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes, and the wood essence contained within would be directly absorbed by the Shinnong exotic flame, becoming the growth of the Shinnong exotic flame. The energy and resources of the divine ability. The patch of spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of 1,000,000 miles in the void. Even if each spirit vine only contained a little bit of the so-called wood essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there was no extravagant hope of increasing the grade of the Shinnong exotic flame again. After all, the Shinnong exotic flame was already a 6-colored flame, far from what the original 2-colored flame could compare to. However, there were still some benefits. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Shinnong cauldron in his left hand instantly poured out a large canopy of dazzling Shinnong 6-colored flames towards the spreading and still expanding sea of green vines. Just as Peng Shinnong's 6-colored flames reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, A scene that made everyone's jaws drop and exclaim in shock occurred. Huff. Slash. Chi. The whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense and ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Shinong six-colored flames, which were only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, suddenly burst into flames the moment they came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath of time, it had already spread tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, it burned a dazzling hole in the spirit vine void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Ah! Save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central domain of the spirit vine void, the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, had a drastic change in expression. He let out an incomparably terrified scream, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. For the experts of the wood spirit clan, the sea of green vines that was manifested by the activation of the bloodline true body was actually his main body. Once this vast sea of green vines was incinerated, no matter how vigorous the life force of the wood spirit clan was, it would still suffer. Even if they didn't die on the spot, their level of life would decline and the intelligence they had gained would disappear. They would turn into an ordinary piece of rotten wood. This was definitely an outcome that no wood spirit expert was willing to see and absolutely unacceptable. Unfortunately, Yi Shen would not care so much. The expert of the wood spirit clan he encountered this time was a half-decayed ancestor of the clan. The quality of the wood spirit essence contained in this vast sea of green vines was far superior to that of Ling Puzi, the Taoist child of heaven and earth of the clan. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. Now that he had the opportunity to absorb freely, how could he miss it? Huff! In the blink of an eye, the Shinong six-colored flames burned fiercely. In just 2 or 3 breaths, this sea of green vines, which had already reached an area of 1,000,000 miles, but was still expanding outwards, was completely burned into nothingness. It was just as Yi Xian had guessed before. Due to the fact that it had already evolved to the level of a six-colored flame, even though it had absorbed more wood spirit essence than before, the grade of the Shinong heavenly flame did not increase again because of this. Chapter 40. With the death of the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, the sea of green vines that his body had transformed into completely vanished. All the wood spirit essence in his body had been absorbed by Yi Xian's Shinong six-colored flame. The surrounding void once again fell into a deathly silence. Then there was a large number of hissing sounds and gasping sounds. Suddenly, soft exclamations rang out. This is really too amazing. What a powerful flame. No wonder it could trap 4 half-dead ancestors at the same time. A half-rotten old ancestor, a powerhouse of the wood spirit clan known for his vigorous vitality, only lasted for a few breaths of time before he was completely annihilated. Now it seems that the previous half-rotten old ancestor was too lucky. He had the help of an immortal old monster and escaped from a similar six-colored sea of flames. Otherwise, the final result would have been the same as now. He would have been killed in a short period of time. Heaven-defying. The demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jinfeng of the 5 great monsters is really heaven-defying this time. This is definitely the rhythm of a plane-level Star War by himself. Apart from the immortal old monster, who else would dare to mention the word suppress? As for Sao, Long Xixia and Gong Shouxin, who had just experienced the power of the Shinong six-colored flame not long ago, were now extremely pale. The half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, who was swallowed by the six-colored flame sea, reminded them of themselves. They were indeed too lucky before. If not for that, they would have died long ago. Thinking of this, the 4 half-dead old monsters, as well as the other half-dead old monsters of the 2 camps, all made up their minds at this moment. No matter how this battle continued, they would never touch this bad luck again and jump out to fight the demon cultivator royal brother. Mo Jinfeng, this god of slaughter, fighting in close quarters, was definitely courting death. Everything happened so fast that in the void tens of millions of miles behind the 2 enemy camps, the 11 undying old monsters, who had been hiding in a parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness in this star area, didn't even have time to react. They had originally decided to attack Yi Xian, because from the current situation, not only was the conventional force of more than 50 million warships unable to suppress the demon imperial brother Mo Jiefeng, even the combined forces of the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various races and top forces were not enough. And this monstrous existence that was one of the 5 monstrous geniuses was the undisputed #1 person among the younger generation. He had truly displayed the ability to influence and even influence the situation of this planar-level Starry Sky war by himself. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, this half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan had already perished. In just a dozen breaths of time, tens of thousands of years of cultivation had all gone down the drain. After doing all this, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jeffing acted as if he had only done a trivial matter. After turning around, he roared again, and the Shinong treasure cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hand swept again, and once again rushed into the void where a large number of battleships were congested. Rumbling explosions and rumbling sounds rang out again, continuing without end. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses of various sizes turned into fireballs in the starry sky. Roar! I can't take it anymore. I have to kill this little bastard immediately. Slash! An earth-shattering roar rang out. In the void behind the two expeditionary camps, the universe's starry sky was suddenly torn apart. One of the 11 undying old monsters had finally made a move. No wonder he was the first to lose control. This undying old monster obviously came from the second universe, and perhaps he had a close relationship with the Wood Spirit clan. Because from the bloodline true body he had manifested, it was clear that he did not belong to any of the top 10 races of the second universe. In the second universe's plane, the top 10 races dominated the majority, but some of the smaller races that were ranked outside the top 10 also had undying old monsters. But just one undying old monster was not enough to ensure the prosperity of the entire race for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, these races that were not in the top 10 would basically choose to form a private alliance with one of the top 10 races. And now, this undying old monster who jumped out first had such a relationship with the Wood Spirit clan behind him. Therefore, when he saw the half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan being killed, he had to do something no matter what. After all, the Wood Spirit clan did not have an undying old monster this time, so he was almost like half an elder to the half-dead Wood Spirit clan elite, Ling Baopu. This undying old monster was a sky-shattering green goat. At this moment, the bloodline true body he had manifested was 100,000 feet tall, comparable to the alloy war god. It was entirely green, and a pair of giant horns were said to have some kind of unique power, which was the key to this race's bloodline. It could perform some kind of powerful innate divine ability, and it was said that even the universe's firmament could rely on a pair of goats. Poke a hole in the horns? Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to perform this rare innate divine ability in public today. This was because almost at the same moment when this sky-shattering green goat's true body rushed out of the parallel space and directly performed teleportation, arriving in the void of the battlefield thousands of miles away in front of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already waved his hand and summoned the battle of time of the undying world in his body. After going through so much trouble, he had finally angered an undying old monster. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and kill this undying green goat as quickly as possible. This way he would not give the other undying old monsters any time to react. It was very likely that he would enrage all of them and kill them in one fell swoop. They would all rush out. In this way his mission would be considered complete. Boom! A loud sound came from the void as the golden battle of time crossed in front of him. Within the alloy war god, Yi Xian immediately roared, "It's just an undying old monster. What are you being so arrogant for? Just kill it." Following this roar, the Green Gold Emperor within the Battle of Time also received the order to attack with all his might. In the next instant, within the core node of the Battle of Time's central domain, the Green Gold Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of gold slime kings also fully activated the power within their bodies at this moment, and a shocking pressure rapidly condensed. A faint buzzing sound rang out, and invisible ripples instantly spread out from the Green Gold Emperor's body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive nodes, and then along the pipes connected to the outer walls, instantly transmitting out. At this moment, all the tens of millions of slime kings within the beehive nodes trembled. Chapter 40-41. In an instant, countless rays of purple gold brilliance rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive node as if they had a mind of their own. They followed the pipes on the outer wall and surged towards the core beehive node where the lapis gold slime emperor was located. All of this happened in less than half an instant. In just half an instant, the dense golden-purple radiance converged from the thousands of beehive nodes. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn suddenly shone brightly. A scorching purple gold light suddenly burst out. Everything that happened next was as expected. The core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple-gold world. Waves of purple-gold ripples spread out along the war cloth. In front of the mouth of the huge horn, a purple-gold fan-shaped ripple was derived, as if it was a dazzling purplish-gold tide pushed forward. Walala! The purple-gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time laws appeared, freezing the body of the sky-breaking green sheep thousands of miles away. For a moment, it couldn't struggle at all. Immediately afterward, as this strange purple-gold tide pushed forward like a tide, its huge true body instantly changed. The first thing to bear the brunt was the two most conspicuous huge intestine goat horns on his head. They were originally bright red like blood, but now in less than half an instant they had changed. They were as red as blood in half an instant, completely dimmed. Immediately after, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the originally lustrous fur of the sky-breaking green sheep's enormous true body also quickly dimmed without any suspense. The green luster disappeared and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the void of the universe, turning into ashes. All of this, whether it was the sky-breaking green sheep or the other 10 immortal old monsters behind the two great expeditionary camps, who were still hibernating in the parallel space and only left a wisp of divine sense to pay attention to the situation of the battle in this star field, were all caught off guard. They didn't know that not long ago Yi Xian had killed or captured 4 undying beings in this star field, but through Yi Xian's battle of time and the scene of the half-rotten ancestor almost dying miserably and being captured alive, they were able to analyze this strange purple gold. The power of the tide could last for 30,000 years. Even one of the immortal realm old monsters had calculated the number of waves of the purple gold tide that could be triggered by the Time War Raja, which was 3 waves. But even so, they still did not expect Yi Xian to act so quickly and decisively. This freak that was formed from 5 great monstrous geniuses was simply on the verge of piercing through the heavens. How audacious! He was merely at the Region Lord realm, yet he actually didn't hesitate at all when facing the attack of an Eternal Realm expert, and he didn't even give it any thought before utilizing the Warcry of Time and activating it on the spot. It was to the extent that they didn't even have the time to react. The sky-breaking green sheep that had just leaped forward was frozen on the spot. Moreover, its enormous body had instantly fallen into defeat from the impact of the second wave of the purple gold tide. After all, it was an extremely long period of time that had instantly flowed through its bloodline, and no one would be able to endure it. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep who'd suffered an attack that was practically like a sniper attack was completely stunned. The domineering descent that was supposed to happen had actually become like this. When did the deterrent force of an Eternal Realm expert become so disregarded? Swoosh. In next to no time before it could recover from its shock, the weak sound of waves resounded once more, and the second wave of the purple gold tide had arrived at this moment. This wave of the purple gold tide lasted for another 3 years in an instant. At this moment, the sky-breaking green sheep still hadn't recovered from its shock in days from before when its enormous body had suffered an enormous misfortune once more. This time, besides large amounts of fur falling off, large amounts of flesh and blood had started to melt, and it was even to the extent that its internal organs and some golden bones had started to appear. The bright light in its eyes that was originally glowing brilliantly dimmed down swiftly. At this moment, the second wave of the purple gold tide had just arrived, and it hadn't completely flowed through it. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of the purple gold tide had vanished. At this moment, almost half of the internal organs on the enormous body of the sky-breaking green sheep that was originally filled with vital energy and blood could be seen. Moreover, its bones seemed to have decayed to the extreme. Within a short span of 2 seconds, this flesh and blood-treasured body had already been mercilessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. It was only an undying old monster. If it had been a universe-level great being, it would have already perished. However, right after that, the third wave of the purple gold tide came. Its speed was also extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed through this decaying body. As the third wave of the purple gold tide faded away, the sky-breaking green sheep's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its white bones and internal organs, began to completely collapse in the blink of an eye. A large amount of internal organs fell out of its abdomen and turned into ashes along with the purple gold tide. The golden bones were also scattered and disintegrated one after another. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the purple gold tide and turned into ashes and dissipated with a loud bang. A lifespan of 100,000 years was the limit of an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. This sky-breaking green sheep came from a race that wasn't very powerful in the second universe. Although it had gone through bitter training and finally stepped into the eternal realm, after all, the race's foundation was still there. In fact, it didn't have any heaven-defying methods or treasures. It was definitely just an ordinary eternal realm expert. In the past, its lifespan had been improved step by step, and in the process of finally evolving to the eternal realm, it had already consumed more than 20,000 years of lifespan. In fact, it was only left with about 70,000 years of lifespan. However, 3 waves of the purple gold tide represented the instantaneous passage of 90,000 years of lifespan. How could it withstand it? It could be said that, in fact, after the second wave of the time tide flowed, this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was almost completely annihilated. However, Yi Xian didn't intend to save the third wave of the purple gold tide for the purpose of conserving the kinetic energy of the war pole. After all, this was the last wave of the purple gold tide that the war pole could trigger today. There wasn't much meaning in leaving it behind. On the contrary, if this eternal realm sky-breaking green sheep was left with half of its life, in case it or other eternal realm experts had some kind of secret technique that could bring it back to life. As usual, it could once again erupt with the power of the eternal realm within a short period of time. Or it could simply use some kind of top-grade resources to recover part of its injuries and regain the ability to participate in the subsequent battles. That would be really not worth the loss. Chapter 40-42. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, killing this immortal stage green goat wasn't a big deal. He didn't even feel any joy in his heart. After all, just a few days ago he had killed or captured 4 immortal rank old monsters in the Demonkin star field. Compared to the 4 immortal realm old monsters from the first universe, this immortal realm green sheep's strength could only be considered to be at the bottom, only at the early stage of the immortal realm. But this was only him. In the eyes of others it was not so. At this moment, among the countless experts of the 3 opposing camps who were lingering in this vast void, except for the starry sky experts of the demon race camp, they had also witnessed the shocking battle a few days ago with their own eyes. Their nerves were thicker and they were more tolerant of the scene that was happening today, so they did not pass. They were not surprised. Countless starry sky experts in the other 2 expeditionary camps, after a short moment of sluggishness, completely exploded in an instant. In the void for a time there were all kinds of shocked cries. Compared to the previous few half-dead old ancestors from various clans and top forces who were either killed or captured, the one who died today was a real immortal realm old monster. The shock was absolutely incomparable to that of the past. Oh my god, what happened? None of this is real. Illusion, it's definitely an illusion. Either the cultivation of that immortal realm green sheep is wrong, or there's something wrong with my eyes. An immortal realm green sheep, although it doesn't belong to a powerful bloodline race, it's an immortal realm old monster after all, right? But in the hands of the demon domain royal brother Mo Jinfeng, why do I feel that it's not even as good as those half-dead old ancestors before? Damn it, I feel the same. We must have opened it the wrong way. This scene can't be real at all. There must be something wrong with it. Immortal realm old monster, this is an immortal realm old monster, but he completely fell in just 3 breaths. Not even his corpse was left, only half of his bones were left lying in the void. It seems that the rumor is true. Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon dweller, does have the ability to kill immortal realm old monsters. An immortal realm old monster of the Federation Senate fell in the demon dweller star area in the first universe. It must be him who did it. He's only at the region Lord realm. Not only did he kill an ancestor who was on the verge of death, he actually instantly annihilated an eternal old monster. This is truly fucking lethal. Along with these tide-like discussions, the other 10 immortal realm old monsters in the void far behind the 2 opposing expeditionary camps finally reacted. Although their original bodies were all hidden in unknown parallel planes, from beginning to end, they had separated a strand of their divine sense to pay close attention to everything that happened in this first universe, the Demonkin star field. Therefore, the 10 immortal realm old monsters could be said to have witnessed the fall of this immortal realm skybreaker green goat. They hadn't reacted earlier because everything had occurred too quickly, and they didn't have the time to take any measures to deal with it. But now, after a short moment of being stunned, the 10 immortal realm old monsters finally returned to their senses. For a time, furious roars and roars resounded successively, but they were still unable to be heard by the outside world, and only they were able to hear them. We were careless and actually allowed Brother Yang to charge out by himself, causing us to be ambushed. A weapon of mass destruction. It really is a weapon of mass destruction. Every single wave of this violet gold tide of time represents the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. In a short period of 3 breaths of time, 3 waves of violet gold tides are equivalent to the erosion of 90,000 years of time. I'm afraid none of us will be able to resist it. Trash. A bunch of trash. An army of over 50 million battleships and over 10 half-step immortal realm-old monsters were actually unable to destroy the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of time in Kid Mo's possession. Yeah, we lost an immortal realm-old monster for nothing. But then again, we can't blame anyone for this. Brother Yang was too impulsive. He knew that kid had such a weapon of mass destruction, but he still rushed out recklessly. That's good as well. At the very least, the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of the Time War talisman in Little Mo's hand have finally been exhausted. Just now, this old man once again carried out a deduction. Now, I can already confirm that that great killing weapon will absolutely not be able to be activated again in a short period of time. This child has killed 2 immortal elders before and after. Whether it was the immortal elder of our Senate or the current old sheep, they both died in this battle of time. As for the other treasures in his hands, even the primordial supreme treasure Shinnong Cauldron, which is known as the era's artifact, is not finished yet. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's make our move immediately. The 3 immortal realm masters appeared at the same time. We must suppress Little Mo at the first possible moment. If this old man's guess is not wrong, the Devil Dweller's ancestor will definitely not sit idly by and watch this child be killed by us. After all, this kind of peerless monster, even if it's a peerless monster, even in the 3 main planes of the starry sky, it's a rare sight that only appears once in a million years. The Devil Dwellers definitely won't give it up. Suppress. Immediately suppress. Our second universe camp will dispatch an immortal realm-old monster. Seconded. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace will accept the second immortal realm-old monster. If that's the case, our Federation Senate will not be willing to fall behind. This battle is just the right opportunity to avenge the death of an immortal realm-old monster not long ago. Roar. Roar. The decision was finalized. This time, the 10 immortal realm-old monsters no longer had any hesitation. The current situation of the battle was right in front of them. The demon dweller royal brother Mo Jinfeng, this monster, could no longer be suppressed by conventional forces. Even if he was given time to toss around like this, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 expeditionary camps were very likely to be destroyed by him alone. At that time, the immortal realm-old ancestor of the demon dwellers would not appear again. Thinking of this, the 10 immortal realm-old monsters all felt a sense of urgency and pressure. The development of the situation was 2F** kept up, including the death of an immortal realm-old monster just now. All of this unknowingly affected their state of mind. The roar sounded very quickly. This time it was not only heard by the circle of the 10 immortal realm-old monsters, but also by the countless experts in the entire Demon Dweller star field who were in the middle of a shocking battle in the starry sky. All of them heard it clearly. Hiss. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping silk came. In the distance behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the void was torn apart in 3 directions at the same time. Then, under the gazes of countless experts from the 3 opposing camps, 3 incomparably huge figures appeared, bringing with them a soul-trembling aura. Chapter 40-43. Hiss. Hiss. An incomparably clear sound of silk tearing was heard, attracting the attention of countless starry sky experts in the entire void battleground. At this moment, the universe void tens of millions of miles away once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the 3 immortal powers that suddenly appeared in the distant void. Originally it was intense. The intense battle in the void battleground paused because of this. The entire universe void seemed to have been frozen. As soon as these 3 immortal realm-old monsters walked out of their dormant parallel space and stepped into the edge of the demon territory of the first universe, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. None of them were humans. The bloodline true bodies they revealed were all 100,000 feet tall, comparable to Yi Shen's alloy war god. Although one of them came from the Tenju celestial palace of the human clan in the third universe, he was also not human. This immortal realm-old monster was a frost crown ice crane that had been raised by the palace master of the Tenju celestial palace for many years. Its cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm. This frost crown ice crane was light blue in color, and there was even a wisp of dark blue mist above its head. It was said that this mist contained a strand of frost origin energy. This kind of creature was originally born in the extremely rare extreme cold profound cave in the starry sky. At this moment, as soon as the frost crown ice crane's 100,000 feet bloodline true body appeared, A dark light rushed out from behind its head and turned into a blue mist that covered the top of its head and protected its spiritual altar. This blue mist was the life item of this frost crown ice crane, called Frost Light. It was condensed from the essence of ice and snow that had existed for hundreds of millions of years in an ancient mystic ice cave in the universe. It could be transformed into hundreds of billions of pieces and had countless magical uses. It also had endless ice power. It was said that once it was fully unleashed, even the universe void could be frozen. The second figure was a creature that looked like a white elephant, but it did not have a long trunk. Its face was sharp and slender like a fox spirit, and it had a huge bloody hairy tail behind it. This immortal realm old monster came from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation. He was a mid-stage immortal realm Grand Elder of the Federation, and his cultivation was the strongest among the three immortal realm old monsters. This bloodline was very rare. It was called the elephant fox marten, and it belonged to a species from ancient times. It was said that this race of creatures appeared like white elephants with wings. It was said that they had the power to eat all the people and had the ability to descend. At this moment, as soon as this elephant fox marten appeared, a blue and white light appeared above its head. It was a rare treasure derived from its bloodline power, and it had endless magical uses. It was said that once a living being with a weaker cultivation base was enveloped by its light, they would instantly lose their soul essence and perish. Even the powerful existences in the immortal realm would lose their minds if they were trapped in the light of the magical treasures. The last immortal realm old monster came from the camp of various clans in the second universe. He was from the Blood Dragon clan, which was the most powerful clan among the top 10 clans in the second universe. This was a three-clawed flood dragon. Its bloodline true body was activated, and it also showed a huge body that was 100,000 feet long. Its life form had not only evolved to the point where it grew 4 limbs, but it was suspected that it had entered the stage of transforming into a dragon. At the end of these 4 limbs, there were 3 claws which gave it a part of the dragon's power. Above its head was a golden light, which was the life treasure of this 3-clawed flood dragon, which was called the Golden Flood Dragon. This Golden Flood Dragon's grade was extraordinary. It was a desolate antiquity supreme treasure, and the 3-clawed flood dragon had obtained it by chance. Since then it had been treasured like a treasure. Even in a war it rarely used it. It was said that it was collected from the remains of 2 flood dragons that were about to transform into real dragons in ancient times. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed by the essence of the sun and the moon. Once it was used, 2 golden flood dragons could appear in the void. They moved back and forth in the air, protected by auspicious clouds. Even ordinary immortal realm old monsters of the same realm would be cut in half if they were caught off guard. They would die instantly. At this moment, as soon as these 3 immortal realm old monsters arrived, they roared at the same time and directly teleported, appearing in the void thousands of miles in front of Yi Xian. They formed a triangle shape and surrounded the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet long. Roar! Screech! Screech! Little Mo, I'm here. Today you will definitely die. Hurry up and suppress him. Die. Amidst the angry roar, the ice spirit cold light above the cold crown ice crane's head suddenly shone brightly, turning into a blue fog that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void. It rapidly shot toward the alloy war god. Along the way, clear cracking sounds could be heard. The rumors in the outside world were true. The ice spirit cold light bloodline ability of this cold crown ice crane was suspected to have been refined from a wisp of ice origin. At this moment, its power was unleashed, and the void of the universe along the way was frozen. The golden light above the head of the 3-clawed flood dragon from the Blood Flood Dragon clan of the second universe also shot over. It was the fastest and in the leading position. Although the golden light was not huge, only about 1,000 feet long, there was a shadow of energy following behind it. It was clearly 2 golden flood dragons that were 10,000 miles long. At the same time, the elephant fox marten that looked like both an elephant, a fox, and a marten activated the bloodline in its body at the first moment. The blue and white light that was originally suspended above its head instantly bloomed with a brilliant light, turning into a giant light that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void and shot toward the alloy war god. Although they were still far away, the countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 camps in the vast void suddenly felt their hearts tremble at this moment. Just looking at this strange white light directly, they almost lost their minds, causing their faces to change drastically. They no longer hesitated and even looked at the original starry sky powerhouses of the 3 camps in front of them. Without hesitation, they did not even care about the upcoming battle. No matter which camp they were from, they all retreated bravely. What a joke. This was the simultaneous attack of 3 immortal realm-old monsters. If they stayed in the nearby void of the universe, they would definitely be implicated. And now, the high-end strength of the immortal realm had already taken action. The final result of this battle would definitely be decided as a result. As the conventional strength of the 3 camps, the following battle basically had nothing to do with them. It would be best if they retreated to an extremely far distance and watched the battle from afar. If they felt that something was wrong, at most they could just act out a play and cooperate with sporadic exchanges of fire. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in just 3 short breaths. And at this moment, after the countless starry sky experts and various warships of the 3 opposing camps in the surrounding void retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet tall, unexpectedly let out a cold snort. His figure stood in the void, towering and motionless. He had no intention of escaping or dodging at all. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning instantly scattered out. At the top of the sky, an imperial seal that exuded endless emperor's might was spinning.